Testing, testing, testing. There we go. There we go. There we go. Howdy, Disco Night, Ace of Knaves, MMIIMW. My first name is Knaves, MMII. Hey, Isiru. Hey, Brandon. Roxy's probably gonna be popping back. Really missed my educational videos. Happy to hear it. I gotta get a light. So just to all of y'all who are here now, the plan immediately in like 15 minutes, I was going to be debating Destiny, and I'm not real. What is it? I'm really important. I'm not really important. I forget. About whether Biden should debate primary opponents. So the answer is yes, obviously, because democracy is cool. But then after that, there were a bunch of things that I wanted to review. Like Tucker Carlson put out this insane Jew baiting nonsense on Twitter, and I feel like it's part of the right's broader switch back towards like so-called race realism, or what I would call scientific racism, which is bullshit. And I wanted to bring on Roxy Staroxvia, because we wanted to talk about Mike Pence's announcement, and she brings real Mormon energy, which only Mike Pence can parallel. Also, obligatory, if you want to actually show up on the screen, you should go to this link and use the site chat there. In my DMs, Roxy asked why I'm online on YouTube, because YouTube lets you get away with a lot more, and Twitch seems to be going fucking insane recently. Actually, Twitch recently changed their contract such that if you stream on Twitch, you agree to all of the terms of their new contract. So that's why I'm not streaming on Twitch, because I haven't had a chance to see whether that's insane. One sec, I'm gonna grab a light. We got YouTube is based. Yeah, democracy is cool, and I am Sir Dunn left. So true. How have y'all been? Ugh. Roxy, I am streaming on my site. I may need to set it up so that the site actually embeds it. Oh, God. How do I do that? Yeah, it says offline. Embed YouTube. Can I just do a channel? Let's try. Nope, that would embed Vosh. Sneaky white Nervosa trying to redirect all my track back to Vosh. Am I right? Let's just do the VOD. Let's see. There we go. Aiden want to join me in a Discord call so we can banter with my very un-Mormon energy. Look, you can take a Mormon out of Utah, but you can't take the Utah out of the Mormon. Many a naturalist has said. I Oh, another thing I wanted to do at the end of the stream. This might interest some of y'all since it's been forever, and I like to do these more often. Was have like a call-in. We'll see how long I go, but I want to dedicate at least like I don't know 30 minutes just to talking to people. It's true. I am alive. Hi. It's been so long since I streamed that I forgot that the experience of streaming is very odd because you don't actually hear anything and you're just typing into the void. You're just talking into the void. You need a primer on how to use your mod powers, Roxy. Um, this good night says I'm incapable of clicking on links. So I'll just have voice in your head. I am gonna read YouTube chat. You won't be able to see it on stream. This is why you should get me in a call to banter, says Roxy, because it'll be too quiet. Never been to one of these, mostly through your memes. Like to a live stream? I guess. I feel like, I mean, so much content on YouTube is pseudo live stream nowadays. The people have realized that the way to churn out content, like you look at what's their face, like really old namestays like Tim Pool and Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad. Basically, all they do is stream, and then but they locally record it as if it were a stream, and they just read off shit. You know, they read off a YouTube article. Sorry, not YouTube article. They read off like a news article. They read off some whatever, and they just clip it. You'll be the void that talks back. Well, you can call me if you want. What do we know about the DSA caucus elections? Are the results out? Did North Star do well? North Star is really, really small. So like I think that at the last convention, North Star had maybe 15, 20 members. North Star is not particularly large. It represents a lot of the like old timers, but it's not a particularly large organized segment. Whereas the caucuses that I most closely align with are Socialist Majority Caucus, which did pretty well from my understanding. I know in New York they took Socialist Majority Caucus and the aligned caucus of the sort of Green New Deal type caucus took 50% of the explicitly aligned candidates. So that was pretty good. How was air quality by you? It was pretty bad here in Baltimore. I don't think Austin has been hit by anything. Let's see, can y'all hear? I haven't even checked the audio leveling. Hello, Roxy. I can't tell if she's not speaking or things are all fucked up. Destiny debate when? In 10 minutes. Do I hear the voices too? All the time. I like your memes, funny man. Oh, is this not working? Let's try. Yeah, that's right. Stare into the power of the sun, chat. What do you think about that? Oh, you know what? I think I need to fix the audio. Discord. Input Yeti. Hey, Roxy, can you say something?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. I need to add some gain. Just give me 1 second.
Mr.
Gain. Okay, speak again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Implying calling Destiny names isn't substance. Hello, Roxy, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Are you enjoying the pop filter on your mic that totally belongs to you?
That is true. I did steal your pop filter. Thank you. It's been really nice. I used to have one, but it broke off.
Technically isn't my pop filter, it's my friend's pop filter, which wouldn't be an issue except for he wanted his mic back when I got back from Austin. But I had to give it to him without the pop filter.
Is Naomi here? Sorry, I'm trying to read you and chat. Do all the. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, someone appreciates it too, or he's grateful you appreciate it.
Can y'all hear Roxy? Dive into the void. Did you see that Naomi versus JF debate? I can't believe that JF is such an insane little man. I don't get how he's.
I think it's really funny that he blocked her after,
Did
or is
he?
blocked her.
I
Is Naomi they them or is she her?
I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up because as you know, this is important to me.
Oh my god. Yes, Roxy.
Naomi's out. Naomi's a she they.
She they. See, that's a versatile one.
It is pretty versatile. Uh, was your debate with John Francois Gariepy like one of the last things you streamed?
It was actually. It was one of the last ones before the incident. Um, and
Of which we will not be talking about.
I think it was we were talking about. I'm pretty sure his whole argument was that welfare shouldn't exist because people are like squirrels, in that if you
Oh yeah,
overfeed them, yeah,
it's some like evolutionary argument for like welfare. Like it doesn't let you like select against the dumb squirrels who successfully like or who failed to find the nuts or whatever.
it's funny actually. Recently, a paper came out explicitly modeled on how squirrels eat food. I'm not even joking. There was an econometrics paper that came out which argued that people who save for retirement are like squirrels who bury their acorns, but a more efficient economy of squirrels would simply have the young squirrels distribute acorns up to the old squirrels, because then there'd be more acorns to eat in the present time. So it's an
That's
argument.
something that
Go ahead.
it's like the wild thing too is like it's such a bad understanding of evolution too because like the way that it works is it's there's no sort of like
Hmm.
collective force guiding them towards like the game theoretic optimal solution. It's like each one is individually acting under under their own like circumstances. So if each squirrel can individually benefit themselves by acting like non-altruistically, they're gonna do it every single time, even if acting altruistically would collectively like be more beneficial. There's no mechanism for them to do that because that's not how evolution works. So it's
I'm. I mean, that's like a
a good
whole.
argument.
There's a whole debate about the evolution of altruism, and I don't want to get into that in the 5 minutes that I have before another debate. But they're definitely like one of the reasons that altruism evolved over and over again. We think is that like in a very very broad sense of altruism, not killing and eating other people of the same species um, is reproductively more likely to lead to your
It's
type of
it's
animal
because
surviving and reproducing.
the evolutionary condition for primates, it was such that like you can like you it's a since evolution operates on like the level of a gene, it's beneficial within genes because like if you're helping out your family members or whatever, then you're passing on like the same genes because it is really it's like so there's more of a mechanism for genes to like directly benefit from altruistic behavior given those conditions. But they don't always exist.
One of the interesting evidences for that type of evolution actually comes from how people are way more altruistic to close family than they are to increasingly distant levels of family than they are to strangers. And so that suggests that part of the reason for altruism is sort of genetic self-interest. Now, of course, humans don't. One of the other things that's frustrating is, humans are incredibly complicated animals that are to some degree determined by our genes, but we don't have to. Just because I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a like we
Hu-
can manually know the game theoretic optimal solution that we would never like evolutionarily like back into.
Yeah, there's sort of an analogy here that when people talk about the market, they often assume that the market price is like the correct price. But often that's not true. Often the socially optimal price should be higher or lower. Like most things that pollute, the price should be higher. Most things that like benefit society, the price should be lower. And so there's this assumption often in conservative circles that what is natural is optimal. But we can do better than random evolution is the argument.
Well, you silly socialists, don't you know that if you simply let markets interact without government interference, then they will naturally like arrive at an optimal solution for their negative externalities.
So true, Libertarian Roxy. I'm probably going to get off so I can get ready for the other debate. But thank you for bantering into the void, so I don't feel
Oh no
completely
problem.
alone in this insane little echo chamber.
I'm so sorry to railroad your stream already with the most boring conversation.
Most boring. I think that we're talking about squirrels. We haven't even talked about breast milk yet. So
Oh, there's a yet. There's more to come. Okay.
all right. Thank you so much. We might be talking later to see if you want to banter about the Mike Pence thing. I think right.
Yes. Oh my god. Pence is my favorite candidate so far because he's gonna be the funnest to look at.
Oh, interesting. Roxy thinks that Pence is her favorite candidate. Interesting. I didn't know you were a theocrat, Roxy. I hung up on her. Um, she she's a progressive. She does not like Pence. The squirrel anti-billionaire argument. I mean, it's basically the argument that we were talking about for like Social Security is basically an argument that um, it's a sort of it comes from I don't know a sort of post Keynesian perspective that the less consumption there is now, the less business there is now, the less income people have now, and the more income people have now, the higher income that they're able to have in the future. Like there's a very pro growth effect of growing the economy now because it lets you grow the economy later. And so there's this problem that if people squirrel away too much savings, then assuming that the savings so this gets into more complicated economic territory, but let's assume that investment is already at its max, that like more savings doesn't lead to more investment. Then the argument goes that all you're doing by increasing savings is reducing present consumption, which reduces future growth, which therefore reduces the future amount of acorns that your 80-year-old grandma can consume in Social Security. I did hang up on Roxy mid-sentence. Got him. Most good faith leftist. Aspiring to be the least good faith leftist. Okay. Wait, I just linked the YouTube thing again. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to link y'all again to the site chat, because that's what's going to let y'all appear, because I'm going to have to get into the debate. So I won't be able to look at chat as easily. So if you click that, you can sign up real easy, and then that'll be the chat that's appearing on the left side of the screen. Hey SDL, one time I farted an entire plum. This is meaningless to me. How the fuck do I get in there? Oh, I see it. No Twitch? Yeah, I didn't want to stream to Twitch, at least this first time, because I hadn't had time to read Twitch's contract, and I don't know if you followed the whole I don't want to call it drama. It got a huge amount of coverage on Twitter because they updated the contracts to be way more restrictive on what content people can cover, and they changed it so that if you ever stream on Twitch, you accept that contract by default. So
Absolutely.
IRI is trying his best.
Absolutely.
Speak of the devil. Okay, excellent. Santh, we can't see you, and STL, we
got
don't
you.
have your camera. But as soon as that comes, I'll start this show and we'll get into it. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you. Hopefully, everyone enjoys this discussion. We have a pretty robust and lively debate here. Yeah, while we wait for Synth, I'll just kind of get into it. So welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we are going to be talking about DNC primary debates. Obviously, Biden is currently the incumbent, but there has been some discussion on whether or not the DNC should allow or fund debates between the various primary challengers and Biden himself. Is this a good idea? Is this something that the DNC should do, or is this just a terrible kind of dismissive thing that will hurt the party in the general that we should avoid? Why or why not? And we're gonna just talk about it tonight, and we'll get into it. And yeah, keep your openings brief, and then we'll get into the meat of the discussion. Synth, you're up. We can't see you.
Camera
Still.
works here now.
Yeah,
There we go.
There we
Okay.
go. Beautiful. Go ahead,
Sure.
Synth.
So-
Start us off.
Yeah. So, in short, the reason that I support the ability for the other Democrats to be primary challenges, specifically in regards to a debate, is because I think if the Democrats are willing to establish a permanent tradition of consistent primary debates, it helps to promote important liberal values, democratic and intellectual competition, for example. It shows we're an egalitarian society, and nobody's above having their power challenged and being put in a position where they have to justify it. It shows that Biden is fit for the office, that he can stand on a stage, that he's a real person, that the Republican lies about dementia are unfounded, and standing next to a guy like RFK who looked like the platonic ideal of good health. I think that the overall case ends up being pretty overwhelming, but I'll keep my opening statement short so we can get right into the meat of the discussion.
Thank you, and yeah, we'll get into it. Next up, we have Fairy Queen, please.
Is that the DNC should not host primary debates against Joe Biden for 3 reasons. Number one, being historical precedent. No sitting president has participated in primary debates, even in cases where there have been significant challengers, such as Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, and George Bush. Hosting a debate against an incumbent sends the wrong message during the primaries. Number two, there are no true contenders. Robert F. Kennedy promotes conspiracy theories and lacks governance experience. Marianne Williamson has never held office and has a failed campaign. And number three, it weakens the party. Hosting a challenger incumbent debate recalls Jimmy Carter's loss in 1980. Carter's primary clash with Ted Kennedy weakened his campaign and the Democrats' power. In summary, considering historical precedent, the lack of viable contenders, and the potential to weaken the party, it's clear that hosting these primary debates would be detrimental.
Okay, thank you. First-time guest on my show, Sock Done Left. Hi.
Hey, so
You're muted.
Hey, so the reasons that we should have a primary debate are 4. 1, it helps with the optics of Biden appearing like he's either being coronated or that he's being hidden away from the public for poor health. Again, that should help him win because he's appearing next to RFK, who's like a zombie, and all the other candidates, and he'll be appearing fairly healthy on stage. 2 is that it's free airtime. It's time to outline his agenda and set what the national conversation is. You don't get that with a lot of other events. Why shouldn't he take this advantage? There's no reason for him not to take advantage of this, and most of the other candidates on the stage will also be reorienting the agenda towards things that would benefit Democrats in the general. The third and fourth reasons that we would want to support this is that he has failed on some of his promises, like protecting people at the border, protecting trans people, and having primary debates offers a chance for people to participate and encourage him to be held to account and actually protect the people who need it most.
Thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it. Appreciate you keeping it brief. IRI, go ahead.
Yeah, total waste of time. Biden's been kicking ass. The midterms success, keeping the Republicans down to the little red trickle, totally sapped any opposition to Biden. Everybody serious dropped out or even considered it. Why in the world would Biden debate very serious candidate Marianne Williamson with her previous 1% polling run in 2020? She believes rocks have powers. Not feeling it. RFK Jr. is a guy who thinks vaccines cause autism and peddles Russian disinformation on Newsmax and Fox News all day long. So total waste of my president's time. Not a fan. Don't support it. Don't even think that debates have anything to do with democracy anyways. Like, I'd love to hear the argument how they do.
Okay, and I guess that will be a question that we'll be asking throughout the general discussion here. Thanks for being here, IRI. Really appreciate you. Next up, Prime Kai. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep it really short. Primaries are a crucible, and if Biden can't take it up to when dealing with an apparently unserious a challenger like IRI apparently thinks, then how can he stand up to the Republican candidate? Right? Like, if this is going to be a cakewalk, let it be a cakewalk. And yeah, so thanks all for having me here.
Well, thanks for being here, Prime Kai. Short and sweet and to the point. That's how we like it. Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to copy IRI and Ferry's arguments. I don't think there are any serious contenders right now. I think that the Republican Party is in a complete and total state of disarray. I think the most important thing we can do is provide a united front, like we did in the House when McCarthy had to run the election 52 different times just to get the election there. I think it makes us look better to have a united front backing Biden. And when there are no serious challengers, when there's no historical precedent for it, and there's no compelling reason to do so, I don't know why we would ever host a debate against our incumbent sitting president.
And with that, let's open it up to the general.
What counts as a serious challenger? And if there was a serious challenger, would you all be in support?
I think that if there was like if there was a challenger that was polling like 40-50% support in the Democratic Party or something, or at the very least sizable, like a sizable 2-digit support, and people were really looking at Biden and like not taking him seriously, I think you could start. That would be like what you would need just to begin to have the argument of like an incumbent debate. But even that wouldn't be enough. But right now, that field is clearly not here.
One of the problems is that this is self-selecting, right? You've set up a field where there's no debate, there's no opportunity to get any clout on the national stage, no opportunity to get up there. So why would anyone try and join in, right? You've set it up so that no one's ever going to meet that threshold.
And beyond that, right? Like during the course of a campaign, people grow in popularity as people are exposed to their ideas, as they are taken seriously by the media, which right now is not happening. And so their poll numbers grow. And then by the time they have a debate, then they might be where you're saying, like, give them a chance, but you're not even giving them that.
I have a response.
Neither of these people have any elected office experience, and look at Trump. I mean, it doesn't exactly work out when you have somebody that's brand new to the scene that comes along. So what do you see about these two that is so valuable to put Biden up there? Like, what does Marianne Williamson have? She wants to have an economic U-turn, and she has no explanation how she gets anything done. It's like Bernie Sanders wanted to have Medicare for all in 4 years. Does anybody out there think Bernie would have got Medicare for all in 4 years? No way. Biden's living in reality, and that's why people are supporting him as for running for re-election.
So again, this is a sort of circular situation where the reason why there aren't any serious opposition candidates is because no one has the opportunity to actually seriously oppose. If they can't get on the debate stage, what's the point? But the reason you're only getting...
Come on.
If the only way you can have serious opposition is to just get on the debate stage, then you're probably... Yeah. I mean, like... Yeah, like if you're at least like a senator or a governor, like DeSantis isn't considered a serious contender on the Republican side because he just wants to get on the debate stage, right? Pence isn't a serious contender because he wants to get on the debate stage. Like if your only claim to fame for trying to do, and keep in mind, this would be historic, right? That we're going to have a challenge for our incumbent who's already beaten the likely Republican nominee anyway. Like, I don't know why we're trying to like help people write book deals or help people become famous while running in opposition to our president. I don't know why we would do that.
I want to give space to I want to give space to Ferry Crane to kind of get into. So go ahead, Ferry.
The question, why is this particularly the election the time to do this, SDL? We have the incumbency. Incumbency is one of the biggest reasons why presidential candidates like become reelected. Like it's a huge factor. So why would we give that up to give somebody else space? Now?
We're not giving up incumbency. The point that both Synth and I have talked about is that Biden gets on stage. He shows that he's not just a walking corpse. He shows that he's healthy. He can speak confidently. He can beat the fuck out of his opponents. If you really think that the other guys are cranks, if you think Williamson's a crank and JFK's a crank, then he should fucking crush them, right? So I think this argument doesn't really work. If there's serious contenders.
Can I jump in really quick just to reiterate that, to back up the point? So if, in the case of RFK in particular, somebody like RFK going on stage and being a crank, it's really, really good for Joe Biden going to the generals to look like he just won a competition.
I really need to slow down. I'm talking way too fast.
In the future. It's the kind of thing that establishes a certain precedent as well. You can say like you said earlier that you think it's the case that no incumbent president has ever participated in a primary debate. Maybe you're just talking since Ford, and I agree. Right, there hasn't been the norm since Ford. But if we want to take a look at what kind of norms we can establish, I think it's the case that we can still take this particular norm and establish a norm of being challenged. And I don't think it makes Biden look weak. I think it makes him look strong in the face of really weak challengers like RFK and Marianne Williamson, like who you've said and who all of you have said are not serious. They're not serious challengers. The kind of people Biden would easily stop.
Don't you think it would hurt our image as Democrats to have two clowns up there and a guy who believes vaccines cause autism? I think it would actually cause more damage to the Democratic Party and Biden's chances of winning.
To the Republicans, of course not. That's their kind of guy, right? Like the Nazgul types of RFK.
Republicans aren't going to vote
we want to appeal
for Biden.
We want to appeal to swing voters. Hold on, we want to appeal to swing voters. A lot of swing voters are really big fans of people like RFK, these sort of like Nazgul, like eco-fascist type individuals who it can easily pull people. I don't know what you're doing the face for. You can easily pull people over from these camps that are like these centrist swing voter camps, these Joe Rogan viewer types, and move them over to be more integrated into the Democratic Party.
I don't think swing voters are voting on anti-vax policies. They might have issues relating to like some of the mandates, but swing voters are not eco-fascist anti-vaxxers, number one. And number two, even if the debates are like a clear win for Biden, that doesn't mean that Biden couldn't get damaged by them, right? Especially if it's people that have nothing to lose on that debate stage, right? Kamala Harris probably probably didn't have, no, Kamala Harris didn't have a chance in hell at winning the presidency or making it through that nomination process, but she still took a couple of really good chunks out of Biden. I remember when she made that comment about I rode those buses, Mr. Or nominee vice president. So just because you put people on stage that might not win doesn't mean they couldn't still potentially do damage to Biden. And as much as I like Biden.
What kind of attacks could RFK or Marianne Williamson make that Republicans couldn't also make, especially RFK, the only serious challenge?
But there's a difference because the attacks coming from without are a lot different than attacks coming from within. Why would we go through a damage of our own presidential candidate before he's even gotten to the main stage?
What is the attack? What's the attack RFK can make the Republicans can't?
It's not a matter of him making a unique attack. It's a matter of the attack coming from the Democratic establishment versus it coming from a Republican. That's the difference. So I don't know if we want to be arguing on stage about vaccine mandates among
RFK
Democrats.
and Williamson are not establishment. Marianne Williamson and RFK are not establishment. You said yourself. They haven't ever held elected office.
Oh, okay. Well, if they're not part of the Democratic establishment, then they can go and debate on the main stage after they get however much percentage polling they need to in the generals. Then good for them.
Wait, so your argument doesn't work anymore?
No, my argument works fine. The Democratic Party, the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, should not be hosting debates in the Democratic Party against our incumbent president. Now, if you want to say, well, hold on, these aren't established Democrats or whatever, okay, that's fine.
The reason why was because of the fact that you thought the reason why you said that is because you thought there would be attacks that would come from people like RFK and Marianne Williamson the Republicans couldn't make because of the fact that you thought those people were Democratic people, members of the Democratic establishment. I'm telling you, they're not. They're not members of the establishment. Sure. What attacks could they possibly make?
Third or fourth time. It's not about the types of attacks.
Nice to see you, Steve Jobs.
You didn't understand it. It's not about the types of attack they can make. It's about the Democratic establishment fighting with itself. It's about the Democrats fighting with themselves rather than presenting.
Okay.
They're part of the Democratic Party.
Stop repeating yourself. No, Marianne Williamson is not part of the Democratic Party. She's an independent.
She doesn't need to be in Democratic debates.
Hold on. Yeah. I agree with that single point. I agree with that single point that Steve is making. That if they're within the Democratic infrastructure, they're using the Democratic infrastructure to make their case, and so they would be on the Democratic stage, and so they could. There would be a fight between Democrats, right? That's what people see. Democrats fighting Democrats. We can establish that, right? Who cares?
I totally agree. It would be a fight among people who would look like. Oh, go ahead, Estelle. You were going to jump on.
Well, no, just if fights between Democrats really hurt the Democratic candidate, we should expect that in the campaigns where there are primaries, that the people do way, way, way worse. And you point to one example, 40 years ago. There's no reason to think this is a general trend. Evidence from 538 is that debates in general, during the general elections, barely affect people's voting whatsoever because people have really, really, really strong partisan loyalties. They're not going to be like, oh, I really, really like Biden. I like all of his policies. But then this anti-vax eco-fash got up on stage and they called Biden like a crank who's paid out by Big Pharma and now I hate him. No, very, very few people are swayed by that.
Okay, number one, I want to respond to something that you said. So I didn't say since Gerald Ford. So this is according to the University of Virginia Center for Politics. No sitting president has appeared in a primary debate, even ones who facing significant primary challenges. So this even predates Gerald Ford. So this is ever in the history of the DNC that has not happened, at least according to this source, that has not happened. So that's the first thing. The second thing
in the DNC history, you're not talking.
So I'm just reading literally off of what the source says. A president not participating in a primary debate would be keeping with history. No sitting president has appeared in a primary debate, even ones who ended up facing significant primary challenges. And you can look it up. It's on the Center for Politics. It's by the University of Virginia. So that, at least according to this, so there has never been, at least according to this source. That's the first thing. The second thing, the idea that this couldn't have a significant impact upon the debate, that is not true. So a good historical example of this would be Jimmy Carter's run against Ted Kennedy. Jimmy Carter was very unpopular during the 1980 election. He had very low approval ratings. A lot of people criticized his treatment of the hostage situation during that particular period of history. Ted Kennedy was very popular. He still didn't win the nomination. The fact of the matter is that primary challenge, even though an actual debate didn't happen, was so detrimental to Jimmy Carter's campaign that it was a contributing factor to the reason why he lost to Ronald Reagan in that election. A big contributing reason as to why that happened. If we don't want that to happen again in this upcoming election, we owe it to ourselves to support the incumbent, who in this case is Joe Biden.
Look, Carter won 4 states. It wouldn't have mattered whether he did better or worse. He was such a poor candidate. You cannot point to this example.
Hold on, can I ask our friends on the other side here? Are you guys saying that you like Biden so much that you want to show the nation how competent he is by putting him up against these cranks? Is that what I'm to understand based on what you've said?
One of the
don't
problems here is that the reason there's only cranks running is because nobody serious wants to dare like threaten their career by not being able to get even in a debate, but just announcing that they're against Biden. All that does is signal to the Democratic establishment that you are against the establishment, and so they'll fuck you over. That like
Why?
Why would
does
they
the
do
debate
it?
being on the debate stage matter so much? Why is that so key?
Because it's the only thing these
there's-
fucking clowns have. Not you
Sure.
guys, but like Mary Wilson. Yeah.
No, I'm
Us
It's
too.
entertainment.
No,
It's
no.
theater. If you
But
had
no,
a steel
no,
man, I
no.
could
It's
say.
more than that. No, it's more than that. The debate doesn't
Okay.
exist within a vacuum floating above us all, right? The debate exists within a media ecosystem, right? So it's talking about like the debates. It's preparing for the debates. It's analyzing debates afterwards, like the media doing this. And it gives a lot of attention to whoever is involved, right? And it gives a level of credibility. So, like again, even if you don't think these particular people who've already announced are serious, then people who are serious, let's say like a Gavin Newsom, who we know is going to go for the presidency eventually, right? He wouldn't jump in now because why would I, right? Like he's not. Biden won't even deign to talk to me, and it makes him look like he's a joke.
Oh,
Can I
come
clear
on.
one thing up really
Prime.
quick? Just really quick. It's not super important, but I want to clear one thing up. Just because I did some fact checking on myself. Now, Fairy Queen, the Gerald Ford in particular was a sitting president and did do a primary debate in 1976.
Okay.
But that's
Prime.
it's not that important to your argument. I just wanted to clear it up.
Prime, are you seriously telling me that Gavin Newsom isn't getting into the race because he won't be able to get on the debate stage with Biden? Are you serious? You can't be serious that you think that's the primary reason someone like Gavin Newsom isn't entering the race.
It's because sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes, Prime.
No, you go. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. I think it's one of the very significant reasons why he wouldn't do that. Like if I'm Gavin Newsom and I'm weighing my options, right? Like the DNC has already locked it down, saying we're going to coronate President Biden. What are my incentives? My incentives are to hold my fire, wait until the next cycle, rather than go into a situation where I get no institutional support. Like, in fact, the entire institution apparently is against me from even trying. And the splash that I make will simply be a splash. Like, isn't this a weird thing that someone of Gavin Newsom's stature is doing this?
Okay.
I just find it ridiculous. I think the real answer is that Biden has been doing a great job. He's had a flurry of legislative victories. We did really well in the midterms, holding back the Republicans from their red tsunami. And people have to thank Biden for this. He's done a great job, like with the debt ceiling, kicking the can past the elections, taking away the major bargaining chips from the GOP. And so the leading contenders who could challenge him say, we have a huge incumbent advantage here. We're possibly going to have Donald Trump on the ballot. Why in the world would we want to have someone else up there? It makes sense to get our guy across the finish line. When you run for president, you're thinking 2 terms. You're not thinking 4 years and then I'll fight again for it.
Well,
You're
he said
thinking
he
8
said he was
years.
going to go for one term previously, right? And he was lying. Okay, so let's put that out there. But that's fine. We'll move past that. We'll move past that.
He
But we
explicitly said
understand-
that.
He explicitly said that. Like, let's not pretend, right? Let's not memory hold that. That's the thing that happened, and then he lied about it. But okay, we're moving past that. Politicians lie. But like,
It's good that he lied. I'm glad he's running again. Like, but it is still a lie.
You have a situation where like everyone, whether you want to admit it or
I don't
not,
remember
whether the
seeing this.
mainstream
I'd have to look it up.
media, whether the mainstream media wants to admit it or not, Biden has an age problem. He does, right? I hope everyone here acknowledges that. He has an age problem, and it's actually not that big of a deal to me, but people keep talking about it. People are wondering. People don't have less confidence in this person, and so
What?
If he is as amazing as you say he is, right? Then this gives him a chance to show that he's still on top of it, that he's still got it, and puts him in a better position.
Put him in some little short shorts, get him running on the beach. Why does he need to do
so
this
he can
to
fall
prove
over
his
again?
mental competence?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
I have a
do it
question.
that
That
way.
sandbag was
and that's not what people are. You know, that's not what people are talking about. They're not talking about his physical capabilities. They're talking about his mental capabilities. Let's not lie here.
So, just IRI, you're probably most likely to know this, but if anyone knows this, please let me know. What's Biden's current approval rating?
Isn't it like 35% or something?
Yeah, so
It's, I'm looking
40,
at
pretty
RCP,
underwater,
and
right?
it's 40% in terms of favorability. 40%.
Yeah, but
now,
this is a poll,
It
first
fluctuates
of all.
between 38.
We all believe
Sorry.
those polls, right? 2016, 2020. We really have a lot of faith in
Wait, of
polls.
course
I don't
no,
even
no,
believe
no,
half
no,
these
there's
polls.
no way
anyway.
that you. No, come on. There's no way you're a poll denialist, IRI. The polls were accurate. They were
Are you telling
predictive.
me?
What
Oh,
the
really?
polls
The
were
polls
saying
were
is
good in
what the polls were.
2020 and
Yes,
2016?
yes, they
Oh,
were very
really?
good. Yes.
Okay.
The polls
Got it.
weren't saying something like, "Oh, it's 100% chance that Hillary will win." They'll say something like, "It's a majority chance Hillary's going to win,"
Look,
and it's really close. And it was really
here's
close.
the-
And Hillary didn't win. She won the popular vote, but she lost the overall electoral vote. And I think I don't think that's like a sign that polls are bad. The polls are pretty accurate. There's not a good reason that you can challenge the methodology of any of these polls.
Okay, here's the thing. We are like 17 months away from the election. Everybody in America blames the president for every problem. So right now, you ask people, are you happy in America? A lot of people are going to say no. You say, who do you blame? They're going to say Biden. You want someone else? Yeah, sure. Who you want? I have no idea. So that's what I think the poll is, with like 60% of people saying, I want somebody else. But they have no idea who they want. You know what? If you're in a relationship, you got a girlfriend, you probably wish you had a hotter girlfriend. That's
Show them
how
the
it
other
is,
options.
man.
Show them how ugly all the other girls are, right? We'll love Biden a lot more.
But people
This is a
don't
great
think like that.
conversation.
People don't think like that.
I think they absolutely do. Let's go ahead, Wade. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. To that point, right? They don't know who else. And I think SDL mentioned this earlier, right? One of the reasons that they don't know who else is out there is because there's no airtime for anyone else or any other positions, right? So would it not behoove, right, the American public, just in case, like, heaven forbid, Biden does become too sick to run, right? For whatever reason becomes too sick to run. It's a possibility that we have to take seriously, right? Without primary debates and having nothing, we have to kind of start from scratch. But if we did have at least some primary debates up there, we have some contenders who have been on the national stage in very recent memory that we could point to. Now, maybe we don't want the RFKs of the world to be up there only, but if we kind of opened it up more to maybe the Gavin Newsoms of the world, would that not be a boon to us?
I mean, in that case, we're going back to the other argument of like, we need serious contenders. Like, if Biden dropped dead tomorrow, RFK and Marianne Wilson are not, neither of those are going to be our.
But if he dropped dead tomorrow, then it wouldn't be a coronation, and then real contenders would step up. So like, this is we keep getting to this point where it's often perceived as a coronation. Clinton was perceived as a coronation. First off, we want to avoid that optics. It's good to have Biden perceived as genuinely winning a really, like, if it's really just these cranks, he's going to crush them, right? When you actually go ahead.
The reason why it was hold on, there's such a bad comparison. The reason why Hillary Clinton was considered a coronation is because the Democratic establishment didn't want any challengers to her, or that was perceived as not wanting challengers to her, in a situation where she should have been challenged, because we were going to have a primary, because we needed to vote on our primary candidate, because we didn't have an incumbent. So to compare that coronation with, oh, they just want to coronate Biden by not having somebody challenge his incumbency, that doesn't happen. Historically, that doesn't happen. And something that I think IRI said it earlier, I didn't even consider this. The idea that now, when you're a president, not only do you have to worry about your second term fighting against the opposition party, now you have to worry about being primaried by your own party the entire time, where people are going to be hitting you now from both sides. Well, we're going to have a primary where Biden is going to have to answer why the minimum wage is at $25 an hour, and then he's going to run to the general election where he's got to fight against a president that's trying to eliminate the minimum wage. Like, that's just the optics on that are insane. I think that there is Wait,
why?
You have to make a good. Why? What?
Why are the optics not bad?
Because having him go up to a primary where he's going to be attacked from the left the entire time on policies that probably aren't even popular with the general American public, that he doesn't even need to speak to them, and then go to the primary where he's got to fight a whole different set of battles. Like, these aren't even going to be arguments that are going to advance his position in the general. The only thing they could possibly do is weaken him.
Sure,
How does that not just make him look like a Go ahead, Des.
No.
I was going to ask probably the same question.
You first.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, why is it at all not going to just make him look like a reasonable individual when you have people attacking you from the left and the right? Like, you yourself should know, right? Like, you have anybody should know. You do look more reasonable if you're attacked from both sides. You look like you're a centrist.
But even
I'm not part of an elected party. If I was part of a party, my goal would not be to fight with everybody all the time. My goal would be to build as many bridges in my party as possible. That's why you've got people like AOC.
Yeah.
No, that's
the
not
left and the right part of your party.
Hold on,
The left and the right part of your party.
No, that's not bipartisan. That's just like normal partisanship. You should be friends with your own party. And the
Should
idea
you
that
be
you're
friends
getting a
with people in the
primary
center as well?
Hold on. I don't know why you just keep stacking on like retarded question after retarded question.
What is retarded about these questions?
Nobody's talking about center or left or right. I'm just saying within your own party, there should be an expectation that as president, when you go to run for your second term, you're not going to get primaried by your own party. That's considered in poor taste, even for House and Senate seats.
You were saying
It's
it looks
not
bad.
What?
It looks bad optics if he's attacked from the left or the right. Like this is now you're moving over to like it looks bad if he's attacked
Wait,
at all at being primary.
Before-
Why does it look bad to be attacked from the left and the right?
Because people are going to have the luxury of hitting you from positions that are completely and totally untenable in the general, and all they're trying to do is make a name for themselves, or sign a book deal, or maybe do something online. These people aren't even defending seats in their own states. They're not even currently elected representatives.
Sure.
Why would we throw any random fucking person on stage to see if they can go ahead and land the killer blow on Biden when we know they're never going to even win the primary, let alone have a snowball's chance in hell?
Why would you land a killer blow from a position that most people think is unpopular and is totally untenable?
Because you could have like another Kamala Harris bus moment where that was a really big hit on Biden during the primary argument that a lot of people were like, ooh, he looks really bad.
There's no good reason to think that had any kind of impact whatsoever on polls.
It happened to not have an impact, but it could have. You don't know what's going to trouble. Why even take the chance?
Why would you cite an example that didn't even matter?
Hold on,
but
no, you guys are using your hindsight shit 2020, but you don't know, right? For instance, like that might be an attack that did nothing, but Chris Christie's attacks on Marco Rubio arguably sank his whole fucking campaign.
Yeah, but Rubio
give the same answer 4 times in a row might have been the
There's a
thing that
reason
actually
you didn't-
That was a small fish sinking a small fish.
No. What I'm saying is you don't know
Biden
what
is the
attacks are gonna
president.
stick. You don't know what attacks are going to stick and what attacks aren't. So why would you risk them?
By this
You have
argument,
no good
why do we
argument.
have
You don't have-
primaries
you
at
don't have
all? Why do we have primaries at all?
You have a primary because your party wants to choose a candidate to send up to fight against the other party for a general election.
Yeah, but why do we ever allow the incumbent to ever be primary? So you talked about House and Senate races. Those are primaried all the time. DSA does this all the time. They win like 1/2 of their races. Like they win, right? So clearly we do this for other positions. Why is the president special?
Because they're not term limited.
Yeah, 1, they're not term limited, and 2, because the president is a special seat that has a ton of fucking power. And also, it is considered a faux pas to primary certain candidates, right? Like people that have a lot of power in the House.
Yeah, like Joe Crowley, right?
Sure, I'm just saying that the idea of you can laugh all you want, but you provided 0 arguments for why we should have primary challengers to the president for like the first time in
I
fucking
could
years.
rename the arguments if you want. We can recite the arguments.
We do have to step back. We do have to step back, right? Because you were saying, and I'm going to be very sure you're saying this. You were saying that primaries, even within lower offices, don't make sense.
I never said that. Whoa, I never said that.
They're problematic. So you are fully in support. Then I just want to be clear that you are fully support for primarying a senator or a House seat, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, so like we can ignore this faux pas bullshit. That was like a throwaway comment that no one needs to care about. Right?
No, I'm just saying that as the stakes get higher when you get to higher levels of leadership, I think it's generally seen in poor taste if you're like trying to primary
it's
like
in
the
poor
Speaker
taste
of
by
the
the
House or
establishment,
whatever.
the people in power. Yes, indeed, they
It's
don't like to be challenged.
sure.
Of course not. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
If
Like
you want to frame it that way, but no, it's because it's probably
I will,
an upset
because
of
it's
the power
exactly
structure
what
of
it
the
is.
things that run things in Congress, right?
Yeah. Okay. So the people in charge don't like to be challenged, and that's like when we have a president who is seen as weak, even by members of his party. When we have,
I want to be clear: are you saying that Biden is seen as weak by members of the Democratic Party? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is saying that?
Yeah, who is saying this?
Literally everyone. So hold on. It seems like this is new to people like IRI, but like we have in spaces in terms of like progressive news in a leftist space, right? Within the establishment party, within the establishment donors, right? So I watched a news segment where like a booster guy who talks like establishment donors, he says like every time, every single conversation he has, people bring up Biden's age, right? They're like, I guess, yeah, maybe I'll support him, but like, is he really fit? People are wondering about his fitness. It's a thing. You can deny it. You can pretend that he's your president and he's such a great guy and he can do no wrong, but the rest of the country does not agree. Let's establish that.
I'm not saying
really quick. I want to jump in here.
What I'm asking for. I want to be clear. Stop. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that this is true or not. I don't know.
I wasn't
what I'm asking
talking
for
to you
is
with.
a name.
Oh.
I'm asking for a name.
Get wrecked with.
What? Okay. What do you want? Just a name of
Here's
one
the thing.
person?
One
Okay,
name
Cenk
of
Uygur.
someone.
Let's try that. Let's try Cenk Uygur. Let's try that. All right. There you go. That's a person. I don't know why you want a person. I don't know why you wanted
guy
a
who wrote
person.
a-
But I gave you a person.
Name 10 people. Name 10
Name 10 people.
But nobody here is going to disagree that Biden has physical and mental potential problems, okay? But you're going to need something more than that threshold to overcome if you're trying to say we should primary our presidential candidate. Because the incumbent advantage is way bigger than any perceived mental or physical defects he currently has.
They always run a primary. The president just almost always wins. Like, it's not that they're being primary. They're always being primary. They just win. No one runs against them. It's uncontested.
Biden is fine. Biden could be in a medically induced coma and run the country. Like, what do you guys think? Everyone out there thinks that the president's the puppet master and they have to be functioning. Like, Biden could be he could be unable to talk and still run it. Look at his Twitter account. That's the
Shadow
president of the
President
United
Kamala
States,
Harris can handle
surrounded
it,
by
yeah.
smart people.
Right? Like,
What?
I don't know.
So-
Eleanor Roosevelt fan IRI here is saying that the president can be disabled. It's like not a big deal, right? Like, why would we care about the fitness of our president?
We're
Why do
electing
we
his
ask-
policy.
why do
I
we
mean,
ask
Eleanor
Democratic
Roosevelt's a bad
candidates?
example.
Who cares?
Why-
I don't understand.
Yeah,
and
who
anyways,
cares?
all
Who
you guys
cares
you
about
just
the
watch
mental
clips.
fitness of the no. Destiny comes in and tells us how important this office is. The office is important, but you come and say, "Oh yeah, he could be fucking comatose," and it's like not a big deal. I guess the country will run itself. Like, I don't know if this is like a serious argument. I don't know if you're trolling, right? But
I would
I'm
rather
assuming you're trolling.
We all would rather have a comatose Biden in office than a DeSantis or a Trump. I mean, that's
Well,
How
sure,
about
we
that?
would all want that, but that's a different question than what voters want,
And,
especially
like,
swing voters who are
we
fucking
wouldn't be in
morons.
office.
Listen,
Look, well, on the topic
proof
of itself,
is
I would ask Destiny a question really fast. Destiny, you in particular, have you seen what RFK sounds like?
not much. I've seen scant little about that guy, but he seems like a joke, so I haven't followed him much.
Watch one video and you'll understand why it's really good for Biden's image in terms of public health to be next to RFK.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not about like making him look good. It's setting the expectation now that every future president needs to be ready to defend his presidency against his own party.
It absolutely should be
So,
the case.
I think you could-
Really quick,
Actually,
Stop. Why is that a bad precedent to set, Destiny? I'm
That's
just
what I was
curious.
just going to say, buddy.
Thank you
because-
for making time. Sorry.
Because once you've had one term as president, and when you're going to be facing a challenger from the opposition, your party should be behind you 100%. You should have a united front. Unless you've done some serious fuck shit, you should have a united front so that you are ready to fight the opposing establishment as much as you can.
No, and this is where I disagree. I think that outside of this particular race, okay, putting this particular race outside, I think by principle, yes, it is healthier for a party, right, for both parties, if they actually have to be challenged constantly. Like, power should always be challenged, without a doubt. And it would be great if a Biden had to answer those questions. I think it's better for the country as a whole, beyond like the current fights of today. It's better for the country as a whole if the people in power are constantly on that edge. Yes, he should answer. Why didn't he follow through with his promises from the left? Go ahead.
why do you think Bernie just flat out endorsed Biden? And like, why do you think that is?
Because he doesn't
I
want to
think
cross
Bernie-
the establishment.
Yeah.
Bernie
I think
sucks
so.
or what?
So,
Bernie's-
I love.
he's
Well,
fell
hold on.
asleep or what?
No, I'll tell you. I think Bernie is amazing in terms of his policies. I love him, right? The best that we have. But in terms of as a politician, I think he's very weak. And I think he loves Biden. He just like loves Biden as a person. He's made that very clear during the last campaign that he just likes him as his friend and he doesn't want to challenge him. I think it's sad, but it is what it is.
I thought the issue was that
Ain't
Bernie
no
said that he was
way.
getting emails from, I think the email address was like hclint@yahoo.com, where it's just like a whole bunch of pictures of Seth Richards' dead body, and that's why he decided not to.
No, so
announce his
the
candidacy.
reason that he's not
Wait,
running.
I mean, you seriously? Wait, did he seriously make an argument that Bernie's not running because Biden's his friend?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah. I think that. Well,
Ain't
I think,
no
well, I
way,
think there's, hold on,
bro.
I think there's multiple.
Bernie's
reasons,
gonna
right?
croak, bro. You got many more chances, dude.
Bernie and
Oh,
Biden are like
oh,
the same
Bernie-
age.
Oh, and now IRI. Now he remembers that age is a factor. It's amazing, right? Yes, Bernie has multiple reasons why he's not running. Yeah, maybe he just doesn't want to go through a campaign again. Maybe it's just because of his age. He is slightly older than President Biden. Yeah, I guess that puts him at a disadvantage. Whatever.
Wait,
right?
wait.
But his mental
I didn't
factors
say
are
anything.
certainly
I want to
there.
correct one thing. Slightly is an exaggeration. It's not. It's 1 year. Those things
It's
are like-
right, yeah, exactly.
Me and my
right.
me and my
But
little
now
sibling are
IRI
like
gets it.
further apart.
Now age matters, right? But you can
Oh,
see, you
come
can
on.
literally see a difference in the media.
I'm not
appearances
saying
between
Bernie's
Biden
disqualified.
and
You're
Bernie.
saying Bernie. You're saying Biden's should be disqualified. I'm not saying Bernie should be disqualified because of his age. You're the one making this argument that his age needs to be tested on stage. I say put the man in some short shorts, let him do some push-ups. I don't give a fuck.
I would say
He
the same
can
thing about
do
Bernie.
no,
Bernie-
but this isn't either or. This is both and. Yeah, he can go run on the beach all he wants, and he can also on the debate stage show that he's competent and can respond in real time to opponents who are critiquing him. Probably both from the eco-fash right and also various slightly more sane people from the left.
But IRI, share your secret motivation of wanting sexy Biden clips.
Well, I just think people are concerned that he's physically not healthy, so show him being physically healthy, you know?
Like standing on a stage, like talking about his ideas, being good with his delivery, showing that like
Listen,
it's not dementia, it is literally just a speech
No,
impediment, showing the
the
truth.
problem is you guys. The problem is you guys just see
But not
clips
that.
like our friends on the right that are negative. You see him falling over on stage. Meanwhile, he stood on stage for 2 hours, shaking every single Air Force cadet's hand, 921 of them.
Sure.
But you don't talk
anyone
about that.
will
You just say,
care
"Oh,
is
he
about
falls
the
over."
fall.
Well, no,
People
IRI.
are
No,
very
speak to this.
have the
Stop,
ability
you gotta let
to
IRI finish. Once IRI's finished, you can respond. IRI, are you done?
No, my whole point is the guy's out there giving speeches. He just had an address from the Oval Office that went perfectly, not one single flub, no mistake. It was good. He gives speeches all the time, has no problems, but people don't want to pay attention to that.
So
I think that's a little unfair. You guys are victims of clips.
If he can do all that, he can do a debate, right? The logic of he's very competent, and I've watched all of his speeches, is great for like a super politically informed voter. But a lot of people aren't. A lot of people just get like very basic info from the news. They're just seeing clips on Twitter. They're just seeing clips on the local news, all of which is conservative led, right? Like
but listen,
IRI's argument is that, like, why don't you pay attention to all the planes that didn't crash, right? Like, that's like people understand. You understand how the media works. You understand how people work. I hope you do. That yes, people look at the disaster. They look at the catastrophe, and all they see, right, is Biden falling over. They see him like stuttering over his words, and I can understand that he might have given a 2-hour speech beforehand in which he didn't stutter a single word. But when he's falling all over himself, when it's clear that he can't follow what's going on completely, that's the clips that are spread. That's how that works.
And yet you guys think people are going to watch an hour debate and somehow come to a different conclusion. Nobody's going to watch the debate, dude.
Yeah, they're going to watch
clips.
clips.
What makes you guys think if they're not going to watch speeches, why would they watch the debate?
People need to watch those TikTok
clips.
Okay, go ahead.
They'll watch clips.
Stop.
Exactly.
IRI, do you know how many people watched the last presidential debates?
Look, I know it's entertainment, but you're talking Trump versus Biden, yeah. But the random little debates.
But you don't think that people would tune in? Like, even I think it would be in the millions.
To see Biden debate Marianne Williamson, the
RFK, see Joe Dark Brandon Biden get to dunk on anti-vaxxers. I would love that. I'd watch that.
It is always in the millions. It is always in the millions, and it's beyond that. Like I said previously, right? It's not even just that time, that live event.
Put Biden on Jeopardy or something.
Especially within our digital media diet, right? It's not just that one time. It's the clips that are created. It's the news analysis that's done. It's the buzz that's generated that gets people talking.
Dude,
it's so much more than that, and you know that.
Okay.
No. Put Biden on Wheel of
And this is really the heart of it, okay? The real thing is progressives don't like Biden. They want to see him stutter, and they're hoping they can get another progressive in there. That's actually what's going on here. Because if this was a fucking progressive president, if it was fucking Bernie Sanders or fucking Elizabeth Warren, we would not be having a conversation like Hillary Clinton should be able to primary them. Absolutely, I would give it my fucking life.
Nice fucking
try.
Nice try. Nice try. Like
what's happening
literally, I said before. I already said it when Bernie got brought up. I said Bernie that I would be fine with Bernie being challenged. Right? Like I'm fine with a person.
Yeah, it's easy to say that.
And the principle. Okay, whatever. All right, dude. Yeah. Well, it's easy for you to make up the hypothetical, and for me to fail that hypothetical that you made up.
Okay, enough.
That's why I did it. Yeah.
I will kill, vote, and die for Joe Biden.
Given the fact, right, that you all, the SDL Synth and Prime, you have all said variations of, they just play these clips of the bad incidences that Biden's have. That's how the average voter is seeing him. What is to keep another bad clip from coming up if he goes on this debate stage and say he doesn't win and say he doesn't do well, he has a flub, he has some sort of incident, and that clip gets played over and over and over again.
Because it's somebody else's car crash. It's somebody else's car crash, Wick. We can watch Joe Biden dunk on someone else. People want to see something bad happen. They just don't care who it happens to. If it's the case that we're watching somebody like RFK bomb a point or Marianne Williamson get shit on by Joe Biden, that's absolutely the kind of thing that people are going to want to see.
I'm talking about the reverse. Let me be more clear. Say, for whatever reason, RFK, is blessed by the gods for the day to have a coherent point and suddenly gets a snappy clip against Biden, and that going into the general challengers is then now circulated throughout the media. It just reinforces.
So much worse if that kind of stuff happens with.
Right?
Sorry for interrupting, but it's going to be so much worse. If you think that's the kind of thing that could happen to Biden, it's going to be so much worse with somebody who's actually good at rhetoric, like Donald Trump is up against him.
There's a reason that football teams, when they're ahead, hold the ball and just don't move and don't make a play. I know a sports reference may not be working in this.
I don't even know how that
I have
works.
no
I don't know
idea.
how football
I
works.
understand,
Just
but when
that.
they
Hold the-
only have minute left
it.
and they're ahead, they don't try to make a play to get score and get even further ahead.
Sure.
They
you run the
hold the
clock.
ball and just sit there
So-
because they know that the possibility for error is just so great. So I'm
Wait,
just curious.
how far ahead is Biden? How many votes did he win by in the swing states? Do you recall?
Depends on the swing state. I know it was
Just to give you-
20,000 from Pennsylvania, 50,000
So
maybe.
it was total of about 300,000 across swing states. Like, not a lot. If he loses like 0.1% of the margin, he gets into the danger zone really quick. I don't think that we're in this very nice safe spot where Biden is so popular that we can just rest on our laurels. We did real well in the midterms. Part of that's because Democrats are increasingly winning college-educated voters who turn out real well in the midterms, and Republicans are increasingly getting non-college-educated voters who don't turn out well in the midterms. We can't rely on that being true in every presidential election. It's that simple.
Dude,
Good, very
we have
quick.
abortion on the ballot. Plus, we have Donald Trump and all his craziness. The extreme candidates is what lost the Republicans the midterms. That's not going anywhere. Abortion's not going anywhere for years. Like, we got this.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
want to give
layup.
space to Fairy Queen to get in. I know she's probably the less yelly here, so go ahead, Fairy Queen. I'm going to give you some space. Go ahead.
I want to be very, very clear. So, Cynthia, you mentioned, like, for instance, in the 1976 presidential election involving Gerald Ford. I'm really curious to see what source you're looking. I haven't been talking because I've been trying to fact check myself. I'm on Wikipedia right now. I'm looking at Gerald Ford, the presidency. The only televised presidential debate that I can find underneath 1976 was between Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. Now, there was a challenger from Ronald Reagan during that time, but I haven't been able to find any specific debate that happened between him, hosted by the RNC in 1976. So if that exists, I could be wrong, but I accept that I might be wrong, but that's at least what I'm seeing here.
No, got it for you.
No, for sure. So if I'm wrong, please fact check me. But I think like the heart of the issue that Wick is getting to, what I would like to get to, what is unique about this particular election? What makes it different than when Obama was the incumbent, when Clinton was the incumbent, when any other Democratic president was the incumbent? Why this particular presidential debate? What makes this? Because this hasn't happened for so many other incumbencies when they have been president. Why now? Why in 2004?
I think all.
As a potential presidential candidate, and Joe Biden, as moderate and as boring and as sleepy as you want to call him, is the only person who has the proven track record of beating him. Why throw that away?
I'll give a two-part answer. First, I think all three of us would have supported primaries, like, period. It seems like all of us think that primaries are part of a genuinely participatory democracy where there's real engagement and real debate of ideas. And it's hard to get that without primaries, without debates as much as possible. So I think, yeah, we would have supported it in the past. But two, the Democratic Party is a coalition. It's been a coalition for a long time, and that coalition is more diverse and more divided than it's been in a long time. So if you want to have that sort of participatory democracy where ideas are shared, where people are actually debate the positions, you need to have a real primary process.
Yeah, we had one.
Dude.
Like,
Yeah,
6
we
years
did.
ago. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and
Exactly.
those debates were really helpful for changing policy discourse in this country. $15 minimum wage is now mainstream policy. 42 of 50 Democrats in the Senate voted for it because of those debates.
Yeah,
Right?
42 Dems voted when they knew it would fail. You have no idea how much support you'd have for a 15-hour minimum wage if it was up for a legitimate vote. Number one. Number two, well, then the next set of primaries, you can also push that discourse. But pushing the discourse
and those
is
primaries
not
should be
worth
right now.
jeopardizing our incumbent advantage.
It's not
Look,
he's still the president.
everybody-
He still flies on a goddamn fucking plane that can survive a nuke, okay? He's gonna do okay. He's got a great incumbent advantage.
Look,
Well,
I Googled.
but if you lose the incumbency, then you don't have the incumbent advantage,
Can I
right?
can I ask real quick, SDL, what is the incumbent advantage? You keep me bringing it up and mentioning it. Can you explain it to maybe the less less educated in my audience?
I mean, I'm sure IRI and Destiny can explain it as well, but broadly, candidates who are incumbents do something like 3 to 5 points better, just in general, sort of regardless of whatever the partisan conditions are, regardless of how pro-Republican, pro-Democrat, or whatever. Candidates who are currently in office just do way better than a generic candidate does. So it's good to hold office if you want to win future elections.
Okay. Do you disagree with that, or any additions to that definition, IRI or Destiny or?
No,
Ferris?
I think it's easier to run for a job when you're already doing the job and proving to people that you can do it competently. But I don't understand this idea that Biden only ran for one term. I looked it up on Google because I never heard this, and I saw that he was like hinting at it, but never like said it. You guys are acting like he looked into the camera.
Wait, real quick, because I remember this very specifically because it was something that I was very critical on. Is when he was running during the primary process, I remember distinctly him saying that he was probably only going to be there for one term. I think it was in response to people questioning his age. It was really fucking stupid. I didn't think at the time he was going to follow it, but it was a really dumb statement to make. But he did make that.
But
statement,
he made no commitment. Like, I will only.
He didn't make
run
a formal
one term.
commitment, but he did say it. Yeah.
Okay, so fine. But here's the thing. Everybody knows that when you run for president, you're going to get your ass kicked in the first midterms. That's what history shows. So it's always a two-term thing. Like, nobody spends $2 billion to run for president so you can do 4 years and peace out.
True.
It's just silly to think that anyone would even do that. And that's the biggest argument DeSantis has right now against Trump. Why would you want to get this guy in? I can get 8 years. That guy can get only 4. It's a huge advantage. But I'm still laughing at my friend Prime and others who are such Biden stans that they want to show how competent Biden is by putting him on that stage to demolish other people. I'm not buying it for a second. You guys are so full of shit, man.
No, because IRI. You are deep in this like a Biden DNC thing. Like I think you are literally just like downloading your points like from the DNC website. That's literally all I've heard of you this entire time. But if you actually engaging, but IRI, if you were actually engaging in this conversation, right, without like jerking yourself off to Biden's image right this moment, you would know that we've already said that it's literally the principle of the matter. That it's better for a democracy when there's more debate, when there's more discussion, with this challenging of power. That we're talking about not just this particular race, right, but putting an infrastructure in place where we do this, right? Even if it's the case that this is not within the American tradition, it should be within the American tradition, and it makes us all stronger.
But Prime, why is now the occasion to introduce that tradition right now when we're potentially facing against Donald Trump?
When will it ever be? When will power ever like to be challenged? You tell me. What
is the date?
Republicans
do it.
What is the date, right? What's the year that power will...
It was a really funny comment. Someone in chat said his Neuralink is connected to the DNC cloud server. That's going to be a real thing in 5 years, isn't it? That's going to be really fucked up.
Or enjoy being challenged.
I don't know if it'll ever enjoy being challenged, but what I do know is that people will never enjoy being hungry. Will never enjoy potentially having Russia gaining more and more territory. Will never enjoy having
to do with anything.
COVID-19 because we don't have a competent president in office. And the fact of the matter is, if you allow like his incumbency to be challenged, for the DNC to allow an incumbent president to be challenged in a primary for the first time in history, that has never happened, at least according to what I've seen so far, and to do so not only to somebody who's an incumbent, but for somebody who has served as vice president for 8 years, shows that even the DNC believes that the Biden is inadequate. He
is inadequate. And hold on, no, regardless of whether the DNC,
even if that's true, it's stupid for the DNC to try to promote that to the wide amount of.
And this is like the same ostrich head sand BS that allowed that made the DNC believe that Hillary Clinton was a shoo-in. This is the same, like, not dealing with the issue. Understand that yes, you can say that he's great, he's fantastic. You can deploy Biden bots like IRI all you want, but people still are going to feel the way they feel. They absolutely do.
Wait, hold on. Wait, but Hillary had debates with Bernie. She crushed him.
She crushed him so poorly that he got like 45% of the final vote.
Yeah.
She did really bad. She should have done way better. He started polling at like 2%.
Yeah, he might have started polling at like 2%, but she obliterated him. Did he have 45% of that? What? Like he's the bluest of states?
In the final...
In all the states where it mattered, where the support was going to matter?
In the final...
In general, he...
First of all, Destiny, it literally doesn't matter like how... Again, this only proves our point. If Hillary Clinton was so great, and it wasn't a big challenge anyway, so then it shouldn't matter. So why shouldn't we do it any which way, right? That's fine. But the thing that you guys are afraid of is that Biden is weak, right? That like the world will see what see. we'll get a
Not at
preview of what's going to
all.
happen in the
No.
fall.
Not at all. This is a guy who told the president of the United States to shut up, man, on live
Then he'll
television
do.
when he
Then
debated
he'll do
Donald Trump.
fine.
Biden
No
is a
matter who,
giga
no
dude.
matter who
Let
jumps
IRI
in, he'll
finish.
do fine.
Just let IRI finish.
Look,
Go ahead, IRI.
these guys, it doesn't matter what they say because the people that actually know what's going on out there, like people that would be real contenders, have all stepped back to sit on the bench and warm it up until 2028. So I don't know why you guys think you know so much. Why do people like Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, why are these people not running? You think they're just so subservient to the party? Like, yes, I'll do whatever the party says? No, they know their moment is now, but they know that the best advantage for the Democrats is to get behind the old man and get him across the finish line.
Because they're waiting for 2028. They don't want to. They don't want to be seen as a traitor to the party. Did you see what happened? Like when Sinema left the party, she's now getting like 5% support among Democrats. They don't want to be seen as crossing Biden.
No.
But if it's a real
What they
primary
saw-
that the DNC really supports, that people are really engaged in, that we participate in as part of our democracy, we like make this. Hey, this is part of the legitimacy of our process. Then yeah, they'll participate. People would gladly turn out for that. Newsom isn't doing that because he wants to run in 28. It's that simple.
I think what they saw was Biden had a flurry of legislative victories with the bills that passed, and they saw him accomplishing things here. Nobody can deny that. The infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, all these bills were tremendous. And then they were still cautious, but the midterms came and the Republicans got their ass kicked. We even increased our seats in the Senate. That never happens. And they said, okay, this guy's got something, so we're going to back him.
But you keep talking about what the voters want. 80% of Democratic primary voters want a debate, right?
I've never heard this in my life. It feels so astroturfed. I never once in my life did I think, man, if only we had more debates, our democracy would be stronger. I don't know where this comes from. Like, I've never heard anyone make this argument until recently with Marianne because she wants to get on TV, as Destiny said, to sell more books. These people do not have a real chance. They're not going to push Biden in any directions. They're not Bernie Sanders, who's going to somehow push him more progressive. They're clowns.
Ooh.
Sure. The current crop is currently just 3 candidates. It's Marianne Williamson.
And by the way, you should not want these people up there if you're a progressive, because Marianne Williamson will set back Medicare for all worse than not having a debate on it.
Well, and that's why it should be a real primary, so real progressives can primary, right? Like, this is the argument that keeps coming over. If we don't have a real primary, you're only going to get cranks declaring they're running against them.
Do you have can you give me a name of someone you would consider a real contender?
From the progressive side, I mean, Newsom might actually run. What's his face? The Colorado governor, he's sort of a neoliberal, but he's a progressive neoliberal, and he could run on like weed, which he's done a great job on. He would probably run on that.
No, you would have like Ro Khanna or something if you were going to have a serious progressive candidate.
Go
ahead.
on, answer that question. Then I have a question for IRI side. Okay,
No,
IRI
I
side.
think Ro Khanna. Oh, I was just going to agree. I think Ro Khanna would be an interesting choice for the progressives to put
To
up.
Destiny, IRI, and Fairy Queen. The 1980 challenge, right, of Jimmy Carter was mentioned. Given that Jimmy Carter was, in hindsight, pretty fucked, right? Like, he wasn't going to win. If the DNC had given more support to the challenger, I believe at the time was Ted Kennedy, perhaps Reagan would not have won in the general election. Perhaps with a stronger candidate, the Democrats would have had a better chance. So why not, right? If Biden is polling underwater, right now, and that continues, assuming it does continue, right? Why wouldn't we want to at least give a better shot, right, to the Democrats as a whole, right? Like, why wouldn't we want to at least have an option, another warrior on standby? Like, why? I just don't see the harm. And I mean, I get it. Why? Whereas there could be a gaffe or something, but I don't get the harm.
Because one of the biggest advantages that the Democrat Party has right now is that it appears to be unified and it appears to be relatively sane in comparison to the Republican Party. Right now, the Republican Party has 2 major divides in the party: those that want to vote for DeSantis and those that want to vote for Donald Trump. That divide is ripping the party apart. In order for the Democrats to continue to maintain power, not only in the presidency, but also in the House and also in the Senate, we need to have a united front. We need to look like the moderate, sane party that is able to get things done, that is able to supply what we need to our constituents. And if we entertain primary debates from people like RFK, from people like Marianne Williamson, from people who might run, but we have no idea if they're going to run, then it makes us look like we A, don't believe in the people who we've elected and who represent us, and B, that everything that the Republican Party is smearing the Democratic Party right now is true, right? We need to have a united front. And I appreciate you mentioning the 1980 election. One of the reasons why that was catastrophic, because you're right, Jimmy Carter wasn't polling very well. It's very possible that he probably would not have won in the 1980 election. However,
not probably. Definitely, even without the challenge, there was no way, no chance,
but
zero.
The losses were bigger than merely him losing the presidency in 1980. Up until about 1980, and this is according to a book called Camelot's End by John Ward, the Democrats have been the dominant party since FDR and the New Deal for much of the 20th century. But once the civil rights movement kicked off, they began to quickly lose the South, which is why Jimmy Carter's history as a Southerner, his Southern roots, helped him maintain power, particularly Democratic power within the South. Unfortunately, when so much bruising and so much division happened between the party, when Kennedy was constantly fighting with Jimmy Carter on the national stage, it showed that the party was divided. And many of those parties that had historically voted blue because of Jimmy Carter's influences switched to red, and they instead chose to vote for Ronald Reagan. We can't just worry about the presidency. We have to worry about the House of Representatives. We have to worry about the Senate. And if we show that we are divided and we don't have a united front, we will lose much, much more than merely the presidency.
We've heard the united front point several times, right? But you gave two supporting arguments there, an A argument and a B argument. I just want to know, why would we believe either of those? You gave two supporting arguments. You labeled one A, one B. Why would we believe either of the supporting arguments you gave? I mean, you can start with the B argument if you want, which is that you think it'll be the case that we have this sort of standard set of us not believing in our candidate. And it seems like we actually would believe more in our candidate if we're willing to have the candidate's ideas challenged. So what's the supporting argument for B first?
Okay, well, first of all, because the DNC has never hosted an incumbent debate in the primaries. So for them to do that uniquely for this particular presidency shows that they don't believe in this president.
Why would it show that they don't believe in the president if they do it now?
Because they've never done that for an incumbent before in the past.
Why does this connect? Why does we haven't done this before mean that if we do it now, it shows we don't trust a president?
Because
how does it not? It's literally like, imagine if you're the CEO and you run a company, and after like 2 years, somebody's like, you got to make a decision. Like, wait, hold on, let's just vote to see if we all agree with this decision. You're undermining the person rather than saying like, we trust you to run your second term well, hold on, let's see if there are any challengers first. Of course it's undermining. You're saying by default, like, we should test this out just in case you're not fit for the job.
No, we're not saying test it out just in case. We're saying, look at how strong our president is. Even facing challenges, you're not going to be able to get rid of him. Like, here's our president facing a challenge. There's nobody to get rid of.
Nobody thinks like that. That's like
you can say nobody thinks like that, right? But you haven't given an argument for why people think the way that you're saying. You just said, like, what if you gave an analogy? You gave an analogy, but there's no reason to believe that in the case of, like, if a CEO comes to the board meeting, slaps his dick on the table and says, I dare you to try to vote me out, that he doesn't look stronger and instead he looks weaker.
No, nobody in the history of like voting for the confidence of like a CEO or taking like referendums for parties or whatever, nobody does this to say, look how strong I am. You do this when you want to challenge leadership.
Other people will suggest this if they want to challenge leadership. People like Marianne Williamson and people like RFK are already challenging the leadership. These are the outsiders challenging the leadership. If the leader slaps his dick on the table and says, I dare you to challenge me, he looks stronger, not weaker. When people like RFK and Marianne Williamson are going onto places like Fox News and saying the president won't host a primary debate, it looks really, really, really bad for us. It makes us look weak. It makes us look afraid.
At all. They just look hungry for attention.
Look, you have to give an actual
you said you could justify this, and you were asked to justify this for Quinn. Go ahead.
So I can give you, I mean, it's from fiction, but the quote still stands. From Joffrey Baratheon, and his grandfather Tywin. What does he say? Any man that must say I am the king is no true king, right?
True.
That is true in the CEO. It's true in the boardroom. It's true for kings. It's true for presidents. If you
I'm a surgeon.
Fairy Queen just won the debate.
You think that you're not worthy. It's a sign that people don't take you seriously. And the same is true like in our everyday life. Like, the guy that comes into the room who's super alpha and talks about how strong he is, how he's going to dominate, everyone knows that person is the weakest person in the room the second he walks in. Real strength doesn't even tell you. It's like, there's another quote from Margaret Thatcher.
Wait, no, Fairy Queen, that's the entire point. he could show it instead of just like forcing no competition from the opposition.
He is showing it by
To
not.
quote another fiction, piece of fiction, with great power comes great responsibility. He has the responsibility to be
pretenders to the throne.
Let me try and speak to this a bit.
Like, oh, let's take a vote of no confidence. I'm so confident in my leadership. I want to take a vote of no confidence to prove it. Like, that's just like nobody thinks.
If there's a small group of individuals who are saying that you're not fit for leadership, and you say, okay, let's take a vote. Let's see how many people actually think that. It seems like it's a small minority. You don't look weaker.
No, because now I understand what you're thinking, but this is like a movie plot. In reality, now you've blown up and legitimized. You've legitimized the fuck out of that talking point. It's like, oh well, hold on. Now we're having a vote of no confidence. Now people are going to be thinking about this a lot more. Like, why would you do that? There's literally no point in doing that, right? Arguably, this is where Brexit came from. Was Cameron put up a referendum they didn't think anybody was actually going to fucking vote on, and now the country's fucking destroyed itself. Like, why would you even begin to do this? Right?
It's already public discourse. There's not going to be a debate happening. That's the reason we're all having a conversation on it.
Give it a try.
Well, and so one thing I wanted to speak to is that a constant Republican talking point this election is going to be that the last one was rigged. Trump, if he wins, is going to say that the election was stolen from him. One of the ways of arguing for Biden's democratic legitimacy is for him to do a lot of this, like directly engaging in this primary process, show that he's an extremely popular, extremely healthy candidate who can recenter things on policy, right? The more clips you get out there.
Did Trump have debates when he was an incumbent? No. So how could he even possibly use his argument?
Because he made this argument about Bernie, right? He said that the primaries are rigged. He's just going to say that the DNC is putting in this like corpse. They're walking through the corpse because they know they have no other real candidate. And if we show, hey, one, this isn't a corpse. Two, he's got some great policy points. Like, for example, Trump wants to abolish the minimum wage. Biden wants like, I don't know, probably 11 or something. But if we show that, hey, he's a real candidate who actually fucking matters, who like has points that actually would be good for the country, that delegitimizes the point that this is an undemocratic election.
For Obama, we didn't ask that from Clinton, and we didn't ask that from a long line of other presidential candidates.
This is a really weak argument because the Democratic Party,
from this specific president,
the Democratic Party didn't used to be internally democratic until the 60s anyway. Like the things you're talking about are all modern institutions. We create institutions for our purposes.
That's exactly right. And your primaries like haven't happened throughout the history of the country. Like that's even itself a newer thing, any which way. But whatever, right? I don't know what this argument is. Well, we haven't done it before, so I guess we can't do it now. Well, welcome to the Republican Party. Thank you for being a conservative. It hadn't happened. There's no tradition of this happening, so I don't want it to happen now because it scares me. No, I don't. Who cares, right? Like, we're talking about making a fundamental shift. At least I'm talking about that. Maybe I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm talking about making a fundamental shift, a principle shift that actually strengthens our party. This thing about like a united front, that is an illusion. That is an establishment illusion that the party is all united here, right? We're all behind our guy. But like obviously that we aren't. We have disaffected voters, right? And you talk to those disaffected voters who would most likely vote Democrat. They say, I don't have anyone in this party that's speaking to me, right? And you talk to marginal voters who are like on the fence about these things. They're like, well, like, why am I voting for Biden? A guy that I don't believe in. IRI thinks that everyone who's ever voted for a Democrat still loves Biden, but the rest of us understand that this president is weak. So this will be a perfect time to start this tradition.
First of all, Biden does support $15 minimum wage, SDO. He did it for federal workers. And okay, so why did he give it to federal workers and contractors? He also included it in Build Back Better, but the Senate
to support it or not, right? That's
yes,
the difference.
The Senate, he had it in Build Back Better, the original $1.9 trillion bill, but the Senate parliamentarians said couldn't include it. Bernie tried to fight that, couldn't win the support of his colleagues because they all hate him.
No, that's great, and that's the type of things that he could highlight with the free airtime of a debate, right?
Need the free airtime. He's the president of the United States.
Yeah.
Okay, well then why does he do anything ever?
And the whole world will listen.
Yeah. Why does he ever have a media event? He's the president of the United States.
One of the
State of the Union.
Nobody ever listens to his press junkets except all of you hyper online, like all of us. I should be clear. All of us hyper online, hyper informed voters.
How many people
right?
do you think SDL? How many people do you think watch the State of the Union? Like nationally?
The State of the Union's a bit different. It's like the speech.
Yeah, it's the speech. But again, as the incumbent,
he said press junkets.
Does he need right? I understand press junkets, but I'm illustrating the point that press junkets aren't the only platform that a sitting incumbent president has. If
Sure,
the
but
president were to make, right, like Clinton did before he launched some attacks into Iraq, the bombings and stuff, he would call a press conference. He had a thing where he asked the studios to give him the airtime, and they did because he was the president. If he wanted
But that
to
was
go
for a
this route,
war.
he absolutely could, and they would do it for other reasons.
Biden
too.
wouldn't be saying, "Hey,
That's
I'm doing
for
a war." He'd be
right?
saying, "Hey, I love the $15 minimum wage." That's different.
would
You can't ask
obviously do
CNN
it
to
in a
give you the
different
mic
way,
for
right?
talking about your policies. Like, he could host a town hall or something, but you know what else works is these debates. He can do a town hall and these debates,
Do
right?
you
It's
think the
additive.
CNN town hall went well for Trump?
I didn't watch it, and I don't care.
I think it did for his particular purposes. It did.
So why can't
Destiny,
Biden
I
just
want.
do a Trump?
Can I clear up one
I
thing
mean, he
before we
can.
move on?
I wanted to.
I want to clear up one thing before we move on. I think this might help to keep the conversation from looping, because I think I figured out the reason why we keep looping on one of these points. So, Fairy Queen, you made this argument in regards to it hasn't been the precedent in the past, and now it would change. Do you understand? Like, that argument only works to support your point if it's the case your point is correct. If it's the case that your conclusion is false, it doesn't support your conclusion. Because I think that's the reason we keep looping. It's like you kind of like.
That was a little confusing for me. Can you restate that?
Yeah, sure. What I'm saying is your argument only supports your conclusion if your conclusion's already correct. If your conclusion's false, then it doesn't support your conclusion. It's a circular argument. Like it's a kind of like method of like. Have you heard of the phrase begging the question before?
Yes, I've heard the
idea.
phrase begging the question.
The argument begs the question, right? If it's the case that your conclusion isn't true, then it's not supporting evidence for your conclusion anymore.
Let me
Like,
let me restate this in a non-autistic way. What he's saying is that arguing for the case that we continue tradition is only good if the tradition itself is true. So we shouldn't make an argument for the continuation of the tradition. We should make an argument for the tradition itself. It would be similar in the 1700s or 1800s to be like, oh yeah, like we should keep slavery because we've had slavery. He's arguing that's not a good answer. He wants something to justify the institution of slavery. Or in this case, which is really the same thing, the institution of not debating our incumbent.
It is the same thing.
I have a few. I want to take this kind of this pause really quick to earn some money, read some super chats out, right? And there's some questions that might drive the discussion a little bit forward. $10 from Cryborn to say what other undemocratic practices should we accept as Democrat. $10 from Cormac to say this is a unique election season because Biden was clearly running for 4 years to beat Trump. Nobody voted for Biden thinking they'd have him for 8 years. $20 from No Step on Snake to say if, God forbid, Biden were to seriously decline or pass away before the election, should Kamala Harris be similarly coronated, or should she have to fight for it? $2 from Madarius to say thanks for reading my comment, Wick. $5 from Cormac to say who needs super delegates when you have DNC hacks like IRI? Sorry, IRI. $10 from Ryo Flammel to say it could be that Joe Biden performs weakly on stage and that compromises his image, but why would we wager another 4 years of good policy being passed because he isn't sharp on stage? It's a dumb idea. $2 from Greeny Odias to say Lars for President, RVB was a good YouTube show. And $5 from Art by Pep to say Prime, is that principle worth the cost of the country? If we split the vote enough for the GOP to win, feels like a Pyrrhic victory.
I will address this. Thank you so much. Right, and giving this spotlight back to me where it belongs. So I think that this there was always this argument, right? In fact, IRI made this argument previously. He talked about like how we're the same party, right? And people are going to vote for us because Republicans are so bad. Like, this is what the establishment bots don't seem to understand. That I don't seem to get. This idea of this incoming threat, right? This ever-present threat of the Republicans doesn't always work, right? People aren't always convinced of that. Like, we have disaffected voters.
Do you think it works now during this debate? Or during this season? Do you think that the Trump or DeSantis, do you not think that they're a serious threat?
I think there's Trump fatigue. I think what we saw during Trump's candidacy.
Again, do you think that Trump and DeSantis are serious threats to democracy in America?
I do. Yes, okay. I do. But hold on. No, don't throw that out. I do think that. I personally do. But like that's not how like the average voter like follows politics. A lot of them don't like consider this like a make or break. But when you tell them everything's always emergency, right? And like the only thing that you can rest on, because you have nothing to provide, the only thing that you can rest on is that the other side is worse. Yeah, that's a really fucking weak argument. So what I wanted to do previously, right? If Destiny could stop stuffing his fucking face, can you engage with us and tell us like about these disaffected voters? What is the argument that we're making to them. People who like would vote, like who are gettable, right, to the polls, who are Democratic leading in their affect, but who don't come out because no one speaks to them. You don't even give them a chance to have someone that might excite them. And then, even if Biden wins, right? So, like Gavin Newsom, let's say he's the exciting candidate. If Biden beats Gavin Newsom, what will happen? He'll take in some of his arguments, some of his points, like with Bernie, and then maybe pull in some of his voters. How do we get those people without that kind of discussion? Please.
I mean, what do you mean? Just look at his legislative record. You've got the American Rescue Act. You've got the Infrastructure Investment Plan. You've got the Inflation Reduction Act. Like, I mean, he managed to bring down. People said that inflation was going to last on gas for fucking years, and it lasted for months. People said that we were going to be in World War III. We're not. People said that. I mean, I don't know. What do we know? Point? Like, I know that Biden's approval record is low right now, but I feel like he's still look at the CHIPS Act. Like, what?
But that's manifestly the problem. I look, you can, Biden does have points to make, right? Like as to why he should be the president. He absolutely does. But despite all that, despite everything you just said, still his approval rating is where it's at. Still people don't feel that way.
I don't know what you want me to say. Does he need to dress up like in a Rey Mysterio WWE mask and start like
I
jumping
think
from
we
the
should just like
turnbuckle?
make his point. I think he should just make his point. I think he should be able to make that point.
I think his record speaks for itself, and I think when we
It
go
clearly doesn't.
I think when we go into the general, I think that we'll get. I think right now people have a lot of anxiety for a lot of different reasons, but when we start hashing out records in the general, I think we'll get a much clearer picture of where the American people stand. Like that's why I don't take polling, for instance, on like 15 an hour minimum wage. I'm not going to take it seriously unless it's a debate that's being actively had over something. Like people will have opinions about things that aren't being tested, but once they see those things on stage fighting with each other, the opinions shift like pretty substantially.
That's an argument for having primary debate.
What?
If you want to argue about things being tested and things being hashed out, that's an argument for having primary debates,
There's
right?
nobody serious in the Democratic. Those debates.
But we've already done this. This is the catch-22.
Yeah, I know we
Just
are.
a loop.
Okay.
The other side just loops over and over again.
So-
Let me add something. I just want to say, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? It worked in 2020 to beat Trump, and it's going to be Biden versus Trump or Trump light DeSantis. Why would you change the strategy? It worked already. What is your argument? Let's try something different and see if it works. Biden got the most presidents ever, or most votes ever for president.
I mean, I think there's
trust the plan.
You go first. I see. Oh, okay.
Trust the plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think a fundamental difference between the people on my side and the people on that side is that, like, you guys are, like, clearly only looking at this in a partisan matter, and I don't blame you for that, right? Like, I get the idea of winning, right? Fair enough. I'm personally, and I can't speak for everyone else here, but I'm personally looking at it in a bigger, lowercase d Democratic.
Look, I got a low site chat. We are having like a debate about debates in the presidential primary, and y'all are talking about AI alignment, okay? Least autistic site chat.
Clearly do not. Then, sorry.
It's okay. I just want to try to break the loop a little bit with another question. Maybe we can kind of move on to something else. We might. Well, honestly, this is a black hole. We'll probably get back to it and we'll probably start looping again, but that's fine. So given that Biden's approval ratings are what they are, even considering his legislative accomplishments, why is that the case? Why do you think that his numbers are? Why is he polling so low right now, despite all these pointing to all these legislative accomplishments? Please, IRI, go ahead.
It's because inflation is still high. He's still cleaning up the mess that Trump created. There's still a lot of problems out there, and most Americans are not creative enough to understand how the House, the Senate, Congress works. And so they're going to say, I got problems. It's the president's fault. So a lot of people are blaming Biden. And I understand that. I accept that. I don't actually argue it. I kind of joke a little about, well, polls, who cares? But I honestly think most people are just kind of unhappy, but things are getting better. Gas prices have come down. It hasn't led to World War III, as Destiny pointed out. Inflation is coming down. Trump is looking crazier and crazier every day with these indictments, and Biden's looking better and better. So I think as the election gets closer, as Biden starts spending money on his re-election campaign, he hasn't even had one event for his re-election campaign. He's going to have his first one next week, I believe, in Pennsylvania. He hasn't even started running for re-election. As he puts his money into that and starts telling people why they should give him a second chance, I think those numbers start to go up.
Can I jump in really fast and ask IRI a question? Yeah, I want to ask you one super quick question. IRI, you said Biden is looking better and better. Is there any kind of data you could use to support that?
Biden's looking better and better compared to
I see he's getting a higher and higher disapproval rating.
Well, again, the numbers right now are because people's feelings are down in the dumps
Well,
over
the trend line,
inflation and
to
such.
Sin's point, the trend line is downward, as I understand it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're giving an explanation as to why it's the case that Biden's looking worse and worse. I agree there are explanations why. It's not the case that he's like a bad president. But he's not looking better and better. It's looking worse and worse.
I don't know. I'd have to see what you're looking at, but I feel like most people out there were thinking that Biden did pretty damn well on the big debt ceiling fight, for example, thinking, boy, this guy really took it to the Republicans, and McCarthy's looking like shit. So I don't know what stats you're looking at. You're looking at just some poll,
any aggregate polling data on Biden's approval.
Well, of course.
Like pull up
I said,
538.
it's 17 months from the election. Go ahead, SDO.
Just pull up 538. You see the exact same thing. That I wouldn't even say that approval is trending down, but disapproval is trending up for him. So it's not clear, and I don't, this sucks. But
that's not true. I'm pretty sure disapproval is, at least in the Democratic Party, disapproval is trending down. Now,
sure, but we're talking about the general, right? This whole thing was about electability.
Sure. Well, in the general, kind of, but Biden is not winning. None of our candidates are ever winning Republican votes, right? The Republicans are lockstep, or have been trending in a certain direction for a long time in terms of their relentless partisanship, right? Disapproval among Republicans for Biden is past 90%. So
not looking for, we're not looking for just among Republicans. We want to look at the aggregate.
Sure,
that's maybe what shows us who's going to win in the general.
That's great. But for Democrats, I'm pretty sure for the past several months, the approval for Biden has been like either streamlined or flatline or generally rising a little bit.
Sure. Well, so then let's move away from approvals. Let's move away from
looking at this now. I want to know. What about amongst moderates, independents, centrists, etc.? Those who aren't related to either of the major parties. Do we know?
I don't know where. I haven't seen data on what moderates are polling at right now. But I think that one of the big things that we need to keep in mind is, I think my guess, I would venture something a little different than what IRI said. I think that Americans, the presidential approval rating, in my opinion, is like a snapshot of where every American feels like they're at in their life right now. And I think that's
hold on. I'm gonna stop you because you lied about something, or maybe you're mistaken. You might not have lied, but no, Joe Biden's approval rating has gone down even among Democrats since May of 2021. It's gone down steadily.
Since May of 2021, my understanding is from December of 2022, the approval has generally risen a little bit. I'm looking at Reuters polling data.
Yeah, if you want to drop me some long-term polls that you're using, right? I can understand what you're talking about, but it's just the case that since Biden took office, he is less approved among Democrats now than he was, and among more moderate people, like people who lean Democrats, it's now barely trending above water among people who lean Democrats.
This is why I said recently and not since his election, right?
What do you take recently to be? How far ago can we go before it stops being recent?
The weekly data that I'm looking at right now is December 20th of 2022, and then monthly starting January of 2023. So over
just drop the link in the side chat and I'll check it out.
Sure thing, go for it. But anyway, so I think that there is a general anxiety among Americans, around a lot of things, especially concerning wages and jobs, and especially concerning the affordability of the cities that they live in. And these are two things that largely the president of the United States has zero control over. I think that as we get to the debates and Biden can make the case for it, well, look at all the stimulus I did, look at all the unemployment insurance we gave out, look at the child tax credit expansions, like these are the ways that I helped you. I think Americans will feel a little bit differently about it. But right now, I think that the presidential approval rating is more or less just a snapshot of how Americans are feeling about the country, and it's not too great right now.
Well, let me speak to that for a minute. So we're talking about Biden being able to make his case. One of the arguments that our side has consistently tried to make is that, hey, these are huge events that are going to get press coverage. They're a great way for Biden to reorient the conversation away from, hey, the president makes all of the bad things in my life happen, to, hey, here are these concrete policies that I want to enact that Republicans want to gut, right? That's a great way for that to happen. Just speaking on the polling for a minute, on the head-to-head polling, moving away from all the approval polling, in head-to-head polling, Trump is currently ahead by 2 points. DeSantis is currently ahead by 2 points. We are not comfortably ahead, just waiting for Biden to lap the other candidates. We are in a position where he needs to make his case. It's that simple.
Well,
on the primary. Mm-hmm. You don't need to make the case against Republicans arguing with other Democrats.
It's an easy way, if nothing else, if you didn't want to take any argument from this, right? Nothing about democratic legitimacy, nothing about participatory democracy, whatever. If the only argument is, hey, this is great ability for him to get free clout, and if you want, you could just say something like, hey, let's change the democratic debate rules so that only electeds can get in. Okay, then you don't get these crazies coming in, and you don't have to worry about them. You're only getting people who have serious attempts to try and win the presidency sometime in the future. You may even be setting up future presidential candidates by giving them this massive stage.
To rehash an old point, number one, he is the president of the United States. He doesn't need more clout. He has plenty of clout.
Okay, but apparently his message isn't getting out. That's y'all's argument.
Number
There wasn't
two,
the argument, but
Number two, the second thing is I'm hearing a lot about like reunifying the party, maybe making the party go into an exciting new venture. I will just tell you, so I work as a teacher. A lot of the programs that we have, a lot of the funding that we have in the school that I work in, it depends on Democrats being able to pass legislation in our local district, right? I am not in favor of abandoning the pragmatically possible, real legislation that can impact my students, that can impact my community in pursuit of a perfect vision for what the party might be. And that is a danger that I think that it is.
That's a great straw man you just set up. That's fantastic.
You gotta let her
Beautiful.
finish, though. You gotta let her finish. Finish. Go ahead, Fairy Queen. You have the floor.
Number three, I notice we're talking a lot about polling data. I will not comment on the polling data, though I tend to agree with Destiny when he mentions that it's generally a snapshot about how Americans are feeling at a particular moment in time. But what I will say is one of the ways that I tried to frame whether or not I thought Biden might have a chance at winning the election is based off of a book that's called by Alan Lichtman. He's a historian, and it's called It's called The Keys to the White House. So there are 13 different markers that he's used from I think every incumbent versus a challenge, not a challenger, but for every incumbent presidential election since I think about 1984. And there are 13 different keys. And in order for him to lose the incumbent election, you have to have at least 6 of those keys have to be false. According to Lichtman and according to what I was able to rustle up last minute, it seems as though right now only 4 of those keys might possibly be false. And the theory, what it's based off of, according to Lichtman, is that although many voters historically, although they can be swayed by polling data, they can be swayed by charisma, oftentimes they really care more about whether or not presidential candidates have carried through on their promises while they were in the White House. And historically speaking, if they don't do that when they are in office, then typically those are the conditions that are necessary for them to lose. It's the reason why Donald Trump lost in the 2016 election. Alan Lichtman, he successfully predicted that. And he successfully, again, I think 1984, but I could be wrong about the dates, since then. So I do not think that the legislative wins and successes that Biden has up until this point are a moot point. In fact, I think it is the most important thing that we can discuss tonight.
I love you.
Before you guys, I guess as Prime is going to respond to that, but before you do that, I want to ask Destiny a quick yes or no question. By the same standards you're using for saying Joe Biden is looking better and better, is it the case that Donald Trump is not looking worse and worse?
I don't think Donald Trump is looking anything right now because he's not as much in Americans' eyes. But once he gets wheeled out, like in the Republican debates, then we'll see how he looks to the Republicans.
So your answer to the question
that-
is
on
Donald
that
Trump is
point.
not looking worse and worse?
Well, on that point,
Just
though,
super clear.
wasn't there a big something happened recently, a big deal of his indictment and the indictment, I guess, being released. I haven't looked into it personally myself, but do we not think that's going to really change the race on the Republican side? I know this
No,
is a side
Republicans are literal, actual, knuckle-dragging fucking retards. So no indictment or anything like that is going to make any difference whatsoever how they feel. The only way we'll tell is how, I guess, moderates or undecideds feel, or the less extreme people feel once, the debates start. But I don't think any of the news right now, because Trump is just not, front and center in front of everybody's face, except for when this indictment news comes out. I don't think people are going to develop strong feelings about it until, the actual races start.
Damn. And I call conservatives ignorant, and I get so much grief. And then Destiny says that, and he gets away with it.
Well, only in specific times, okay? I choose my moments carefully. But when it comes to Trump, Republicans legitimately are unhinged at the brain. Everything shuts down.
Well, they're flooded with misinformation. Here's the thing, too. Being president, you got to make some tough choices. And so Biden has to work with Republicans. It pisses off a lot of people. They don't understand how it works. You got to keep the economy alive. So when you hear the complaints about Biden, it's always he hasn't done anything about abortion. He hasn't done anything about voting rights. It's people have no idea how that stuff works. And so they just get mad at Biden. But being president, you got to put the big boy pants on. You can make some tough decisions. And Biden, like I said, has just begun to ask for re-election, hasn't even had one event yet. So give it time and forget debates, man. Put a couple polished commercials together with some light
Commercials don't
flares and
affect votes.
Biden looking cool and eagles flying and jets and I'm President Biden and I'm here to kick ass or whatever. And he's going to win, man. He doesn't need to get on stage with 2 morons like Marianne Williamson and RFK Jr. to debate whether vaccines cause autism. I'm sick of this crap.
I want to. IRI has a point. Do we think that debates matter at all in the modern American electorate?
Actually, I think they do. People have been saying here that they don't, and that they don't move polls. They do move polls. We saw that, for instance, in the Republican debate in 2016, I think, right? That people's performances in those different debates like shot them up and down. And then that's literally how Trump got to the presidency, is by like having great performance, by embarrassing all the rest of his opponents and then making it there himself. So like I think they clearly do have a level of effect, especially if the audience members, right, being the party, like feels that like it's salient to them, that like what that they have someone speaking to them, like the RNC wanted to pretend that its establishment base or its establishment views were unified, right? That they were representing everyone, but clearly they weren't. Trump managed to tap into that, and then he came out strong. And so, like, that's what I want. I want us to be able to test these ideas and see what really is popular.
Dude, Marianne Williamson and RFK are going to set you back in your progressive ideas,
sure.
bro.
But
it's like Jimmy Dore with it's like Jimmy Dore with his March for Medicare for All. It's a nightmare. Trust me. You want to open that door, you're going to regret it the second it happens.
Yeah, it's great. Once again, and I've stated this clearly. I'm trying to create, at least me personally, I'm trying to create the infrastructure to normalize this, to have it so that we have all kinds of candidates show up. So Marianne Williamson, I think I disagree with everyone here. I don't think she's correct. But Marianne Williamson wouldn't be the only one showing up there. If we actually welcome challengers, then we would have more challengers.
Prime, what do you like about Marianne Williamson? What makes you want to vote for her?
I like her over. Oh, I didn't say that like I wouldn't necessarily vote for Marianne Williamson, right? I'm saying that I don't think that she's a crank. That's all I say.
What do you admire about her?
I like her positions on Medicare. I like her positions on. I mean, I don't know. Like I just have the general.
You don't know. She's cool. You like the cut of her jib, right?
I do.
Look, she wants Medicare for all and a healing crystal in every home. What more can you want?
Like, what more can you want? Like,
I want to hear from the rest of the people though. And even from Destiny and Fair Queen, because IRI has made the statement like that Destiny not Destiny doesn't matter, but debates don't matter, right? Do debates still matter, STL? What about you, Synth? Do debates still matter?
Yeah, so I'll speak to that. They obviously do, in part for normalizing policy. I would argue they don't have big effects on the way people ultimately vote. People ultimately vote on where they align ideologically and who persuaded them. When you look at between elections, which way voters swing, it's not really about getting the base out, it's about persuasion. Trump persuaded voters because he came off as centrist. People don't realize this, but he was polled as the centrist candidate. So that's part of how you win, is persuading voters. Giving your candidate more airtime is one way to persuade people towards your side. But in terms of like their long-term impact, I think debates help set the stage for what policies are considered. Bernie mainstreamed Medicare for All, mainstreamed the Green New Deal, mainstreamed $15 minimum wage, in part through his debate performances. And I think generally that's probably a good thing for society. Insofar as debates are able to some degree to choose between policies that are good and bad, between policies that are popular and not, it's probably a pro-democracy, slightly better policy in the long run to have more debates. Yeah.
What about you, Destiny? Debates, good? Bad,
I mean, nah. I think that like debates are fun, but I don't know if they move the needle much on things. I like debates. I'm a debater. It's my job. I like the idea of like general debates or whatever, but you have to be aware of like the political calculus while it's happening. I mean, like what we talked about, all those wonderful things, Bernie, the Green New Deal, 15 an hour, single payer healthcare, all of those ideas are dead now. Nobody's taking them seriously in society. They're dead on arrival.
Yeah, like Florida. Florida doesn't take the $15 minimum wage seriously, right?
What I mean, states might be doing it, but do you think that the state of Florida was persuaded by Bernie Sanders? Or do you think
I think that in part of the movement, yeah, it was.
Every single major city in Florida that has increased because every single person around the country is migrating to Florida to get away from like COVID policies and other shit that they found on here, right? That's probably more why wages are trending a bit up. But also, I don't even know if all of Florida has 15-hour minimum wage. Isn't it just like the city limits of Miami or whatever? I don't think it's the entire state, is it?
That vote was in 2016. The general.
Okay, sure. It might be. I mean, different states have higher minimum wages, but I don't think Bernie Sanders gets the sole credit for
Sure,
normalizing
he's not
that
getting
conversation.
sole credit. He's held, like, part of the point of all this is we're talking about, like, you can call it the Overton window, whatever, policies that can rise up to national. There's a reason we know what UBI is, okay? And it's because of Andrew fucking Yang. He put it on everyone's lips, everyone's mind. People are aware of this shit in a way they weren't. And now, all over the country, cities are doing UBI experiments in a way they weren't before. That shit can help move the needle. It provides the experimentation necessary for democracies to choose between policies. So, like, yeah, it does matter.
It can, but at the end of the day, like, the ACA came from an elected leader negotiating with Congress to get shit done. Like, the American Recovery Plan, the expansion of the child tax credit came from an elected leader, like, negotiating with Congress to, like, get shit done. Like, there's a time and a place for activism. I just don't think it belongs on, like, the presidential stage where it could potentially hurt, like, a future election where policies actually matter and not just where we're trying to get more people to think about
But
them.
it can always hurt a future election. Every primary election, the House, the Senate, the president, whatever, every primary is a chance to bring up dirt on the candidate, right? AOC, I'm sure, did not, like, benefit the image of Joe Crowley, but I think Congress is probably better for having her in it. Like,
Yeah, but, like, look at how AOC has changed her leadership style since getting in, right? Like, initially, she was the rambunctious shit on everybody from the left, do it consistently and constantly and over and over and over again. And now she doesn't. She's grown as, like, a statesman, and now she has a better relationship with everybody in Congress, and she realizes it's probably a more effective way to get her agenda passed than just constantly attacking her own party, which seems to be what progressives are obsessed with, which is another whole point of this, like, doing more primary debates or whatever. It's going to be a way to attack Joe Biden. That's the only reason they want to do it.
there's some
Sure.
truth to this, but
Just real quick.
Go ahead, SCL.
Well,
sorry.
go ahead,
Oh,
Wick.
sorry.
Is
Oh,
what
sorry,
you
sorry,
mean. Go
sorry.
ahead, Wick. Is what
Apologies,
you mean. Okay.
apologies.
So, but I keep hearing, well, from Destiny's side of things, I keep hearing, well, we don't want to have a debate because it's a chance for these candidates to have good moments to attack Biden. Why do they need a debate to attack Biden? Like, what about the debate format makes those attacks more effective? Then they couldn't just buy airtime or come at, like, on Twitter.
Because they're
and
not
things
going to
like
get
that?
airtime because these are no names. The only way they can do it is by leeching off of Biden's clout, essentially. It's literally like a YouTube tier argument, right? Like, if somebody wants to do a hit piece on me, like, nobody's going to hear about it. But if I start watching it and give airtime to it, then of course people are going to hear about it. It's the same thing with Biden. Like, oh, like, I want to share a stage with the president of the United States while I shit on him. Well, everybody that knows the president is not going to know, like, your opinions on him, even if otherwise they wouldn't have given a fuck or known anything about it.
It's
this
just a
isn't-
proxy war.
Sorry,
It's just
please.
a proxy war between the progressives and the establishment. Look, before this, it was why did they move the schedule? They moved it to South Carolina so Biden would have an advantage to go first. They just gave it to him. It's just one. It just keep moving. They just keep moving around. It's just one way to
So,
fight.
when
Let me
it
guess,
come-
Prime. You were out there advocating for. You were mad that they moved it to South Carolina. Let
No,
me
no,
guess.
hold on. I wanted to address that really quickly, right? It's a tangent, but I'll address that. I have been, and I've done this many times in my show. I've advocated for rearranging the schedule. However, not specifically for South Carolina. Now, it has nothing to do with Biden. It's because
Yeah.
South Carolina is a fucking Republican state. Why would we?
No,
like, what
it's
we
in the
should
South.
care about-
We just won Georgia. Why not?
Hold on. What we should be concentrating on are swing states, right? Swing states, especially ones that lean blue. Those should be the ones that top the schedule, right? So I like that Biden rearranged things.
Would
I
you have
don't like the fact that
considered
South
Georgia a
Carolina
swing
was number
state
one.
in 2020? Prime.
Huh? Sorry.
Would you have considered Georgia a swing state in 2020?
No,
Do
I
you think
still.
it's good that we maybe did some stuff there, perhaps?
Actually, no. I think that I think it's fine for us to put resources into Georgia.
Okay.
But I don't think that I think it's looks people calling it a swing state, I think it's a bit overblown.
Look,
but it's fine. We can put resources there. My only point is that, like, for this specific thing, I think you can rearrange the schedule. I think that would actually be a really good thing for the party. But anyway, I just wanted to say about to Destiny. Of course, he's wrong. 65% of people support a $15 minimum wage increase, including 90% of Democrats and 41% of Republicans. This is the University of Maryland study that was done, and this was published April 21st, 2023. So, like, but there's this idea, this like false idea that we are united, right? That well, if whatever Biden's doing must be what the establishment likes, certainly, but it also must be for the best interest of the public, and everyone is behind him. That is not the case. That he did. I feel that he did not fight for $15 minimum wage, that he let the barest of legislative obstacles stop him, where he doesn't seem to do that for anything else that he actually does support, but it's a side tangent.
Also, as another side tangent, Florida voted on that minimum wage increase in 2020, and it won't go into effect until 2026.
I was virtually.
It's an amendment.
Maybe you're right.
Look, you call me a bot. You're the one who's doing all the progressive talking points, bitching about South Carolina, the DNC moving the map. You're bitching now about the debates. What's it going to be next? You call me
I
a
literally
bot.
hold on. You didn't hear anything, right? Your
I heard your argument,
ears are
but
stuffed
you're just
with
you didn't
Biden.
care about any of this stuff.
Your ears
before,
are stuffed with
guarantee.
Biden semen because I literally said that I support the change, right?
Fuck, I'm wrong about the minimum wage thing. I thought it was 2016, but it is actually 2020. Damn it. Leftist misinformation from SDL yet again. Though I think the argument, so one of the things that Destiny's arguing, I muted the stream just for a minute, because there's just going to be IRI and Prime calling each other bots. It is really frustrating to see people arguing that like the $15 minimum wage isn't popular when like minimum wages are winning all over the country. And like even in red states like Florida, they are winning pretty sizably. I think that the $15 minimum wage won by like 55 to 45 or something. So I don't know. I think it's something about the slightly more centrist brain, which wants to refuse to believe that any progressive policies are popular, in part because Democrats in a lot of states have failed to enact them. And so that would suggest the failure of Democrats to actually like lead the popular will. So instead of being like, hey, maybe Democrats are failing to live up to what they should be, like they are saying in Minnesota, where they actually did pass this, right? Instead, they decide, no, the people must not actually want those, right? So there are two options where the people don't want that, or like the people do want it and the Democrats bad a little bit, or the people don't want that, the Democrats good, and they pick Democrats good. So shit sucks.
Or to do with like their consistent record as candidates, as presidents when they're in office.
You know what's funny is this Supreme Court ruling that happened this week of throwing out Alabama's maps. That was a huge injection boost for democracy. A lot of people will be happy with Biden for that because people have no clue how it all works. They'll be like, oh, Biden actually delivered something for democracy and voting rights like he promised. Watch, guaranteed.
Okay.
They'll be happier with him.
I want to use this lull to read a few more super chats, and then we'll get back into it for the last third of this. $2 from AG Silver. He's wicking out. Hell yeah, I am. Jesse Irwin, $2 Canadian. Sorry. Can everyone on the panel say Obama? You don't have to do that. Stupid. Ryan B for $10 for Prime and a hypothetical where we primary Biden, he loses, and then the new candidate loses to DeSantis. Do you think GOP will primary him in 4 years, or will likely hold the advantage? $10 from Kyborn. Don't more people need to give you money for this entertaining panel? Yes, they do. $5 from Alma Dalma, trying to fracture the Dem party against an increasingly proto-fascist GOP in the name of democracy is wild. $20 from Lex Friedman. Great job hosting these debates, Wick. It's a great format. I learn a lot when I tune in. Thank you. $10 from Josh R to say, can you ask Synth why he brought up Ford when the Fairy Queen literally said the DNC and Ford was a Republican? Also, does he know how Ford became president? Because he surely wasn't elected. $10 from Fetter Methodist.
Ford lost. Yeah, I'll answer the question. Ford lost.
I got two more, and then you can answer.
Oh my God.
$10 from Fetter Methodist. Can we see a show of hands why everyone on the screen, including Wikidoodle, that is a registered Dem, and a show of hands of those who do not identify as Dem but want to weigh in on what the party does? And $2 from Ranger Rogue IRI. What is Biden is still fixing from Trump? Okay. But I am a registered Democrat. I don't know who else is. You can say.
Me too.
Same.
I am.
Yep.
Everyone
Biden's
here is
strongest soldier.
Yeah, right.
Can I answer the dumb question?
You can answer the question.
Thank you. So the reason is because the claim was no incumbent president has ever participated in primary debates. I completely agree that it's not the case that Ford is a Democrat. I didn't say Ford was. But hopefully that answers your question, commenters.
The comment was that Ford was not he wasn't the only reason he was the incumbent was because of Nixon.
Yes, he was the incumbent. Yes.
Yeah,
that was the reason why. I agree. He was an incumbent for a reason.
I understand.
The commenter. I don't know why the commenter's even asking. Why did I mention an incumbent president?
Asking. He's informing.
Well, because it's kind of it would be like saying that like you inherit your hair color from your parents, and you're like, no, that's not true. And it's like, what do you mean? Of course it's true. It's like, no. What about step parents? It's like, okay.
No, I think the point of the step parents is social fiction. Wait, the step parents and social fiction is totally different. So in the case of an elected leader, it's not the case that you're an incumbent just because you're elected. When you're a step parent, we're saying you're a parent in some kind of like fictional sense, so you're used to the word. It's like totally different, totally disanalogous.
No, that's exactly when people are talking about incumbency. They're talking about a person that was elected by their party.
If
that
I
has
said
the support of their party.
No person on the planet has a different hair color than their parents, wouldn't it be fine to bring up one counterexample?
I think that this is actually an empirical question about whether appointed incumbents have an advantage. I don't know what the answer is, but it's very clearly one way or the other. So I don't.
I would
I'll-
assume
I'll-
that an appointed incumbent would still have the advantage, but yeah, it's
don't know.
it's difficult to have the empirics offhand.
Yeah, I think there.
Well, how many times
part
has
of
this
the
happened in U.S.
advantage-
history, right?
For presidents, it's rare,
Well,
but for like House and Senate, it's not.
Yeah,
true.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I'd
but I don't even
imagine.
know how much of an incumbency advantage is there for like House and Senate seats compared to the presidency, right? I don't know what the numbers are on that.
I would imagine there's an advantage. There's less of an advantage because they haven't built like the campaign infrastructure. Like if you're just like appointed at that point, like you don't have that machine behind you ready to go. So I would imagine it would hurt you. But anyway, I wanted to answer that question that someone asked me for money for Rick. Good work on that one. Do I think that if we primaried Biden and Biden lost, and then the challenger lost, would the Republicans do so to their candidate next time around? No, I actually don't think that at all. But that's because we don't have it normalized. This should be the case. I'm arguing for a world that should be true. That would be better if we had that world where both parties, or all parties, including third parties, would do this.
Would you still argue for a short-term loss if you knew doing this would give Trump or DeSantis the presidency? Would you still advocate for it if you knew?
On principle, yes.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Destiny. I don't know. I get it. You got literally no principles. No, he get look at him, right? Literally no principles.
I don't know if we'll have
What
a
if-
United States of America after 4 more years of Trump. So it's just funny that that's like
yes.
the sacrifice.
This is such a poor
Okay,
argument. No, I'm sorry. No, this
I didn't
actually
agree with
matters.
crime, but that's wild.
Yeah,
How
no,
is it
but this-
wild? Trump literally tried to destroy the country in like 7 different fucking ways. What do you mean? That's wild.
But-
We
this is
after
a-
4 years of Trump, being go ahead, Prime. You're gonna say something probably the same thing.
Well, no. Okay, well, just the point that I think there's such a weak argument for us to make as a party. I want Democrats to win, right? Like I think it's better when Democrats win. I think less people suffer in the world when Democrats win. But the argument that we present to our voters is just that we're less terrible than the other side. That's it. That's what we're presenting. That's the biggest example. Like, hey, we aren't as bad, and people don't care. They don't see the threat, which the threat is real. I admit it is. Or it just doesn't matter to them. It's
I
not
want to ask the
salient
rest
to
of
them.
the. I want to ask the rest.
Can
of
I
the
say one
Single
more thing really
Defense
fast? Because I thought Prime was going to
Really
say the same thing I was
fast.
and didn't.
Really
super
fast.
quick, and then you can jump back in. But in terms of like what people are saying like before the first Trump presidency back in like 2016ish, people are saying if Trump takes office, it'll be the end of America. I think Trump is really detrimental, but the idea that he's going to snap the Thanos glove and like remove America from existence is ridiculous. It's way
He
over the top.
literally tried to do that like 3 different times. He tried
What
to
are you
snap.
talking?
He tried to snap with Pence to overturn the election.
he
He tried to
ever
snap
successful?
with Georgia. He tried
Was
to
he
snap with
ever
Georgia to turn
successful?
like.
Was he ever
wasn't
successful?
But he tried.
Because
It's
we have
like,
a really, really robust democracy in the U.S.
The robust
gonna wither away because of one
nutcase.
nutcase.
But it's like the equivalent of saying like my ex is gonna kill
It's
me.
never been
because I'm
tested
gonna-
that much?
and then
What?
the ex got-
We had a civil war.
You gotta let Destiny
Yeah,
finish
the
his
Civil
point.
War
Destiny,
was the
finish your point.
destruction of the United States. We
It
literally
was not a successful destruction. That was the most tested the U.S. has ever been. It's something close to what Trump was able to do, and it wasn't able to destroy the U.S. The U.S. still exists
The
afterwards.
Civil War was a test, and we failed. There was a secession of states.
We
We broke into 2
failed?
countries.
We are
Okay,
one
never mind,
country
never mind,
again.
okay,
We
okay.
succeeded. We managed to move back from the. We managed to move back from the
Sorry,
Hans cause.
I'm on Steven's side here. I don't understand. Like we can understand the threat that Trump has posed, and like he literally tried to end democracy. Like the fact that he didn't
And he's
succeed.
not capable of it.
What, hon? Because okay, so you don't believe in try again until you succeed, right? Like that's not a thing. That a person that he can't like undermine democracy to the point that it is able to fall, right?
Saying
Institutions are only as strong as the people that are in them, and Trump was putting in people who would do as he pleases.
Saying
right?
that there
And
is
he-
some possible chance, and if he does it enough times, eventually he might succeed. Like if he was able to have like 100 like Trump terms or something, I totally agree. It's
Or just
possible,
one more.
but it's not the case that we can say with it that it's like that it's up in the air as to whether or not it would happen with 4 more years.
I'm not saying it's definite, like 100%. By the end of another
What's your
term for
percentage?
Trump, that would be the case, right? I'm just saying that.
What's your percentage? 4 more years. What's your percentage?
I would be pulling it out of my ass from deep outside
Random
my
guess.
I'll give you a
bowels.
number.
I
I'd
don't-
say 20%.
20%.
Okay.
You don't. Jesus, that's insane. You think there's like a 1 in 5 chance of
And
1
where
in
do
5
you
chance
think
if there
it
was.
came from? It came out of his ass because it doesn't fucking matter.
It's
right?
an
Like, because
insane
obviously, no
number.
way we can have any give you a number of any value here. I'm just
You
saying
can have
that
a
certainly
rough
it's-
estimate. Like it's not
I
crazy.
can say that certainly the chances are higher than if it was Biden, right?
I
can say
agree.
certainly. Okay. Or a generic candidate, a generic Republican candidate.
I agree. It's just it's not the case that we can say it's up in the air or there's like a 1 in 5 chance of it happening.
I did.
You asked us to give you a percentage.
I know. I'm asking you so I know what I'm disagreeing with. I'm not asking you for the sake of like
We're
being
not
like,
going to do
we're
math
looking
on
for
this
specific
panel.
empirical.
I am anti-math on this panel.
Show me with base theorem.
We can move past this point. We can all recognize that whether or not Trump can succeed, he'd at least attempt it, right? He'd at least try.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. I think we can all recognize that even the attempt, right, even normalizing the attempt is probably not good for the long-term health. Even though it might not set aside our democracy in the next 4 years, it would plant the seeds that might, right, lead to problems down.
I mean, I think we've already moved past plenty of the seats. He's been impeached more than any other president. He's been indicted more than any other president. He's going to be convicted more than any other president. Like, I mean, I don't know how much else you need. Like, he hasn't done it yet. Like, he's probably called for his vice president to flip the vote more than any other vice president.
Usually when somebody has like a theory that somebody coming into office is going to destroy the U.S. and then the theories the predictions proven wrong, they lower their credence in the view. Usually they lower their credence in the view. They don't raise the credence in the view.
Okay.
No,
that wasn't hard to understand. Why are you confused?
Because
why that seems remotely confusing?
Because what you just said didn't make any sense. That'd be like saying,
which word did you not understand?
I'm sorry. Let me know when I can finish without you interjecting with some absolutely retarded shit.
what was your talking
about? Okay.
Look, the reason I'm not going in is that this is just a chaotic mess. Okay, I do not want to get involved between like. There is very little substance here. Naljawin's talking about me burning the Destiny Bridge. He actually has me blocked on Twitter because I guess about a half a year ago I said that Sneeko, who was a like fascist-leaning incel men's rights type of content creator, was platforming Nick Fuentes, who's just an open neo-Nazi, like Holocaust-denying white nationalist neo-Nazi who wants women to be married off at 14. Sneeko was platforming Fuentes, and I was like, hey, this guy should probably be deplatformed. This is like the level of bad that merits deplatforming, and then Destiny blocked me for that. So I don't know there's much of a bridge.
Or if Trump had like beheaded a bunch of Supreme Court judges, then we'd have no other reason to raise the probability. It's just the fact of the matter that Trump failed lowers the probability.
We didn't know he was going to. No, I don't care how far left you are. Nobody who was being honest knew that Trump was going to try to destroy democracy. Nobody knew that until he tried it. Nobody knew that shit like Georgia would happen. Nobody knew that shit like with Pence would happen. Nobody knew that going into it. So the fact that he even tried it is amazing and astounding. Nobody knew he'd be catching
indictment. Nobody knew it, but they had reason to believe it. They had reason they thought that would happen. There are plenty of people who had reason to believe that Trump would come in and try to destroy democracy. They're not psychics. It's not like the progressives are psychics or something. They had reason to believe that Trump was going to be anti-democratic. He came in and he was anti-democratic and he was not successful at removing democracy or destroying America.
You can say that they had reason to believe it, but if you want to play the Bayesian game, your priors on that are very, 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 very low, because your reason to believe it is going to be an ahistoric event that like no president, at least in the last 200 years of U.S. history, has ever tried. So you might have believed he was going to do it, but the chances of doing it were probably like 1 or 2%. But
do you think your priors are just...
Do not say stop being a Bayesian. I will cause so much mayhem. Frequentism is obviously true. I'd give that maybe a 1 in 10 chance. Left Finance Pro says, is this going on the channel? Yeah, I mean, it's already on there, but I'll probably cut it out eventually. I was going to try and do, after this, a whole bunch of segments that I had lined up. I had, let me go see what the list is. I wanted to talk about how a lot of conservatives on Twitter are calling for people who are gay to be killed. Because that's fucking insane. I want to talk about some sort of slightly more boring, but I think really important news relating to like the DSA and unionizing, because the UPS workers are going on strike soon, and DSA won one of the largest Green New Deals in the country. And then I want to talk about some of the other presidential candidates. Robert Kennedy, I want to talk about how insane he is, because he's like an eco-fash. And the other was talk about Cornel West and just how embarrassing his affiliation with the People's Party was. And I also had, what was it? Oh yeah, and if we have time, I want to talk about Yeonmi Park, who's like that South Korean defector who's a fucking moron, and maybe some Christian propaganda. So that's what we're gonna try and get around to. We'll see how long I can go. All right, I'm back.
I don't know. Plus, DeSantis is young, so the age question becomes a bigger thing for Biden when.
Okay, I just saw an extremely funny thing. Someone was talking about bridge burning, and Ann Entropy fan says Catboy Nick set the bridge ablaze to have Destiny all for himself.
Going for it right now is that it looks like distinctly more sane and more moderate than the Republican Party right now. There's a quote, like, again, I keep going back to Jimmy Carter's primary challenger against like Lieutenant Kennedy. But one of the quotes, like that he was, I don't remember if he said it or if it was someone else. It was something to the effect of, we need moral leadership in this country. One of the things that Jimmy Carter, a similarity between Jimmy Carter and between Biden, is the fact that both of them cared not just about promoting progressive policies, not just about like trying to recoup the nation, but battling for the soul of the nation, right? They stand, and like the wholesome like image of Joe Biden is as distinct and different from the catastrophe of Donald Trump as can possibly be. And so I therefore would want Donald Trump to be the nominee for the Republican Party, if for no other reason than it just highlights the distinct difference between the Democrats and between the values of the Republican Party currently as it stands, and why the United States needs to vote Democrat in the upcoming election.
Destiny, Trump or Biden? Or I'm sorry, Trump or DeSantis?
Trump 100%. We've already beat him once. We could beat him again, and he's got so much more baggage next time. And I think he runs into like the standard populist problem of, listen, I'm going to get elected and change everything. He got elected. He changed nothing. His record is horrible. He's got more baggage than he did before. He's too dumb to even make a Twitter account again. Like, he's a hopeless loser. I don't think he can win a second time if he lost the first time.
Rumkai, what do you think?
I don't have anything satisfactory to say here. I'm gonna pretend to be Wick. I think both sides have really good points. I think that Trump, everything you guys said about Trump is certainly true. I think DeSantis is a piss poor candidate. I think that this will be you'll see this in the coming months. I think that he is a Jeb 2.0. Jeb Bush, exclamation point 2.0. I don't think he has any of the personality. I don't think that he can galvanize his base in the way that Trump can. But I could see myself being wrong on both ends here. So, sorry.
SDL, what do you think?
I mean, I think Meatball Ron is an incredibly uncharismatic candidate, but the main concern to me would be that he has less baggage than Trump, and if he gets into office, he's probably more competent at governing. So I think it's sort of like a maybe slightly. I don't actually know who's less electable, because one is like a wet rag, and the other is like a populist who's at least kind of fun, but is also fucking insane and has a billion pieces of baggage against him. So I don't know which is worse. But when he gets in power, it's really hard to do worse than Trump. Trump had something like less than half of the positions in his administration staffed for most of his time there. DeSantis, if he gets in, would do some theocratic nonsense. He would be way worse for democracy in America, I think.
Okay, Sid.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with what Eskel just said there. If somebody hopped on this panel and was like, there's a 1 in 5 chance of DeSantis destroying democracy, I don't think I'd have a good counter argument to that. I think it's just the case that, yeah, probably. Wait, hold on. Destiny, do you disagree?
Yeah, I don't think.
Then you should want DeSantis to win.
I don't want this. No, I want.
That wasn't the question.
The question was, would you rather run against Trump or DeSantis?
I'm aware. You'd rather run it. Yeah, you'd rather run against Trump, despite the fact that he's a much higher chance of risking democracy.
Yeah, but I think he'll lose.
You don't think DeSantis would lose with the fact that he's like doing worse than Trump in his own party's primaries? They both lose.
They haven't started primarying each other yet, like for real. They haven't gotten into like an actual back and forth where every Republican has
What are your odds that DeSantis will win against Trump in the primaries?
I have no fucking idea. That party is
obviously
lost.
Obviously he's more likely to lose. Okay, 50-50, then you should say that both are just as likely to win because they're both just as politically viable.
No, politically viable in winning. Why are you laughing?
You're so confused.
Nothing you're saying. No, I'm not confused. Just nothing you're saying makes any sense.
Confused.
You're like, oh, well, if they've got a 50-50 chance of winning the primary, that means they've got an equal chance of winning the general election.
No, that's not what I'm just saying. I'm saying they're equally politically viable within their own party. They're both very successful candidates. It's just genuinely insane that you think that DeSantis is a 50-50 shot, despite the fact that every single futures market disagrees with you.
Okay, then I don't know what you want me to argue against that.
If there's a 50-50 chance,
Okay, I do not care about that. But my mom just sent me, Aiden, what do you think of the Trump indictment? Sending you a hug. I love resist libs.
3? Okay, throw $500 on there and I'll fucking match it, and then we can see in like 2 months after some more indictments come out where those markets are. Count my word right now, if you're listening to me, if you put money on
not
DeSantis,
2
those
months
odds are
until
gonna
the
be-
election.
Stop,
Not 2 months.
That's
When
not
it's
how
done.
betting works.
When it's
what are you
done.
saying right now?
Retard. The market's
so
changing all the
mad.
time. You can buy and sell your position any
You're so
fucking time you
upset.
want.
You
I know.
can,
I'm
but
not
you just said there's a
upset
50-50
because
chance
I've
of winning.
I'm not
Not a
upset because
50-50
I've
chance of
bet-
priors
I've bet on these
changing.
elections before, and I've made 5 figures doing it. I did it with fucking Mo for the last
You're not.
election.
Well,
It
the
makes
argument we're
sense how
having
this
is not,
works.
is it the case they're going to change over time? Of course
Stop.
they're going to change
Oh
over
my
time. The
God.
argument we're having
Stop.
is it the
Right,
case
okay.
if you're going to win or not?
Stop or you will be stopped. Okay? Don't care about the futures market. Gonna be real with you. Do not care. Do not give a single shit about what the futures market says, might or might not. My question was, what do you think? Right? Not what the futures market thinks.
I think Trump.
That said, we have had a robust discussion. We're not going to end it. We're gonna end the closed portion because I know some people have to go. Right? I know people have other things to do, but we are going to open it up. But before we do that, I want to give closing statements to people. And if you want to stay, you'd be welcome to stay. And we're just going to open it up to open callers to call in and yell at us why we're wrong or why we're right. You can say if you like. If not, I understand. And we're going to start with Fairy Queen. Close us out.
Okay. I would remind everyone that no one expected Joe Biden to win the presidency into the 2020 election. Everyone thought that he was boring, he was cheesy, he spoke in cliches, progressive rolled their eyes when he said things like restore the soul of America. He didn't have Obama's charisma. He wasn't cool and woke. He wasn't nerd chic. He wasn't an Andrew Yang. And yet, the fact of the matter, being consistent, being stable, having a proven track record of over 50 years of experience in governance is the reason why he was chosen to lead this country. If we want to protect this country from Donald Trump regaining going back into office, we have a responsibility to protect the incumbency. And so I would encourage, and I would remind everyone that there is a reason why Marianne Williamson and RFK are being invited daily on Fox News of all places to talk about why the DNC should host primary debates. It's because it's against the Democratic Party's interests. And so that's just the last thing that I'd like to say. And finally, I would like to do a plug for Wick. I'm a Wicker. I love his community. I love hanging out in his Discord. I love debating people in his private VC. You should definitely come and join me and join everybody else to hang out there. It's really, really fun. Also, since it's the closing, you can find me at the Pink Pill Podcast. My goal is to create anti-red pill content. My hope is to start creating anti-red pill video essays. And I'd really need the support. I have 2 debate panels that I've done up there so far. Check them out and let me know what you think. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Give her a follow, gang. If you want to throw your link in my YouTube chat, feel free. Yeah, give her a sub and a like and all that. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. IRI.
All right. Well, it's been a lot of fun. It's great to see Synth and SDL. Nice to see you. The Dark Brandon King. I will forever appreciate your contribution. And of course, Prime, my old friend. It's all love. Great to see you. I love fighting with you. Listen, I think it's noble that you guys are advocating for more democracy. And I think there's something to be said there about debates in general and getting more people involved. It's an entertaining way to talk politics, and it does get a lot of eyes. I just think the incumbent advantage right now is too big to toss. The stakes are too high. And if you really want to see democracy move forward, then I would say getting Joe Biden across the finish line and a bunch of Dems down ballot is the way to go, because I think there's great stuff coming in the second term. Public option for Medicare. It would be a huge step towards Medicare for all. Affordable child care, expanding public education with universal pre-K, paid family leave. I think these are all things on the agenda for Joe Biden his second term. So and for me, the evidence couldn't be clearer by the candidates that are actually trying to primary him. Marianne Williamson and RFK Jr., who, as Ferry pointed out, are nonstop on Fox News and Newsmax. So, gee, I wonder who's helping fuel their campaigns. These people are chaos agents. They're just there to cause problems for Joe Biden and Democrats. And that's why Joe Biden's laughing them off. And honestly, I think they do more damage to progressive policies, which I support, by the way, believe it or not. Even though I'm a Biden bot, I still support progressive policies. I voted for Bernie in 2016 and 2020, but I'm a realist and I see opportunity on the table and we have to take it. So that's why I support Biden. That being said, I go by I'm really important. I stream on YouTube, on Twitch. I talk electoral politics. I'd love to have you come hang out if you guys out there want to come stop by. Thank you, Wick, for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for gracing us with your presence. An IRI panel is always a banger. Really appreciate you. Thank you again. Synth, please.
Sure. So, no, I really enjoyed the conversation. There were a couple of arguments that we went through. A lot of those got repeated a few times, but some of those were like the accusations of us being secret Biden haters, and I want to make sure that everyone in the audience knows that it's really important that we do get out there and vote for Biden when it comes time. He's an excellent president, in my opinion. I know there may be Prime, and I'm not sure about SDL if they agree with that, but I certainly do. And we mentioned the approval polls point a couple of times. Trump is looking worse and worse, and Biden is looking better and better. I think that I would get this view if the communities that I was in were wildly pro-Biden, because it actually does seem like the more radical, kind of center-lefty types do actually think that Biden in particular is doing better and better and being more and more impressive, but the average person not so much. The other side also sort of accused us of giving no arguments. But just to remind the audience of what those arguments in particular were, because I don't feel like many of them got responded to, we argued about the liberal values that it perpetuates, the optical advantages for Biden, the ability to get more airtime, talk about your values, the ability to show yourself as distinct from a guy who looks, sounds, and thinks like he's halfway through getting melted by the Ark of the Covenant, RFK. So I do think we gave some arguments there that I think were pretty powerful and hopefully compelling to at least some people. And to maybe just get the point across, imagine how weak Biden would look if he didn't come to the general election stages. That would obviously, it's not going to be the exact same, but it shows something true about Americans, which is that Americans want the president tested. They want to make sure that the president is actually fit. And I want to say one more time, I really do appreciate all of you guys being here and being willing to have your ideas challenged. I wish that Fairy Queen had got more time to talk because she did really have some really good input there. And I also appreciate that IRI was willing to step up at times for what probably felt like a 3v1. But I do appreciate all you guys. Thanks for the combo.
Okay, thank you. SDL, thanks for coming.
Of course. I think the case for having Democratic primaries is fairly simple. One, it encourages participatory democracy. It's, part of a principled stance for believing that more debate, more internal engagement, more competition generally yields better policies, better country. I think that it should be true of all primaries, should be true of all positions. So that's just the principles of the matter. I think second, it's free airtime. It's free fucking real estate. Just take it. If it's only cranks on the stage, then Biden crushes them. If it's real contenders, they put progressive policy on the stage. They shift the agenda back to real policy that actually fucking matters and on which Dems are immeasurably better than Republicans. So I think there's very little loss to that. And third, just speaking on the Fox News bit, Marianne Williamson, so I'm not going to speak to RFK. He spoke to fucking Breitbart, okay? He's got no principles. He's anti-immigration. He's a nutter, okay? He's eco-fash. But Marianne Williamson, when she went on Fox News, she spent 10 seconds being like, I think we should have debates. And then the rest of it talking about how important it is to have a minimum wage, how important it is to have universal health care. She did the fucking progressive messaging you're supposed to do on conservative channels right. So even her crank ass can do it pretty well.
Well, thank you, and looking forward to having you on my stage again. You did very well. I'm very impressed. Prime Kai, please.
Yeah. So I think that democratic principles matter. It seems like the other side didn't really care about those things, but I think they do. I think the principles themselves matter. I think that there is never a good time to do something risky. Yeah, sure, whatever, right? But there's always a good time to try to improve future prospects and to make a better society, a more engaged society, right? So I'm in favor of things that do that. Even I can look past this very moment in time, and because I think that since we can't, overall, that since society generally doesn't do that, we fare worse. We don't put ourselves in position for success in the future. Instead, we can always say that there's an emergency now. And so power as it stands should never be challenged. And I have a problem with that. I appreciate the SDL and Synth for tag teaming with me. I think we did need their intellectual heft to challenge Fairy Queen because she made some great arguments out there. So thank you for that. And shout out to IRI, who I've said terrible things, right? I called him a Biden supporter. I said terrible things about him today. But I actually do love him. He's actually a fantastic individual. So shout out to him. Shout out to Steven, right? Shout out to the BLT that he was eating before. I love that he engages with people down here in the lower ranks. So shout out to him. And if you guys anyone out there enjoyed hearing from me, I'm streaming right now on youtube.com /PrimeKai, PrimeCayes. If you want to come find me, I also stream on Twitch, but I'll be doing more streams on YouTube. So I'll stick around here.
Fuck, I forgot to plug my shit. I'm so rusty.
Whatever you want to do. So now's your time. If you like, come on by. Thanks so much.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, thanks for being here, Prime. If anyone hates me, they have Prime to blame. I was forged in Prime's chambers, right? And here I am. Destiny, please.
I just like the progressives who are the king of deplatforming. I feel like every single motherfucker in this Discord at one point in time has called for me to be permanently banned. I like that the only thing it takes them to become all of a sudden pro-debate and looking at debate as a cornerstone of democracy is the ability to challenge an established Democrat with a more progressive candidate. So I'm glad that that's all it took for them to find and discover their true love of defending debate as an important cornerstone of democracy. But as was said in the beginning, and I still feel, I think you need a really good reason to break from the norm of challenging an incumbent. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think there are strong candidates to do it. And I think at the end of the day, providing a united front against the insanity that is the Republican Party should be the priority of the Democratic establishment.
I never asked for you to be thrown off.
And with that, thank you, all one and all. If you like this content, if you liked what I did, right? If you like me, gang, with my pretty face and my pretty lack of hair now, right? If you like that, like the channel, subscribe, right? Give me some money. I can't do this for free. I gotta get some dough here. So I appreciate all the super chats. I appreciate all you've given me. And like I said, we're gonna open this up right now, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Destiny, again for being here. I really appreciate you coming on my show and giving me your time.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Yeah, of course. We only have one caller, right? No one else wants to call in. What are you guys doing? Go to the Discord, accept the rules, jump backstage, and get on the show if you have some problems here. Let's bring in this one caller, see what he has to say. Hello.
Okay, I gotta head out. You have a good one, Wick. The new Walter.
Yeah, if you gotta bounce.
The Walter Wick look is working great for you, by the way.
Thank you, appreciate it. Caller, Origin, your time to shine, buddy.
I just wanted to say one thing, and that is, if you think that voting matters, then you should actually think about what you're doing, because no matter what, the two-party system is going to fuck us all.
Wow.
Beautiful. Okay, I didn't kick him. He left. Great argument, I guess.
I mean, I think there is some truth to the idea that without a real proportional representative system, it's really hard to get centrist parties, left parties, right parties. So people do actually feel constrained. Centrists get real fucking mad. They don't have good choices too. So do reactionaries, right? They're stuck with, they love Trump, but they're stuck with him. They can't do any better or any worse.
I mean, do you guys agree with AOC's statement that if this was a parliamentary system, that the progressives would be in a completely different party? Like the Democratic Party is actually two different parties, at least, that are just happen to be stuck together for convenience sake.
I don't think the progressives would have any power without the Democrats, honestly.
Well, that's not what I asked, but whatever.
Okay. I'm just saying that these far left policies and stuff, the only reason they have any heft is because there are people within the DNC that will carry them across the finish line. I think that aside from some local areas, right, which they do succeed in, right, just nationally, it's just not a sell, right?
So basically, what you just said is that there is a.
I really don't want to debate this right now. Let me see, Roxy, are you still free? Did you still want to what was it? Watch the Mike Pence thing? Yo, yeah. All right, I'll respond to this for 10 seconds and then I'll hop back out.
Not what I said, right?
What are you saying?
I'm saying that
it's possible that you guys have blown my brains out with all your noise today. It's possible, right? That's possible. But maybe be a little more clear for me. Help me out.
Sorry, what are you?
I'm waiting for you to explain your point.
Steven, are you oohing us? Or are you oohing?
Yeah, he just Lil bro'd you, dude.
Did he? No, he didn't do that.
He did.
He absolutely did not. Whatever. But anyway, So what I'm simply stating is that these are the ideological
Yeah.
difference here are deep,
For the
right?
sake
Like the
28, then they need
the
to,
establishment
Hold
proper.
on, hold
then
on.
they need to set some.
Sirnet, you're live. Stop talking until it's your turn. Cool.
Yikes,
Sure,
bro.
sure. The establishment part of the Democrat Party, right, is like a center-right corporatist party, clearly, right? And the ideological differences between the progressives are deep. There is no a natural alliance here without like the convenience of like being within an established party. That's it.
Well, what I'm saying is that those progressives that you're talking about, like they are a percentage point, right? They're like maybe 5%.
Sure. So
That's not true.
back in 2021, Pew did this typology, this great typology, just asking people which, where they line up based on the questions they answer. And I think what they called the progressive left got like 8 to 9% of the population, and then there's another portion which was one step to their left, which would probably be like Soc Dems. So altogether maybe like 15 to 20% of the population is easily Soc Dems, the socialists. So I don't know.
No, but that's not important, right? Like, so I hear you in terms of like the true believers, right? Like I'm a true believer, and I think it's correct that like we aren't a great portion of the population, but that's just not like how governing works. You don't have to be a great portion of the population. You just simply present policies that people find popular, right, and convince them on those. And on those policies, individual policies, that doesn't mean that a person can support without being a progressive themselves. We have plenty of policies that people love, right? $15 minimum wage, unlike what Stephen said previously, is extremely popular.
Okay. I want to give a chance and space to some of the new people here to have their say, right? Corpse Husband, what do you think?
What's up?
Questions for the panel?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Questions for the panel?
Yes. My question's actually for the people that are for the primary debates. What would you say is like your goal with this? Is it specifically to like find an actual challenger to Biden, to make Biden's position stronger, or like more progressive? What is the goal there?
I don't think any one of those is the goal. I think all of them composite are part of the argument for primaries in general for all elections. And they're also true in presidential elections. Yeah.
Okay.
Ron?
Just real quick, $10 from the audience. And yes, you can pay me money to ask you questions during this time too. Question for I'm really important. Can you take a moment to talk about how weak Biden's mental capacity is by how he ran circles around McCarthy on the debt deal?
Oh boy, I don't know if I could summarize this quickly, but basically he took the two biggest bargaining chips off the table for Republicans before the 2024 midterms, the debt ceiling and the budget. So what else can the Republicans do legislatively to cause problems for Biden? Those are the only two things that have to be taken care of so they could get concessions. Their legislative agenda is so toxic, they're not going to pass anything that's going to help them in 2024. That, in addition to all the things they wanted work requirements for Medicaid. They wanted the IRS agents rescinded. They wanted the climate change provisions rescinded. They wanted the student loan forgiveness gone. Biden knocked all that back. Yeah, he lost $20 billion possibly on the IRS agents, but $60 billion for the IRS is a hell of a lot of money and good. So, and then look at the proof is that more Democrats voted for it than Republicans. So obviously Democrats thought it was a better deal for them than the Republicans. And the fallout continues because the Republican House is on hold right now. It's being held hostage by the House Freedom Caucus because they're so pissed off about the deal that Kevin McCarthy made. They won't even let us a bill about preventing Biden from banning gas stoves, which isn't even happening, from getting to a full floor debate. So that's why I think they got their ass kicked on the debt ceiling deal.
Okay.
I was going to head out in a hot minute, but before I head out, I did want to highlight one recent policy area that Biden, I think, has really, really failed his promises. He recently finally ended the Title 42 policy and the Remain in Mexico policy, but replaced them with basically a very slightly more liberal version. If you come to the border of the United States nowadays, you will be presumed ineligible to apply for asylum. That was the crux of the Title 42 and Remain in Mexico policies of Trump, and Biden has now just formalized them. I think that's a real embarrassment. That's one of the areas where, IRI was talking about how he has the big pants. He's making the tough decisions. He made the tough decision, and it was to fuck over immigrants because he thinks it's going to win him the midterms. So I just...
Well, he brought down people crossing the border in the South by 70%. A stat came out recently. These are people that had no other route here into America. They're subject to the cartels and paying them for their travel and all that. Now
Yeah,
these
this is the
people
exact
have
same
a
thing
way
that
to
Trump
fly over
argued,
here.
right?
He opened up the door for people to come here legally if they can prove they have a financial sponsor. Will some people fall through the cracks? Yeah, but a lot of people are taking advantage of the legal routes and flying on Road D on Delta Airlines now instead of paying smugglers and carrying their possessions in 2 plastic bags.
Look, I think there's a reason that the Trump administration made these exact same arguments, and that the ACLU is disagreeing with all of them. Like, this is where the progressive reality is. This is going to fuck over
Yeah, and
refugees.
the ACLU stands up for Nazis too. So I mean, I don't know, man. Like the ACLU, I
that
They stand
really
up for their
your
free
best-
speech rights, dog.
Is that really your response? The ACLU stands up for Nazis, and like that's like literally like your best response here. I just want to, or
I'm just
maybe
saying, you're
I'll
gonna
give you a
always
moment to
find-
do it again. I'll give you a moment to do it again. Go ahead.
You're always going to find people that have an issue. Of course, the ACLU has a problem. There are people that are going to fall through the cracks at the southern border, people that have genuine asylum claims. But the real problem is not Biden. The real problem is Congress failing to update our immigration laws. We're using laws from the 90s when single males from Mexico were coming to work. We now have a refugee crisis at our southern border, and Congress is at a logjam. What is Biden supposed to do? He had to stop the flow of humanity. He had to stop people from getting taken advantage of by these cartels, and the border communities were demanding that he enact change, and he did.
I think Democrats have
What do you want him to do? It's not a perfect world. Biden has Dad
sure,
has
what do you
to
want
put
him
on,
to do?
make tough decisions.
Do you want to know what the
Dad
ACLU's
has to make tough decisions. You don't
You
get
wanna
to
know
eat
what-
Skittles for dinner. Sometimes you got to eat your vegetables.
Sure, let's
and
talk
the
about
president
eating the
has to make tough decisions.
Let's talk about eating the vegetables. It's called Alternatives to Detention, or ATD. It's what the ACLU supports. You let someone in, you give them a tracking device, namely a phone, that they need to report to, and they come back to court using that phone. 99% of people who get in these types of programs appear for their fucking court date. Why don't we just let people fucking in? They can apply for asylum. Why are we doing the exact
Because
same shit that the Trump
the
administration
Republicans-
did? This is not eating Skittles.
because
This is a
the
mass
messaging
incarceration.
from
There
the-
are 40,000 people locked up today because of this.
Listen, I can appreciate that, but that is sowing out because the American people are not convinced of that. I understand your stats back it up, but the American people were losing the messaging war. Biden had to stop the flow of humanity at the southern border by any means necessary, and he didn't want to do what Trump was doing, so he came up with some other ideas. What do you want from him?
Well, I have a
We have to
question
win
for SDL.
elections, SDL.
Yeah.
We
I have
have to win elections. I understand your heart is bleeding, and I bleed. My heart bleeds for these people too. We are lucky to have a flow of cheap labor and good people that want to come here. These are desperate people.
I
I'd
think
love to
this
let
is-
them all in.
This is an
But we gotta
interesting
win elections.
question, real quick. This is an interesting question. I'm curious what SDL would say, because I've heard other people advocate for doing something, right, to stop DeSantis in Florida, right, for what they consider trans genocide, whether we want to consider that or not. I'm going to, table that for now. But considering there are really bad things happening, and as you say, what's happening at the border is a crisis, right? There's human rights violations going around at the border, or at least alleged human rights violations, let's say. But if you cannot get through the democratic process to get these policies in place, what would you have him do instead? Would you have him go around these democratic policies and do it by fiat, or what?
Unfortunately, that's been how immigration policy has been decided for the last 15 years. It is such a logjam. There is no alternative but presidential policy. That's why I'm highlighting it, because it's one of the areas where Congress has had so little impact on policymaking. It's all the president, and he's made some really bad fucking decisions. IRI is, basically saying, hey, fuck the immigrants, because we got to do it to win elections. And, if that's your calculus, fine. But that's not him living up to his progressive politics. That's him failing a promise and fucking over
not a
immigrants for an
progressive.
easy win.
It's not a progressive.
Not a
that's true.
progressive.
Sure, it's true. One of his specific promises was to stop the carnage, the incarceration on the border, right? He wanted to stop locking up kids. And
He's going to do that by opening up legal channels for people to come here, just like we did for the Ukrainians. We let 100,000 Ukrainians in, and no one batted an eye. That's what Biden's
Because
doing
they're
now. He
white.
opened up a new channel for people to come in legally, so they don't have to do the route through South America or Central America.
well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I can't predict the future, but I can just tell you that human rights organizations are really fucking pissed that he kowtowed to the Trump administration's policy, but one step kinder. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, but in the long run, I think we do more good, so that's why I support it. But it's a privileged take for me. Of course, it's terrible, and then some people will suffer, and people will pay the price. But in the long run, I think we help more people.
Okay.
can we admit that his treatment?
I did. So I was going to head out. I have no hard feelings against IRI. I just do think this is an area where the Biden administration is really failing. This is probably like one of the biggest human rights failures in U.S. history. Back in the 50s, we didn't do this. Back in under Eisenhower, we just let people across. They showed up to their court date, and it was fine. We can go back to that. Return to history, okay? Return to tradition.
I hear you. I will not keep you SDO. It's all love too. We can talk sometime, but I'm just saying we have a refugee crisis at our southern border. Venezuela has the third largest refugee crisis behind Ukraine and Syria in the world, and that's coming to our border. So these are unique times.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here, SDL.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but wasn't part of Biden's like border improvement.
Okay. Just let them all in? Yeah, I'm basically the what I have a document actually here. Let me pull it up. Eisenhower. That's slightly off center. I don't like that. 1 minute. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so back in this is from the Eisenhower Attorney General talking about their immigration policy. Quote, in all but a few cases, those aliens, meaning people who are showing up at the border, whose admissibility or deportation is under study will no longer be detained. Under the new policy, somewhat less than 1,000 might be detained in any given year. Currently, we detain around 30 to 50,000 people on any given day. Is it 99%? I think it's 98. I can pull up the stat. I might have slightly overstated it. But it's a really high number for the trial programs that they've done, where they do ATD and then they assign you, I think, like a social worker. And that's it. That's all you got to do. And then, like, the vast majority of people want to get into this fucking country. So yeah, they're going to show up for their court appearance. They don't want to be someone living here illegally. They want to be someone here fully protected under the law who can do everything that an American can. Because they're fleeing violence. They're fleeing poverty. So yeah, of course. And just for an idea of how rare it was to have detention back under Eisenhower, there were in immigration custody 4 persons. 4 persons, 2 of which were stowaways. 0 were in jails. None were in jails. We could have this. We had this, right? But because it's literally fucking Reagan. Under Reagan, we created the modern carceral system. It was his response to the Cuban flotillas coming over. And that's why we have ICE. We could go back, return to history. The Supreme Court called this one of the most humane policies in U.S. history. And it's lost. We lost it because theocrats took the government. Let me pull up the ACLU thing before I'm done. Oh yeah, so here, the Supreme Court quote. Certainly, this policy, what we've been talking about, reflects the humane qualities of an enlightened civilization. Apparently, we ain't enlightened no more. Oh yeah, and then this graph shows you, no, that's not the graph. This is the graph. This is, so it's, like I said, started in fucking Reagan, blame Reagan for fucking everything. Average daily population in US detention centers starts in the hundreds in the 1980s, and under Trump, it climbed to 50,000. That's the number of people jailed daily. Denied, in my opinion, their human right to asylum. It's guaranteed by the UN Charter, it's guaranteed, in my opinion, by the freedom of movement. And the last thing I wanted to look at was... Yeah, so the ACLU put out a report on ATD, Alternatives to Detention. And they pointed to a program that ICE already did. I think it was started under Obama, and then it was continued into Trump, but then they closed it down. So the ACLU writes, in early 2017, around the time that then DHS Secretary John Kelly was contemplating a family separation policy, that was when, they were separating the kids out, and that led to, I think, 350 kids who lost their families. Back when they were considering doing that, they also ended the short-lived Family Case Management Program. According to DHS, the program was more than 99% effective, meaning that almost every single person in the program showed up for all immigration appointments, and court hearings. We could be a humane civilization. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, fucking Reagan. Hate that boomer fucker. Union strike breaking is another one of those issues that Biden is doing poorly on. I think is what Cognizant is saying. Yeah, you were low at 96%. My bet is that if it was actually applied on scale, it would be a lower number. But also, who fucking cares? If you're so desperate that you're coming to this country to like beg and scrape for asylum, and 2% of them like stay here illegally, I won't cry at night, right? That's fine. If someone who like didn't actually deserve asylum is staying here illegally because they so fucking hated their home country that they fled and abandoned everything and started afresh from nothing here, like they deserve it. I believe in human freedom of movement. That's fine. I prefer it was 100%, of course, but yeah, this is one of those things that the more you learn about the U.S. immigration system, the more you realize how like uniquely evil it is and how uniquely modern it is. Like we didn't do this for Ellis Island. The modern immigration system, the first wave came from eugenics in the 1910s when we started to exclude Jewish people, Slavic people, and people who aren't white. And then that sort of slowly faded away after FDR and the Nazis when that sort of ideology was super discredited. And it came back roaring back under Reagan because Reagan used the Southern strategy. He represented a return to the racist policies. So that's why I'm like, the reason I'm mad about all this is like, it's Biden isn't just like returning to how bad Trump was. He's returning to like some of the worst policy in U.S. history on this issue. How many immigrants a year is ideal? I don't think there's an absolute number. Like there's not like a correct number. It probably relates to how tight the labor market is. And right now we're running the economy really, really hot, which means that the labor market has a really strong ability to take in a lot of laborers very quickly. In turn, when they get income, they'll be able to do things like buy services, buy housing, and so on, which will mean that the rest of things that immigrants need will be taken care of, ideally, theoretically, by like just purely natural market mechanisms, without even needing like, people talk about like they're going to need government aid and whatnot. If they've got jobs, and assuming that the market can handle things correctly, which it can't, but if we pretended that it did, like Republicans do, then they should be able to handle that. Okay, I think I'm probably edging Roxy. Yeah, they tried to call me to talk about the Pence thing. We lionize Ellis Island. I don't know what you mean by lionize, but Ellis Island is really interesting because it's one of the areas where we first tried to do eugenic immigration policies, but literally couldn't do it because we didn't have the state capacity to do it. They wanted to deny like 2% of immigrants, but they only denied like 0.2% or something because they literally didn't have space to put people. It's like such a, I don't know. There was an era in U.S. history where we were just like, fine, these people are fine, let them in. It depends what you think is ideal because people immigrate for a variety of reasons. Sure. If every old person in America, every old person on Earth wanted to like move to America, that would like crush the U.S. economy. Like I think when we're talking about like some reasonably proportionate mix of immigrants that can work and contribute and so on. And the reason I'm talking about all this is like immigration is partly political. Like there is a truth that basically. One of the reasons that the rich world wants to limit immigration is partly to keep their wages high. And like the idea is that like, I don't think it's actually true, right? There's very little evidence that immigration lowers wages, but there is some number of immigrants which would lower wages. Like if it were 100 million people overnight moving to America, that would lower wages. There's some point at which it applies. It's just that the current levels we're at do not affect like wages. They keep the economy running. Like the economy running is just fine, and that's important for political reasons. Yeah, for percent of population, I think we admit currently like 1% or something. So maybe 2% is fine. I don't know. That's an empirical question. In an ideal world where the U.S. was fighting like. Comrade Bernie comes in and pursues the permanent revolution on the rest of the world, and we get universal beefy social democracy at the very minimum. People are like unionized and have high wages and rapidly growing incomes in the rest of the world. Immigration restrictions are way less necessary because people wouldn't come because of the immense income gradients. They would just come for like geographic reasons. You wouldn't have people desperately trying to get here because they want to escape poverty. If the rest of the world were far richer, they might just come here because they like something about the U.S. And so that would be very different, again, very different types of immigration, but we don't live in that world. And so unfortunately for like political reasons, you basically need to make sure that the level of immigration is low enough to not hurt the economy. And we are definitely, like, we are not at any risk of that. We are totally fine with that level. And as the world gets more equal, hopefully, you can get closer and closer to open borders, which is an ideal because, you know, we've open borders inside the United States. It's not fucking up the economy of the United States because the economy of the United States is not like insanely unequal between given locations. We could do it. We just need to build the rest of the world up. Okay, Roxy wants to talk to me in banter.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. So first thing, like housekeeping. You need to make a stream announcement that now that you've finished the portion that you didn't want to announce, and you need to update stream title, and wait a couple minutes for people to trickle in now that they know that you're streaming. Because so far the only people who've known that you're streaming are who saw my tweets. You need to fucking announce your stream. God damn it.
Fine.
Anyways, and then also, you did really great. I thought you did really great. I thought this was a good
Yeah,
first
okay,
impression.
Biden stan. Okay, DNC shill
Okay,
Roxy fighting for her life in chat.
No. So even though you were defending the wrong position, I think you did pretty good. I think you defended your points pretty well. I think you had the strongest position amongst the wrong positions on the panel. But see, you're failing at a very simple calculus here, where it's you're correct that it's more democratic to have more primary challenges, but it's not sufficiently democratized to justify how bad of politics it is. That's really the key thing.
I think that you know, we didn't have time to get into the nitty gritty of this. I think that if you just set the requirements sufficiently high for debate challengers, something like you've got to be an elected. And like a Dem elected or a Dem caucusing elected like Sanders, and you've got to poll like, I don't know, let's say like 3% or something. And I think that you probably filter out basically anyone who isn't there to seriously promote at least there to promote policy, for example. I think that stuff is probably fairly useful. I think centering things on policy tends to win Democrats' votes. David Shores, the Blue Rose research guy, whose whole argument is that, you know, progressive economic policies help Dems win elections. And I think if you make the conversation about that and you use that free airtime to highlight that, which you can by filtering out people who do very poorly, then you could just do that. Like, I don't know. The DNC should be a little bit more Orwellian, okay? Why aren't they pulling the strings behind the scenes to get a whole bunch of like center-left people on stage to talk about how great democratic policies are and how they're like, oh, I respectfully disagree with my fellow Senator Biden. Here's why I propose a policy that is like 1 iota left or 1 iota right.
Isn't this like literally
Where's Puppet Master DNC?
Manufacturing consent? Isn't this like the definition of manufacturing?
Oh, isn't this literally manufacturing consent? Yes, okay. I'm gonna churn that shit out. Get the consent factory online.
Oh god, what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's just like I don't know if you care about like my 2 cents or whatever, but it's just like the democratic momentum is so strong right now. It would be like the most idiotic thing in the world to like humor like random challenges from like Marianne Williamson saying we need a $25 an hour minimum wage, which is terrible. Sort of like it's like someone was asking for like an example of an attack. Like that's the attack. Like a $25 minimum wage. It's fucking terrible policy that should not be like, tolerated. But it plays really well to a certain base, and it would frame Biden in a very particular light that would demotivate the kind of people who really need to. Like that's the sort of thing. Like we should not be humoring. It would be like self-sacrificial. Trump didn't do this in 2020. Why should we be?
I mean,
like.
So I think the arguments about tradition I don't really like because I think
they're bad arguments too.
Well, sure, because the fact that parties have done this doesn't mean they should do this. Like open primaries themselves are a modern invention. They came about because the progressives were trying to bust up the machines back in the 1890s, 1900s, and 1910s. Like the whole direct election of senators and whatnot, it's a modern tradition too. And the whole thing of like real primaries for president is also a modern thing. That came about in the 1960s. When a bunch of, again, progressive reformers got into the Democratic Party and tried to make it actually small d democratic.
And that's fucking awesome. And those democratize the process to an extent that it justifies any sort of like like political hit. But what I mean when I invoke Trump is like he's not fucking around with politics. We should not do that either. Like we should like it's like we shouldn't like handicap ourselves for like the marginal degree of democratization of this process is not sufficient enough to justify the benefit that it gives to the Republicans in this case. But I think you did a good job of like highlighting why in this particular environment it is politically beneficial to give Biden an opportunity to highlight. Like I think that was the most compelling argument.
I guarantee that it's true in virtually any environment. One of the arguments that I didn't get to expand on, but I definitely believe, is that giving the national stage is a chance to try out presidential candidates. So, for example, Warren showed that she has a lot of some of the things for a great national candidate, but she also has a lot of weaknesses. For example, she wasn't great in a lot of the campaigning, in a lot of the organizing. She chose a lot of bad rhetorical issues to highlight, and so it's a great testing ground for like, hey, what do we do next election, right? Which candidate do you have any candidates on your mind who would be good presidential candidates for 2028?
Me?
Yeah, sure, you, but
I don't fucking know.
well, and so that like the
AOC.
Like literally, we should think about this in terms of leadership recruitment, right? We should be wanting to find candidates who are persuasive, enthusiastic, can promote good policies. Yeah, this is a good proving ground.
In the 28 primary, like I think like we'll find like our Buttigieg who doesn't fucking suck in 2028, like when they run for
Buttigieg who doesn't suck. Okay, neolib.
No, like okay, God, I fucking
bread fixing Roxy over here.
I hate him so much because he's more progressive than he seems, but he's so committed to the fucking like he's very committed to seeming more like sort of like liberal and sort of like in juxtaposition to leftist sort of sense. He's really committed to making himself seem more liberal than he actually is, and I fucking hate that shit. Like
One of the arguments I would give is like in a very concrete way. So Tucker Carlson leaving Fox News was probably good for the right, because now Fox News still fills that slot and Tucker Carlson gets independent fame. I think there's truth in the same way that the DNC and lefties, as much as possible, who have platforms, should try and lift up as many other people as they can and give them national platforms, give them national clout, so they can use that. And I think that's the type of stuff, like, you should always be trying to get whatever free airtime you can. There's no reason to miss out on these debates. If you have to orchestrate them, like I don't know, you could easily get Bernie in there to talk about, like, you know what, Bernie in office has been like fighting for Biden's progressive policies. He's been talking about like college student loan cancellation all the time. Get him in there to argue with Biden, say we should have a more aggressive one, and then he'll follow that up with, and you've done a really good job on what you've tried so far, and the Republicans are trying to fuck us over in the Supreme Court. Like, if you manufacture that goddamn consent, okay? At least do your job properly. That's what political parties are for. Their whole job is manufacturing ideology.
Oh yeah, no. I wish the Democratic Party was better at its job. Real quick before I forget, make the fucking announcement tweet so that people know to watch your stream right now. If you haven't done it, you need to do it right now. You need to do it right now so that in a couple minutes, when we start watching the content, they'll have trickled in. You gotta be on this. I will keep hounding you until you're good at being a streamer again. Socialism needs you, Aiden.
So true, Miss Neoliberal Roxy.
I'm not a fucking neoliberal.
I'm not a neoliberal. Yeah, nice try, neoliberal. Exactly what a neoliberal would say. Hiding neoliberal. Neoliberals have... Go ahead.
Like, did you see when Matt Darling was in my replies arguing that no one considered Reagan a neoliberal until Tumblr? Like,
oh, that's particularly, that was a little funny, yeah.
And then I also got like the fucking neoliberal account blocked, like quote tweeted me to give their fucking oh well, in the 30s actually neoliberalism was in juxtaposition to sort of like classical, the whole spiel, and I just blocked them immediately because they had a point, but I was just so sick of aggressive globe emojis coming into my replies. Anyways, you better are you making the tweet right now? Are you making the announcement tweet right now?
I'm searching for something. I gotta find a link. Okay, I'm getting link pilled.
It's suckedinleft.org/live. I was also flabbergasted like at the end there, where he was actually it's fine that Biden is letting Title 42 expire or whatever. and it's it's fine. Like we can't let them in. It's like holy shit.
I mean, honestly, I was actually so I know that he's defending a repugnant position, but I was actually really glad to see him openly defending it as like it's a necessary evil to win election, because I think that's like I think it's a repugnant position to defend, and I don't know whether it's true. I tend to think that it's not. Which is part of the reason I oppose it. And I tend to think it's such an evil human rights violation that even were it unpopular, you should do it regardless. But if you thought the election was so important, like if you thought Trump really was going to destroy democracy, I do think at least it's consistent to be like, yeah, I will do whatever human rights violations I have to stop that. Like, at least I'm glad he's open about it. He's not like hiding it or whatever. I prefer that.
It's like I was thinking about this, how my position is that it's fine to not democratize because it's bad politics, but like I hope that if I ever get to the point where I'm arguing in favor of human rights violations, like for the sake of like +2 dumb points, can I say can I ask you to like take me out back, like a farmer
in a video
can I say that on
game,
stream?
yes.
In a video game, yeah. Oh god. Anyways, you're making the fucking tweet right now, right?
Oh my god, yes, I'm making the tweet. I was trying to find, there were these Christian propaganda videos I came across and I wanted to react to.
No. Order.
Stay on topic. No, but now I lost the links and I'm really sad about it, so I gotta find them.
Come out into what field on Noters? Anyways, you can find the links in the interim time between when you announce it and when people trickle in and we start watching it.
Do you have the Pence video?
We'll fucking find it. It's on Twitter. You'll hear
shit up.
You'll hear my clickety-clacky keyboard for a second.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
Who the fuck is Jamie?
It's Joe Rogan's assistant.
Oh, the guy who comes in with the bass and awesome trans facts.
I don't think that's the guy, but unless bass and awesome means like transphobic. I think he's like a reactionary.
As in like it's like Matt Walsh was like millions of trans kids are being transitioned, and then the producer's like it's like
no, that was Matt Binder.
Okay.
Who's like a leftist online.
Wait, Matt Binder works for Joe Rogan?
No. So that's okay. Jamie is Joe Rogan's assistant. Joe Rogan just likes to say shit like, Jamie, pull that up. He'll be like, can you pull up an ape with wood skin or something? Jamie will be like, yep, pulling it up. But Matt Binder went on, I don't know if he was talking with, I don't know if it was Matt Binder, but it was Matt Binder or Lance or someone like that was talking with Joe Rogan who brought that up.
No, because he was already on with Matt Walsh. Did he have like 2 guests on?
Why is my chat still arguing about moral realism?
Doge, stop trying to get me to be a moral realist right now. You can't convince me that morals are real, okay? Anyways, Lord and Savior Jar Jar agrees with me, so BTFO STL once again.
Yeah, well, they've got a name that's way too fucking long on this website. I'm gonna keep forgetting it, so I think that's an L.
I can see your Twitter in the reflection in the mirror.
Yeah, I'm prepping the statement.
Okay. Are you excited to explain why I, as a progressive, should join the DSA while I eat Carolina Reaper in like a week or 2? Are you excited for that?
Am I excited to watch you cry on stream for 5 minutes because you ate a really hot Dorito? Yeah.
No, it's not a Dorito. It's a pepper. I'll eat the whole fucking pepper. And no, I won't cry because I have a very high spice tolerance. And you're gonna get to explain with theory why progressives should join the DSA.
So true.
It'll be entertaining. It'll be capital C content. Anyway, how many people have gotten? Do you know if the site like it adds views to the view count on YouTube?
Yeah, the embed does. Pretty sure.
So when it says 42 people watching on YouTube right now, it's include the people in chat who are watching.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it went down like 15 from the debate bit.
Yeah. Everyone just hang on for like 5 minutes. We're gonna get right back into the content train in a moment here. As soon as STL makes his goddamn fucking announcement tweet.
I did. I linked it.
Linked it. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they trickling in now? Are they trickling in? Because I see it's gone up by 1. So.
I mean, YouTube super deboosts, Twitter super deboosts outlinks. So I don't know.
No, wait. Oh, god damn it! No, you need to have a top level tweet that says "I'm live right now," and then in the reply to that, do the link. That's what you got to do. God damn it! You're so out of practice with this. Jesus.
Look, other people have told me that for streamers, it's good to put it in the first one because people don't click through the second one. So I wanted to try it. I'm gonna try.
Okay. You know, a little experiment. Oh, hey, Samiostatic's is in a YouTube chat.
Yeah, no, Somniostatic's been in YouTube chat. How Whiteleaf does view count, you're not sure. You think it combines them? I'm pretty sure that YouTube counts embeds and direct watches. Yeah, and so the thing that I was getting mad about is so a while ago, here, I'm gonna pull up a fucking meme.
I'm gonna pull up the meme. I'm gonna pull up some content for us. Let's show the viewers content.
Okay, so a while ago, I had to remake this Christianity gameplay, Christianity lore meme, okay? And I'm gonna play it for the benefit of stream, so shush for 34 seconds, Mr. Roxy. Okay, so I made this, and it took forever to find all of these insane Christian clips, okay? I had to go deep into the Christianity rabbit hole. There's all these channels, like the channels that actually make, like, the channels the people that sit down and are like, I want to do a 3D rendition of the Christian apocalypse are deranged. They're completely insane. Every single one of them is like the actual contents of their channel. The rest of the time are them talking about how we're living through the end times, and you can see it. And it's their whole thing is talking about how like Russia is the Satan and Israel is being attacked from the four corners, and they're linking it all in with like Old Testament prophecies. They're deranged. Their whole thing is like insane reactionary news. And then in between that, they'll have like 3D animations of the apocalypse. I'm not even joking you. And so in the process of trying to find that, I spent so long looking through these insane channels, and I found some deranged Christian propaganda, and I wanted to react to it.
Okay.
But I can't find it.
Is it the one meme where it's like sped up, like you didn't have to come at me?
It's got, yeah, and then it's a video game soundtrack, yeah.
Cut me off.
Howdy, Tornado Matty 01.
Welcome to the stream. I'm just giving Aiden a hard time while he finds the content for the viewers.
Well, no, so you want to do the Mike Pence thing, and since you bring
do the Mike Pence thing.
Since you bring Mormon energy, much like Mike Pence.
Because okay, so real quick, how are we gonna watch this in a way that it won't be like video desynced for me? Like, can you like watch it like in like screen share in Discord?
I probably can.
But then also, I'm so excited for Mike Pence's candidacy because I don't like understand like what he thinks his angle is here, because he sat through as like President Trump like called for his execution, and he did nothing. He did nothing. He's like he didn't defend himself.
He's trying to be king of the hill. Okay, he knows that if he can't win, he's on the chopping block. It's that simple.
And it's like if you like the New York Times was like going to like strongholds and like asking like the base what they think. No one's bringing up Mike Pence. No one's talking about Mike Pence. No one cares about Mike. I
think his hope is unironically that Trump gets indicted and meatball Ron, that Ron de Sanctimonious, that Ron de Piss Pants is just such an uncharismatic pudding-eating loser that the only option left is Mike Pence. That he's the driest rag in the selection of wet rags.
I'm sorry.
So
it's so much better than
Ron the Piss Pants is look. Shark loved Ron the Piss Pants. It's that simple.
It's kind of funny, but Meatball Ron is like that's top tier.
Look, I'm sorry. Ron the Sanctimonious is the official Trump tier insult.
I want Trump to adopt Meatball Ron.
Meatball Ron sounds like a mafia boss too, right? Yeah. Meatball Ron sounds like the guy who comes in and is like, "Hey, make you a deal you can't refuse," and then he's just like eating pudding the whole time. Yeah, do you not know the reason that Trump gave him all these nicknames is there was a story that came out that he was eating pudding with his hands, like chocolate pudding.
Have you seen that ad where they got some actor to like shovel pudding into his mouth like with his fingers, like what we're talking about, like
that's disgusting.
It's a viscerally gross ad because like there's just like pools of pudding like piling up around this actor.
How do I do a poll? How do I do a vote? Oh, did I not set up my own account to have admin perms? 1 minute.
Do I have higher admin terms than you in chat right now?
You might right now. Users.
Look at me. What do you mean? I am the stream queen now.
Oh my god.
I am the stream queen now. I own the stream. This is the Staroxvia stream. STAROXVIA. Follow me on Twitter.
One of the first users on the website is just named Penis. So I think we're doing pretty good. I think I've got to really bringing in the people.
Penis is in chat. Penis is here.
That's me. Yeah, really glad we could get some penis representation on stream.
Hey, hi, Progressive.
Okay, admin. And then, because I just wanted to do a poll about which nickname is the best. I don't know this website. I don't use this.
Last time SDL streamed, I was depressed, and now I'm still depressed. But a lot has happened in between.
Bro, penis is real. All right.
You can't delay too long because we got people trickling in. Like you don't want to you don't want them to click on and see fucking SDL talking about the chatter.
I think the people want. I think there's nothing that people want. There's nothing people demand more than me talking about penis. Okay, that's the thing that people turn in for.
I'm gonna clip that. I've invoked it by saying it, haven't I?
Okay, so when I play this, can you hear it?
The land of opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch Meatball Mike. What nicknames could we do?
All right.
He does kind of bring like divorce dad energy. We can work with this. Okay. You ready to watch, Miss Roxy? You ready to bant?
I'm ready. I'm ready for banter.
Mike Pants. As opposed to Ron to Piss Pants, he's just Mike Pants. Okay, we're gonna play it. We're gonna do a little bit of banting.
Mike disappointment.
Oh my god.
The land of opportunity. Beacon of democracy. The shining city on the hill. Land of the free, home of the brave. The United States of America. As a son of the heartland, grandson of an Irish immigrant, those aren't just words.
Okay, look, I know that he's making this point. These aren't just words. These are ideals I hold true. But given that the first 20 seconds of his video was just freedom, democracy, opportunity, these are not just words. I love this shit. He actually is running. He might be in competition for Meatball Ron for the least entertaining candidate.
My family
Which is
has
weird because he was a radio show host. Like, how does he not have like presence? Have you listened to like his old radio broadcast?
No.
Like, he had energy to it. Like he was there. He was present. He was like holding the room, and now he's so.
And now he was saved
now.
by Christ. That's what happened. Okay,
Trump has cucked him so hard. Having the sitting president of the U.S. make an attempt on his life has just fucking neutered him. He's gone. Liberal. He has no energy anymore.
All right, well, let's play on with neutered Mike over here.
just words. My family has lived the American dream. I had the great honor to serve in Congress as governor.
Was that the Garfield clip? Am I going? No, that's not the Garfield clip. For y'all, okay, go ahead. We're gonna keep going.
As governor and as your vice president. And I'll always be proud of the progress we made together for a stronger, more prosperous America.
Is he gonna mention Trump at all?
Well, that's the thing I want to see. So during the whole presidency thing, I don't think he showed Trump once. He showed him with Netanyahu with his wife, and during the whole time he's like white as hell, but just sort of ghostly imposed over top.
Ghost Mike.
Ghost Mike over here. I mean, he does have he's got the right tone for it. All right, we're gonna keep going.
Our country's in a lot of trouble. President Joe Biden and the radical left have weakened America.
I love how much mileage they've tried to get out of Joe Biden at this speech, where he's just like, I like democracy. But there's red in the background, and they try to make it as scary as possible.
Oh my god. That's so funny.
President Joe Biden and the radical left.
And then for the radical left, they have Kamala Harris doing some incomprehensible thing with her hands.
Weakened America at home and abroad. The American dream is being crushed under runaway inflation. Wages are dropping. Recession is looming.
You know, it's funny actually, because the economy under late Trump and most of Biden has actually seen one of the first increases of real wages for the bottom 25% of society in something like 20 or 30 years. Inflation mostly has been hitting the rich and the middle class. So interestingly, Biden has actually seen a reduction in inequality just because of the economy is running so hot that it's bringing people in and lifting up wages at the bottom. It's not really Biden's choice per se or Trump's choice per se. It seems just to be that we during the 2008 recession, we responded so slowly that we had a 10-year recovery period. But then during the COVID recession, we responded so strongly that we recovered within about I think it was like 4 or 5 months or something. And so we're getting right back to it with really, really high labor force participation and really, really hot labor markets. And that gives workers power, so they demand better wages. So
what's the deal with the posturing about like wages not going up or whatever, but then also being opposed to like minimum wage increases? Like, isn't that like?
Well, go ahead.
Like, like it's just like I realize that like the fascist fucks like this are just like inherently self-contradictory, but isn't it a little too self-contradictory?
Well, that the whole thing is to point to a real issue and then immediately pivot, and you're actually seeing it on the screen. He talked about wages not rising. He's immediately going to pivot to immigrants. So, like, the whole every time the point is going to be, wow, you workers are really getting fucked over. And then they either pivot to, it's because of Jewish people, it's because of black people, it's because of Hispanic people, whatever. It's always a pivot, every single time. Oh, Vivian's in chat. Oh, no. All right, I'm going to play on.
Okay.
Our southern border.
Here, so I'm going to go back to the wages. Oh, and one of the things that he's mad about, one of the things that they're blaming for wages not rising is the Keystone Pipeline thing. They're saying that like Biden's radical left agenda is shutting down fossil fuels, which like it's actually fucking not. Biden approved, Biden approved more drilling permits than Trump, though some of that is just for a dumb procedural reason. But he has
really
not.
He did.
Yeah.
I thought like energy independence like was one of the things that like the Trump admin like successfully did.
Well, so energy independence in the sense of doing a lot of drilling on American soil, yes, but it's energy independence also in the sense of like fucking over the like future and fucking over our children. So they did so Trump did no work promoting green energy. Trump did no work promoting green energy, but at least the Inflation Reduction Act did. So okay, I'm going to play on.
Wages are dropping. Recession is looming. Our southern border is under siege, and the enemies of freedom are on the march around the world. And
I do got to say, superimposing armies marching with the borders under siege is really fucked up. Like reactionaries do this all the time, that like immigrants are sieging your border when it's like millions of people just trying to get in, fleeing violence and fleeing like destitution.
Oh god, I have this like visceral memory. Like in 2018, when I was still talking to my father, he was like telling me like he was like showing me footage of like the caravan and being like they're coming in to invade us, and like knowing like that it's like people who are just so desperate that they're just walking in a beeline for like the border to apply for asylum. It's like one of the most like precarious like situations that a human can be in like on this continent. And like it's like the degree to which like that's like demonized as like a foreign invading threat. It's so fucked up.
No, I mean, it's essentializing. It's saying like these people threaten you and threaten your liberties. And so again, one of the things that you're seeing is a lot of reactionary, a lot of conservative, but especially fascist and reactionary rhetoric doesn't explicitly make arguments. Like they don't explicitly say immigrants are invading, they are threatening your way of life, we need to stop them, build the wall. They'll often just say something like immigrants are invading and then immediately pivot to other stuff. They'll sort of just try and do like argument by association almost. And so like in this ad, you're literally seeing that where you just say, first you say wages are falling, then you talk about immigrants, and then you talk about the enemies of freedom. So you loop them all together, but you never actually make any arguments or put any policy prescriptions. So, okay, I play video.
Worse still, timeless American values are under assault as never before.
I don't know if you saw...
Was it the fucking like Leah Thomas thing?
Yeah, it was.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Timeless female values of caring deeply about women's sports.
It gets to me that these fuckers like 15 years ago were arguing that like they didn't need to fund like women's athletics. Like they were opposed to like Title IX like regulations that required like female sports to be like funded. So it's the most contrived issue in the world. Also Leah Thomas in particular, it irks me so much because it's like the very next day she placed dead last in a different competition because like she didn't have an advantage. She trained really hard in one event and then won and then didn't win in the events that she didn't train for as well. It's like the most like transparent like, oh my, that story in particular bothers me so much. But they it's so annoying too because like they use it because it's like she's a very striking like sort of like physique in comparison to other swimmers without leaving out the fact that like that's just what like professional like female like swimmers like look like. They're fucking stacked. And like at the collegiate level, like they do just look like behemoths in comparison to the swimmers. But then like at like the like at higher levels, like they're just all like Amazons.
Yeah, no, I mean I think that it plays nicely to show swimmers and then compare them to like because athletes often do look different than the rest of the general population. I do think that's part of the propaganda is focusing a lot on appearance and not on like the actual objective results.
It pisses me off so much, and I'm very happy that voters typically don't like resonate with this, and then they just by and large like don't give a fuck about it.
This was like the thing before the midterms, and it did not fucking matter. So it is interesting to see actually. It is interesting to see actually that it's not reflected very much in the messaging. The argument that I've given for a while, and I think you see this in Tucker Carlson's messaging, which I'm gonna go over later on stream. Is it's a real focus back to immigration and race and crime. Those are like for decades and decades they've been conservative mainstays, and they've tried to pivot away a bit. And now they're going right back to it, just like it was under Trump, just like it was with all the white nationalists. We're seeing it again. Okay, so I play video.
Oh wait, oh never mind. Okay, real quick to Alex in YouTube chat. Speaking about Chelsea Mitchell, I actually posted a thread about Chelsea Mitchell today. If you look at the like her like running record in like 2019, which is like the season that the lawsuit pertains to, she like sort of like took her. So it was Terry Miller and Andrea Yearwood, who are the two trans athletes. She occasionally would beat Terry Miller, like sort of like half the time. And and she very consistently beat Andrea Yearwood. And then like there's other times where like all three of them lose to, like some other cis athlete. Like it's just like it's like if you actually like look at like the complete like running record of Chelsea Mitchell, she won a lot of them and then she lost a lot of them, and they all sort of took turns because they were all elite athletes. And she's dead ass suing them over the like the race. Like they're taking the races where she happened to lose, and they're suing the Connecticut over those races. It's like the most sore loser shit ever. And then none of the reporting on it like looks into it at all because they just do this thing where it's like, oh, like she's.
Let me summarize it real quick. She claims to be the fastest woman in Connecticut, but is routinely the third fastest woman in Connecticut.
Sometimes she is, and sometimes she's the second fastest cis woman in Connecticut, and sometimes it's like. she'll say in interviews
Yeah.
like,
So
there's no possible way. Like,
so
I'm getting off on a tangent.
No. So it's a bit of a tangent, but I think it's relevant that for a lot of these things, they will gesture towards something, but they won't ever. So like this ad isn't like, wow, we're losing American values, and then it's like pointing to something concrete that's like actually important for one. If it were actually true that female sports was being like deeply corrupted, I do not think that conservatives would give one shit. But like instead of pointing to things that are like actually important and like, hey, here's my policy prescription, it's always just sort of this vague sense that like everything's falling apart. There's this vague enemy at the doorstep. Like the bad people are doing bad things. So I'll play on. And I think they'll see that as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Never before. We're better than this.
We're better than this.
So the what I loved about this is it's cops and stuff like that. Drag queens storm faith-based story hour. This one's particularly interesting to me because they didn't even put up the I think her name is like Sasha Sate or something, which is the one where like a drag queen has their legs splayed out a little bit at a reading. It was like for 1 second, and then there was a far right person who was photographizing her like the entire time, and they published that photo. Whatever, sorry. Photographing her. But the reason I mention it is this is a faith-based one, right? If the value here that's being lost is like something like Christianity or, like our moral values, it sure seems like a lot of churches are choosing to invite these drag queens in, right? So this is a bad example. I don't know. I guess the point of this is probably to argue that even Christianity isn't safe, right? Okay. And then the last one is, he says,
values are under assault as never before. We're better than this.
We're better than this? And then Biden just like kisses the microphone or something? And that's it? I don't know. Yeah, I guess we're better than that. Sure.
We can turn this country around, but different times call for different leadership. Today, our party and our country need a leader that'll appeal, as Lincoln said, to the better angels of our nature.
So I do like the contrast between we need a different leader and Lincoln. When Pence is like the most stock standard Republican in all time. God fucking damn.
I think he's trying to like draw a comparison as because Lincoln was from Indiana, right? Like, do you think he's trying to like be like invoke another like Indianan?
I mean, Lincoln maybe broke the mold and helped create the modern Republican Party, so maybe that's it. I don't know. I think he was literally trying to get the name in there.
But like also like he's clearly like trying to like juxtapose himself to Trump without saying Trump's name, right? Like that's what's going on there, right?
Sure. The reason he's saying different leadership is Trump. Yeah, absolutely.
It's so wild to me that these people are like running against they're running a primary against Trump, but they're so scared to directly attack Trump. It's like the most is really their only hope to like sort of vaguely gesture at the idea of Trump being unfit and then hope that he like dies of a heart attack or like gets indicted and like it drops out. Like, is that like their only hope here, or like? I'm
not sure. Okay, I'm gonna try and get it through because we're
okay.
It's only 2:44. We gotta finish it.
Okay.
I have long believed to whom much is given, much will be required. My family and I have been blessed beyond measure with opportunities to serve this nation, and it'd be easy to stay on the sidelines. But
I think one of my favorite things about when presidents just dress up in like military uniform is that they're not actually doing anything. They're just there for the photo op, and it's so fake. Biden did this recently. He like went to Ukraine in like military gear to talk with Zelensky, and I couldn't help just feeling it's so fucking cheap. But it's not important.
On the sidelines. But that's not how I was raised. That's why today, before God and my family, I'm announcing I'm running for President of the United States.
Brief side note, he calls his wife mother. Figured to just point you out. So it's before his father and his mother that he's announcing this. Yep, he calls his wife mother.
Wait, what? Oh, what?
Man's insane.
We can bring this country back. We can defend our nation and secure our border. We can revive our economy and put our nation back on a path to a balanced budget. Defend our
So this is one of the things. He talks about wages at the start and revive our economy. What does that actually mean? Balanced budget. It means he wants to cut your welfare.
Liberties and give America a new beginning for life. President Reagan described us as a shining city on the hill. And above all, he called on Americans to renew optimism and believe in themselves again, to believe in each other. Every time our nation is...
So you'll see this if we watch the Tucker Carlson clip, that so much of modern conservative rhetoric, and I know this is an ad, a lot of ads are like this, but so much of conservative rhetoric is just pablum. It's just, there's nothing to it. There's no substance. It's like, we need to get back to hope. We need to get back to a city on the hill. And then they say nothing of substance. The only things he's said is secure the border and cut your welfare. That's it.
And also he name dropped Reagan, and this is one of the things that makes me wonder if the Republican Party has stability, how incapable they are of operating without gesturing to a past Republican leader who was successful. The more Trump-centric ones are propping up Trump, and then the ones who want to get away with them, they mention Reagan. It's one of those things where it doesn't seem like it has any longevity.
No,
Reagan nowadays.
So I think the reason he mentioned Lincoln and Reagan is literally just for name recognition purposes. I literally just think it's because Republicans like those. It's that simple. There's no further analysis required. Someone in chat says this feels like a Transformers movie, and I cannot disagree. I cannot agree more.
The fucking Michael Bay lens flares.
All we need, there's so many lens flares, right? All we need is some explosions. Literally all we need is and terrorists are destroying our country, and a boom, and it would literally be Michael Bay.
Produce leadership that has called upon this country to do hard things. The American people have always risen to the challenge, and we will again. We just need government as good as our people.
Here, let's see if he mentions a single policy.
I believe
Last 30
in the American
seconds.
people, and I have faith. God is not done with America yet, and together we can bring this country back. And the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
No. So that's it. It's totally empty posturing.
Not a single policy.
And so there were two policies. It was keep immigrants out and cut your welfare. And that's it. That's all you heard from him. God is not done with America yet sounds like a threat. That's true.
God sure has been testing America as of late. I'll give him that.
Guy who thinks that God sends hurricanes to punish America but wants them. God is not done with America yet.
I have to wonder, does he even still have evangelical pull? Because I feel like most evangelicals have sort of grafted their religious beliefs onto Trump in a QAnon fascist way.
One of the things that evangelicals are actually really good at. So evangelicals have spent the last 60 years building up this alternative political media, this alternative political landscape, where they get their news from church, they get it from all these alternative news sources, and so it sort of insulates them a little bit. And they're really, really good about voting for the most conservative candidate. So a lot of evangelicals in polling said they didn't like that Trump was a third married, cheater, basically. That he was cussing, basically everything that evangelicals don't like, except for his policies. Because what they really care about, what they actually vote on, they are very principled voters and will vote for the most conservative candidate. Evangelicals do not nearly in the same rates do the whinging that lefties will do, where they're like, this is not the pure candidate. Nope. They fucking put they put all that to the side and they vote for the best choice they can, and they fucking won. They took abortion away because they did it. So it's really scary. There's a book that Mayor read a while ago. I'll see if I can get the name, about Christian nationalism and how for 50 years now they've been brewing up, intentionally building this whole alternative economics, set up this whole alternative news system. There's central organizers that send out information to church to give you your weekly news, and it's really frightening. I think. If they get into power, if these types actually really, really get into power, they get 60% of Congress. They will do theocracy. I don't know.
Real quick, so there is 10 seconds left in this ad. Let's see if he crams all of his policy points in the last 10 seconds.
All right, let's leave it. Let's do it.
Rapid fire, right?
We've got some flag waving.
Oh yeah. Maybe if you zoom in on the flag in the printed
all of the white, he wrote it in white, but it's all in the white stripes, so it's really hard to read.
Do we need a black light to read his policy points right now, or?
Chad Not Chud says the one good streamer is back. Trying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be trying to stream this summer. You know, you ain't streaming, and what you're gonna be streaming is crying because you're eating something that's way too damn spicy. Okay.
Not always, just one time.
Just one time.
Am I not-
No, I love this. Someone called this patriotic jibber jabber. True.
ChatGPT could have written a more compelling speech, I think. Because there's no substance to it. It's just like all of like the empty platitudes like rolled into one. This is what ChatGPT can actually do.
Yeah, no, I mean, unironically, I think that a lot of conservative commentators are going to get replaced by automated. Like, Tim Pool level content is not hard to do with just like, hey, here's an article, read this out, apply a conservative lens to it. It can do that. You can currently do that.
Have you not seen that whole like underbelly of voice to text like conservative news outlets that just sort of like scrape an article for text and then like have like meaningless sort of like white noise visuals or whatever. Like this exists already. It's just gonna get better.
Yeah, and I mean, to some degree, I think it's gonna happen for all ideologies, but I do tend to think that it'll be a lot worse on the conservative side of things because there's a lot less fact checking. Like one of the things I encourage y'all to do, and I think this is good for mental health, like for grounding your politics. I think one of the things that happens a lot on left Twitter is you'll get someone who follows like 50,000 communists and 0 conservatives, and so they have no idea how fucking insane the right is in this country. And I just encourage you to follow some conservative meme accounts, follow like a few conservative propagandists, and you will realize that 1, they are fucking morons, and 2, they are fucking insane, and it's crazy how large the platforms they have.
Did you see that fucking like libertarian capybara meme that was like, oh, you know, like Hispanic people don't go to New York City, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, so that's actually an example. So like if you follow what is it, like Liberty Cappy or whatever, which I do, I try to reply to them like all the time, and every meme of theirs is 0. It's like almost 0 substance. It's as close to 0 substance as you can get for a meme. Like some of them are literally like brown, you know, the meme format, which is like AOC, and it just says brown woman stupid. A lot of them are quite literally that bad. It's so dumb. Isn't that just the For You page at this point? Yeah. If you look at the For You page and you've interacted with a bunch of conservative pages before, it's literally the most mindless drivel you have literally ever seen. And I'm not trying. Go ahead.
This is a tangent, but like, did you add the Keck V like emotes like in or did it come preloaded?
All of these came. I think all of these got copied over from Vosh's chat. So whatever he has, I haven't customized it.
Incredible. Anyways, go ahead.
Michael Pants. What does that phrase even mean? Yeah, like Christian. So an Entropy fan said in chats is talking about Christian Talk Radio, and one of the things that like, you know, sometimes we think about Christian Talk Radio and whatnot as these sort of isolated like cranks talking in the wilderness, but they're not. They're very closely affiliated with the evangelical movement. The evangelical movement has research centers. They have propaganda outlets. There's a reason that conservatives have been buying control of local news stations.
There was like let's see, like there was like this like I had like an academic like talk like from this one like woman who's talking about how the stranglehold that sort of like Spanish radio or like conservatives have like Spanish radio, like how they're influencing like Hispanic politics because no one is like listening to it in Spanish. So like they're saying like most like insane right wing like drivel, and it's just like being unchecked on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, I totally believe it. There's like people like to post memes about Indian immigrants from India who will like turn out 90% for Democrats and then spend all of their time in Telegram chats talking about how great the BJP, which is the like Hindu nationalist party that's fucking over India. They'll spend all their time being pro BJP because no one is reading the various the various non-English chats for like a lot of these immigrants. And so like it is unironically one of the successes of the right has been really, really successful multilingual propaganda. You see it also too in the way that very successfully Bolsonaro was basically an importation of American politics to South America. There was no problem crossing that language border. Go ahead.
I wasn't saying anything.
All right, we'll stop.
Alright. That's the name.
Let me pull up the Tucker one.
Okay. What's the Tucker video?
Well, he has started doing his show on Twitter, which is really funny.
I saw that.
And go ahead.
I really want someone to get like a Twitter notes thing up on his on his videos. I need someone needs to like stomach like that like 10 minute of drivel and write like the most detailed Twitter notes, like sort of corrections, and get it like put to the top of every single one.
I think the problem is that it's very clear that community notes can just be censored by Musk, and he's just like Musk is so very clearly shifting to the right. That he does not give a shit.
He's been there.
I mean, it's shifting increasingly to the right, like replying to white nationalist accounts, replying to like neo-Nazi accounts. Little Body in chat says, going to your local Facebook group in your area will make you aware of the right-wingers in your area and halve your IQ in the process. Yeah. One of the things I talk about is like, I think one of the reasons that I'm way softer on liberals and way softer on Biden than a lot of other, self-described socialists is maybe partly because to some degree, my socialist politics as like a market socialist is more moderate. As a reformist, my goals are less extreme than theirs. I think those are part of the reason. But I think a huge part of it, probably 80%, comes from like just spending a lot of time listening to conservatives, and then spending some time listening to like left liberals, like Maddow and whatnot. And the left liberals suck. But they're consistently shitting on the conservatives, and then you listen to the conservatives and you realize why, because they're fucking deranged. Like mainstream conservative rhetoric is so fucking deranged in this country. You routinely have people calling for like the cessation of civil rights to fuck over their opponents. Actually, later this stream, I want to talk about Ted Cruz spent like a week debunking conservative pundits, conservative preachers who wanted to justify killing gay people. Like that's how open it is nowadays. It's way worse than I've seen in like 10, 15 years. Basically my entire political life.
Wasn't it like who was it? Was it Andy No or the other one? Sol Invictus former. So what's his face? I don't know, some other one. But one of them was saying, maybe the Jews aren't the problem, and then like their entire replies were like, "What the hell, man? Like, it's like, are you going woke on us?" It's like the degree to which like overt sort of like overt bigotry is just like it exists in these pockets is like extremely concerning. What's his name? What's Sol Invictus's current name? Like he was the one who flashbanged the dog. Ian Miles Chomp.
So, I mean, the fact that he has been mainstreamed, right, that Andy No is mainstreamed, that so many of these conservatives are mainstreamed, is part of, like, it's part of the reason also, like, the fact that these type of conservatives in particular, like, Tucker Carlson is not from the theocratic blend of the Republican Party. He's from the, like, race scientist type of the Republican Party. And the fact that his star seems to be rising to some degree, the fact that Trump is returning to the stage and his whole thing was basically like signaling about crime, signaling about race, and really harsh immigration sentiment. I think that that's going to be the future in the next 2-3 years. I know also Peter Thiel, who has a shitload of money on the Republican right, has recently started palling around with like open race realists and fascists. So I think I think it's really right to be worried about Republicans. More than ever, they do pose a threat to democracy in America. But, okay. I pulled up the Tucker Carlson clip. I don't know if you can... Are you seeing it in the stream, Miss Roxy?
I am, yes.
So I might, just as a pre-planning,
Pre-planning.
I might listen to this one with you and then try and do a few things by myself, if that's all right. Okay. Just because it's mostly going to be me reading like Twitter.
Okay.
So a little bit less interactive.
Okay.
I can hear the tragedy, the sadness in your voice.
I'm just like so distraught that you don't want my input at all. Are you telling me to hop off the stream or?
No, I mean, I guess I might just hang up this call. But,
okay.
So here, let's listen to the Tucker Carlson video.
Okay.
So I have watched this one before, and the reason I was mentioning all this stuff about how vague it is the more you get into this video, the more you'll realize it's literally just gesturing to vague conspiracy theories, vague like threats, vague enemies, and then never proposing something concrete, never being like, hey, rich people control our country. That's why we need to distribute the money away from them. That's why we need to democratize the country, stuff like that. It's literally just conspiracy, conspiracy, conspiracy. Truth isn't real. Leave it there. And the conclusion, in my opinion, is that he's trying to lead people towards like, what people call like the grand Jewish conspiracy or whatever. Like that there's one group of big bads and they control everything and they don't want you to know the truth. So I'll let him take it away.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. This morning it looks like somebody blew up the Kakhovka Dam in southern Ukraine. The rushing wall of water wiped out entire villages, destroyed a critical hydropower plant, and as of tonight puts the largest nuclear reactor in Europe in danger of melting down. So if this was intentional, it was not a military tactic, it was an act of terrorism. The question is, who did it? Well, let's see. The Kakhovka Dam was effectively Russian. It was built by the Russian government. It currently sits in Russian-controlled territory. The dam's reservoir supplies water to Crimea, which has been, for the last 240 years, home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Blowing up the dam may be bad for Ukraine, but it hurts Russia more. And for precisely that reason, the Ukrainian government has considered destroying it. In December, the Washington Post quoted a Ukrainian...
So I don't know enough about the Kakhovka Dam to speak to it. I know that Russia claims that Ukraine carried out like a mining exercise. They carried out a training exercise to try and blow up this dam. Conversely, Ukraine has said that Russia basically did the same thing, that they also did a planned exercise in 2020 to set up explosives there, that there are soldiers who admit doing that there are soldiers who admit blowing it up. I don't know that we're going to know the truth. But he doesn't know that either. He doesn't know the truth, but he's very clearly going to tell you that Russia is right. He's very going to clearly imply, I should say, that Russia is right because it's in line with his goals. He knows that Russia represents conservative values and conservative ends and is part of the global conservative right, and so he's going to side with them. This doesn't really matter what the truth is.
Ukrainian general saying his men had fired American-made rockets at the dam's floodgate as a test strike. So really, once the facts start coming in, it becomes much less of a mystery what might have happened to the dam. Any fair person would conclude that the Ukrainians probably blew it up, just as you would assume they blew up Nord Stream, the Russian natural gas pipeline, last fall. And in fact, the Ukrainians did do that, as we now know.
Maybe Dylan Burns will roast my ass for this. I do probably assume that the Americans did Nord Stream just because of the incentives to do it, but for the dam in particular, I'm pretty sure that there's like no hard evidence that it was either Russia or Ukraine. It's literally just people saying things and then a variety of text exercises. So there's nothing hard, as far as I'm aware, to be like, hey, this is the side that did it. But I don't know. Maybe Dylan will chew my ass out. Or maybe some techies will chew my ass out. Whoever's right.
It's not like Vladimir Putin is anxious to wage war on himself. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Mr. and Mrs. Cable News consumer. Vladimir Putin is exactly that sort of man, the sort of man who'd shoot himself to death in order to annoy you.
Okay, so I want to respond to what he said and then what someone in chat said. So Ann Entropy Fan says the Ukrainians didn't fire the GIMLRS at the floodgate, but at a bridge after, I'm assuming maybe near the dam or maybe further downstream from the dam. That could be true. Again, I haven't looked into this, and it doesn't actually really matter. The meat of this segment has nothing to do with the Kakhovka Dam. The whole reason he's getting into it is just to prime you that, hey, maybe the media is lying to you. Hey, maybe cable news is lying to you. That's what he's doing right now. So that's the second thing. He's talking about how Putin is so evil that he would shoot himself to spite you. And that's not what the media. Look, I'm not a huge fan of mainstream media, but the media is not saying that Putin is so evil that he would shoot himself and hurt his own people and like blow up the dam just to spite you. They would say that he's doing it to gain military advantage, which, we have actually seen Russians shelling evacuation centers from the dam burst. So that's what he's doing. You don't have to believe he's evil. It's just military. Like, it's just war is hell.
We know this from the American media, which wasted no time this morning in accusing the Russians of sabotaging their own infrastructure. Bill Kristol, the man who once told us that Saddam Hussein was responsible for 9/11, immediately denounced Putin as a war criminal and even more savagely compared him to Donald Trump.
See, as a centrist, I simply think that all the people who signed on to the Iraq War and all the people who signed on to the invasion of Ukraine should share a cell at The Hague. Is that really too much to ask for? Is that too radical a position?
The rest of the pundit class made similar, clearly coordinated noises. Putin did it! Putin did it! And their reasoning was simple. Putin is evil, and evil people do evil things purely for the dark joy of being evil. In this specific case, Putin attacked himself, which is the most evil thing you can do, and therefore perfectly in character for a man that evil.
Some news that it does raise, and I didn't point this out, but he says it's only their infrastructure in the sense that they're occupying the area. Yeah, again, litigating the Kokorg Dam is not important to this segment, but Tucker is basically saying this was the Russians' dam because the Russians had occupied the area like 8 months ago or something. Absurd.
That was their explanation. No one who's paid to cover these things seemed to entertain even the possibility it could have been the Ukrainians who did it. No chance of that. Ukraine, as you may have heard, is led by a man called Zelensky.
Sorry, it's something about his phrasing is just so funny to me. Yeah, 111 million views. So one of the things that I said earlier is that Tucker Carlson leaving Fox News probably a net good for the right because it unties him from a lot of the filters that Fox was imposing on him and lets him be more explicit in his fascist rhetoric. And now they just put in some other Tucker clone in the same spot in Fox News. So here's hoping his Twitter show flops.
And we can say for a dead certain fact that he was not involved. He couldn't have been. Zelensky is too decent for terrorism. Now, you see him on television, and it's true you might form a different impression. Sweaty and rat-like, a comedian turned oligarch, a persecutor of Christians, a friend of BlackRock.
Okay, so he's like, hey, there's this guy named Zelensky. I'm not going to say that he's Jewish. I'm going to say that he's rat-like and that he persecutes Christians and that he's a friend of global finance.
But don't believe your own eyes. Actually, Mr. Zelensky is a very good man. The best, really. As George W. Bush once noted, he is our generation's Winston Churchill. Of all the people in the world, our shifty, dead-eyed Ukrainian friend in the tracksuit is...
That shifty? One, yeah, shifty and dead-eyed is almost like a verbatim Nazi description of Jews. The whole dead-eyed thing is where you compare your enemies to literal animals and pigs. So I just... Someone says he's breaking out the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Yeah, when people said this is like almost explicit JQing, like, hey, the Jews are running the world, like, just say it. Just say it, man.
He's uniquely incapable of blowing up a dam. He's literally a living saint, a man in whom there is no sin. That's what...
One of the things that I think is really frustrating in all this is, like, Tucker could have a case that a lot of mainstream media does take the U.S. side, basically just as a matter of course, right? They assume that the dam must have been blown up because Ukraine wouldn't do something so terrible. And, I don't start with that assumption. I tend more likely to assume that Russia did it because it is such an evil act and because Russia has done the majority of war crimes. When you look at, like, UN investigations, the UN is investigating, I think it's like a dozen to 24 now Ukrainians, and they have at least, like, 100 documented war crimes, like specific war crimes, specific executions of civilians in particular from the Russian side. And in fact, Russia hasn't even announced a single civilian death that their forces have caused, and they haven't even set up a commission to investigate war crimes. They are not only like saying that not only are they not investigating their war crimes, they aren't even announcing any civilian deaths. And in fact, in the war in Syria, Russia has still yet to announce a single civilian death due to all of their actions taken there, which killed about as many civilians as all of the U.S. actions there. At least the U.S. admitted to about 1 in 11 of the civilian deaths. Like, it's... the U.S. is not great. It's pretty fucking bad. But Russia, in almost every way, is somehow worse in terms of their war crimes. So, like... Would I tend, like, without any further information, tend to assume that Russia did the fairly evil, like, military action for cold, calculated reasons? Yeah. It's... And Tucker isn't really engaging with that. He's not like, hey, look at this actual news story. He's inventing a fraud. He's inventing, like, this person who's saying Putin is doing this because he is evil, and Zelensky is not doing it because he is good. And liberal media fucking sucks, and it takes the U.S. side way too quickly, but that's not the argument they're making. They might be citing CIA sources, but they're not making some argument about morals and whatnot. That's Tucker, because he wants you to believe that Zelensky is actually a sweaty, shifty, pig-eyed, rat-like finance friend. So,
why Lindsey Graham is so attracted to him. They're just two good people, hanging out together and being good. And like all good people, when they meet in person, they spend a lot of time talking about killing people and laughing like friends do. Here's the pair last week.
Free or die.
Free or die.
Now you are free.
Yes.
And we will be.
And the Russians are dying.
It's the best money we've ever spent. Thank you so much.
No, it's...
The Russians are dying. It's the best money we've ever spent, Graham says.
It's actually funny here because, again, Graham is just being honest about this. He's literally just saying, hey, this is geopolitics. It's really fucking cheap to pay the Ukrainians to kill the Russians. America has spent a tenth of its military budget and completely eliminated the Russian military for like 5 years. Like, he's right. He's an imperialist scum, and he's completely right. I don't know why you can't just say that and be like, hey, Putin's doing the exact same thing. If you look at like Russian talk radio, it's full of people doing the exact same fucked up things. Like there are literally dozens of people cheering on there have been dozens of examples of mainstream Russian cable news talking about how it is good that Ukrainians are being sent to filtration camps, are being sent across the Russian border without passports, shit like that. Like, it's people are fucking insane. My replies are constantly filled with like a mixture of insane like pro-Ukraine people justifying literally anything Ukraine did and insane pro-Russia people justifying literally anything Russia did. Like and so the point of all this is he will note like, hey, truth is hard to get. People have very divergent opinions. And then his conclusion of that is going to be, that's why you can't trust anyone but me.
A smile spreads across his thin, quivering lips as he forms the words. He looks like a starving man contemplating a breakfast buffet. The aroma of death has aroused Lindsey Graham. Thanks so much, replies Zelensky. He feels the same way. See, there's nothing dark here. Just two middle-aged guys celebrating the killing of a population. They don't seem like the kind of people who'd enjoy flooding villages or starting a famine.
Also note, so just to be clear, Lindsey Graham said the Russians are dying. Tucker says the killing of a population. So the implication is that, you know, Graham wants the killing of the Russians as a population. Very clearly, like, you know, Graham's fucking evil, but very clearly from context, he's talking about the invading soldiers. That's not a population. Like, if someone said, like, World War II was a fight against the Germans and the Americans are killing the Germans, you wouldn't be like, wow, we're exterminating the German population. Give me a fucking break. Like, why is he always so fucking dishonest? Why does it all...
And in any case, who cares if they are? It's really not your business. Your job is to support Ukraine. Watch Nikki Haley, a Republican candidate for president, explain this principle on CNN.
A win for Ukraine is a win for all of us. And for them to sit there and say that this is a territorial dispute, that's just not the case. To say that we should stay neutral, it is in the best interest of America. It's in the best interest of our national security for Ukraine to win. We have to see this through. We have to finish it.
See? It's very easy to understand. It is vitally important for you to support Ukraine because it's necessary for Ukraine to be supported by you.
So Nikki Haley made, like, you might not like the logic of it, but it's literally just, hey, you know, we are one of the world hegemons. We get more power if Ukraine wins. Russia gets less power if Ukraine loses. That's her argument. But Tucker can't argue.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Thank you, Askeron. Tucker can't argue in that frame. He has to argue that it's actually all like a big Manichaean. It's like this good and evil fight. And so he has to be like, what Nikki Haley is really saying is that it is your duty as an American to shut up and support Ukraine. She was saying, no, you should support it because it's in your interest as like an imperialist power. This is one of the reasons when people will say that, like, when some lefties will buy the Kool-Aid and they'll be like, wow, these reactionaries sound like they're really anti-imperialist. They're really calling out all of these stooges of American empire. They're not. They're just mad because Russia is more conservative than America and Russia is losing. That's it. The reason why Russia is such an easy test for all of these things is it shows you who supports American imperialism, like people like Nikki Haley, and people who just support conservatism above anything else. And that's people like Tucker Carlson. You know, he's a reactionary freak before anything else.
Your support is mandatory until it's finished, whatever it is, and whatever that means. So shut up and support Ukraine, or else you're in trouble. Back when they still taught logic, statements like this were known as tautologies. Something is true because it is.
So he's saying that what Nikki Haley said, which is that it is in our national interests to support Ukraine. If Ukraine wins, America wins. That's what she said, almost verbatim. He's saying that that's a tautology. This is a dumb man's idea of a smart man.
The more you repeat it, the truer it becomes. It's a self-reinforcing reality. There was a time when tautologies were considered illegitimate arguments, not to mention hilariously stupid. Only dumb people talk like that. Now everybody in power talks like that. Diversity.
So one of the things that one of the things that sucks about all this is he goes on, he's like, wow, everyone in politics nowadays has they're just slogans. They're just saying things that are true and repeating them over and over and not making real arguments. What real argument has he made in this video? Like, what argument, premise, conclusion, what has he made? Dogepod wants me to remember that tautologies are actually any true logical inference. I'm playing the video.
Diversity is our strength. Trans women are women. Zelensky is Churchill. It's all self-evidently true.
So he's trying to say that when we say, hey, trans women are women, that we're saying it is a self-evidently true statement. Look, trans women are 6 times more likely to be autistic than the general population. If you ask a trans woman why trans women are women, they will destroy you, okay? The average trans woman will not shut up. Am I wrong about this?
No, you're not wrong about this. I love that he followed it up with Zelensky is Churchill, as if to imply that people are claiming that Zelensky is Churchill in the same capacity that they're claiming that trans women are women. Like, Zelensky is literally Churchill.
That trans women are women, meaning an identity, is the same as Zelensky has received the spirit of Churchill. Yeah, no, I mean, this sucks, right? Like, this at least argue against it. When someone says trans women aren't women, when a conservative says that, they're not saying it as a tautology. They're fundamentally making a claim about biology and reality. That's what progressives are too. Just argue with that, right? Just fucking make the argument.
Doesn't need an explanation, and don't ask questions. Sound familiar? Of course it does. That's the pap they're serving us day after day in steaming, lumpy portions. By this point, it's possible that American citizens are the least informed people in the world.
You are looking at the reason why.
Wasn't there some poll 10 years ago that viewers of Fox News were less informed than people who saw no news whatsoever?
Yeah, so there was a poll which found, I can pull it up real quick, that Fox News viewers performed worse on a political information test than people who didn't view any news whatsoever. Though I will say, in Fox News' defense, that hasn't been replicated in other polls. That Fox News viewers are fairly average. It's just that there's certain stations like The Daily Show and NPR that are particularly good. So, Fox News is apparently not worse at informing you. And to be clear, the political questions were basic stuff. I want to say it was stuff like who is the president type stuff. So Fox News can manage that.
In the Middle East, I think.
It was about the Middle East. Oh,
yeah, it was a current events in the Middle East at the time. I think it was that.
Well, then maybe that's why it didn't replicate, because that one might be something that Fox News is actually bad at. So who knows? I do know that overall, younger people and progressive people, as a result, are better able at spotting fake news than conservatives are. But a lot of that just comes down to age as well. It's not some innate progressive gene that we can figure out, fake news. And, it's not like the socialists can just spot fake news immediately or whatever. It's mostly because younger people are more educated, and more educated people do a better job of spotting fake news. There's actually studies on that. I think it's actually really interesting. It is nice to think that in the very long run, society is getting a little bit more informed, a little bit more able to spot, the pablum, the propaganda. So I tend to hope that there's some hope for the future, and stuff like that I think gets you there. Dogepod says, I can spot fake news immediately, actually. Guess you're just built different. Tyrannax, welcome to the chat. Tyrannax says, I wonder if there are causative reasons that conservative media is worse at informing you of the truth as a rule. I guess the thing I would argue is for basic fact questions, it's probably not true that Fox News is worse at who is the president, is Iran at war with America, stuff like that. Fox News is probably not worse. But when you look at stuff like the epistemology of Fox News, they tell you to distrust studies, right? For years and years and years and years, they told you that you can't trust the studies on global warming. Tucker Carlson is saying that you can't trust cable news, period. Their whole message is antitrust, and not in the breaking up companies way, but in the don't trust anything you see, don't trust any evidence you find, don't like all experts are worthless type of way. And so that leads you to have really bad intuitions. That's why lots of conservatives ate fucking horse paste. So
actually, it wasn't horse paste. It was a real, like, legitimate human medicine.
For what? Like it was like malarial infections or something, right?
Yeah, it's like
I think maybe rootworm or something. It was something about some parasite. And yeah, Alien Chocolate says, no femboys, fake commie. This is incomprehensible, but I agree.
Tajikistan knows who blew.
Yeah, I'm going to pull back a bit.
At this point, it's possible that American citizens are the least informed people in the world. Your average yak herder in Tajikistan knows who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. It's obvious.
I'm not even going to comment on this. We're moving on.
Some skinny dude in a dress is actually a girl? Come on. That idea would never occur to him. You've got to be lied to at full volume over a period of years in order to reach conclusions like that.
And so what's interesting about this is that, like, his argument essentially is that if the truth isn't obvious to like a deeply reactionary conservative guy who's just like herding his goats or whatever, then it's not truth at all. And that's like really fucking dumb. I don't know how else to, like, if you went back to the ancient world and you tried to argue against the four humors, you probably couldn't prove them wrong. You as an individual do not have sufficient proof for germ theory to prove that the humors do not exist and that germ theory is the main cause of most human diseases. So like,
because I'm built different.
And you can't even see germs, right?
I'd build the microscope. Anyways, I'm getting
yeah. Sorry, I would invent lenscraft. I would create the perfect lens, and I would show them the microbes. And so it's
you don't
just
know me?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you're just built different.
I am built different.
Give me the time machine. No. So I just think this is important to recognize because, like, things that are obvious are not always true, and things that are true are not always obvious. And you know that's a fairly mundane observation, but and someone says actually tribes have all kind of wacky stuff. There's plenty of tribes that are fairly progressive, but nomadic pastoralists are usually fairly conservative in their social arrangements. So the Tajikistan goat herder is probably fairly conservative. If he was like a stationary hunter-gatherer, he might be fairly progressive, yeah. I think our immigration policy should be no nomadic herders, only stationary hunter-gatherers. Okay, completely irrelevant ramble. Moving on.
And of course, we have been. The media lie, they do. But mostly they just ignore the stories that matter. What's happened to the hundreds of billions of US dollars we've sent to Ukraine? No clue.
You can see them. You can look up videos of missiles firing. This one's not hard. What happened to them? Look, use your eyes.
Who organized those
sent that much money to
BLM?
Ukraine?
Have we sent hundreds of billions? I think the total is something like 120 billion now, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
It's either 80 or 120, or maybe, I might be totally wrong. But I think he's right on the general order of magnitude. Yeah. Yeah, but what really happened, says Somniostatic. I think the funniest thing is people think we're like shipping over literal crates of money, and then Ukraine is like using the money to buy guns. No, we're shipping over guns coated in oil, and they're just like stripping off the oil and shooting the guns. It's literally that simple. It's called Cosmoline. Like we're
riots 3 years ago. No one's gotten to the bottom of that. What exactly happened on 9/11? Well, it's still classified.
So, okay, I have to do this bit again because when I said earlier that he's just gesturing at conspiracy theories, this is like the bit.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Listen again. Pay attention, Miss Roxy.
Dollars we've sent to Ukraine. No clue. Who organized those BLM riots 3 years ago?
Conspiracy
gotten
one.
To the bottom of that. What exactly happened on 9/11? Well, it's still classified.
Number 2.
How did Jeffrey Epstein make all that money? How did he die? How about JFK? And so endlessly on.
And so he's literally we've reached a point which is like it's literally not even he's not even presenting an argument for any of these. He's not like, wow, the mainstream media has been lying to you about 9/11. He's literally just asking questions. What about 9/11? What about Jeffrey Epstein?
Have you ever read those Q posts where it's just like what happened on the Titanic? What really happened on the Titanic?
I mean, it's one of the reasons that I say this is problem. There's no substance here. This didn't tell you that 9/11 was a conspiracy that the elites were hiding from you. He's literally just mentioning it to try and tie together all of this conspiratorial, low trust, hate all of the institutions, hate all of the elites, hate all of the experts, and it sucks because one of the things that sucks too is like. When there's always conspiracy rhetoric like this, it's harder to offer like legitimate critiques of institutions, because it's hard not to worry that you're feeding into like deranged bullshit like this. The Alien Chocolate says he's going full 4chan. Yeah, this is 4chan posting.
I'm just imagining right now, like him saying, "Well, you want to know what happened to all the money in Ukraine? Well, let me tell you about the grassy knoll." All goes.
Yeah, you think Zelensky's a good guy? Let me begin on the grassy knoll.
Oh my god.
So I want to read two chat comments from chat. One is Econo Boy. He says he's going the Wakefield route and attempting to monetize an increasingly extreme and narrow audience. And yeah, I think that's the route he's going. He's trying, and that's actually honestly, that's probably good business advice. Parasocial audiences that have really strong attachments are great for monetizing, but like sort of vague, weak conservative audiences are not. So good for him. The Camoback says, I actually find this stuff encouraging. I know you said Tucker has no filter anymore, but my dad used to watch Tucker and he would not tune in for 1 minute of 9/11 or JFK conspiracies. So this is, I think that Tucker is trying to do the eternal balance of the fascist. He's trying to be just conspiratorial enough that it pulls you in and gets you to distrust institutions, and just coded enough that you can hear him calling out Jewish Zelensky. You can hear him calling out the Jewish overlords, but he can still pretend it. It's still plausibly deniable because all he said is that there was a shifty-eyed, what was it, like shifty, pig-eyed, rat-like financier. Dogepod says, America doesn't use Cosmoline. Oh my god, dog, I do not care. We use something like Cosmoline. Tyrnax says, if I point out the inequities of the World Bank and neoliberalism more generally, am I feeding the Jewish question? Yeah, no, it's when you point out that, like, so this is an argument that I've long given, that socialists don't need conspiracies. You don't need to be like, hey, the World Bank is actually pulling all the strings from behind the scenes, which first off, they aren't, in my opinion. I think that the vast majority of these world-spanning conspiracies are total bunk. When you get to know rich people, if you serve them, if you work alongside them, the former for me, if you like spend time in policy circles, you realize that the people running the government are regular morons just like you and me. They are not smart enough to run a world-spanning conspiracy, and if they did, it would fall apart so quickly because they are egotistical, narcissistic bastards. It does suck that when you point out that, like, hey, here's an institution, it's like the World Bank, and the World Bank keeps pushing policy here, and it's led to a lost decade in a dozen Latin American countries. It's led to a total collapse of industrial development in all these countries. It sucks because you have to worry, like, hey, am I just calling out the global financiers? Am I enabling rhetoric that's really close to like the JQ? And so it's one of the reasons that I try very much when I'm talking about stuff like that, not to talk, it's never about the conspiracy. It's always systems. Yeah, Alien Chocolate says rich people are just dumb degenerates. I'm hoping you were using degenerate in the non-Nazi way, but yeah, probably. Rich people are a little cringe. Okay, I gotta play the video.
Not only are the media not interested in any of this, they are actively hostile to anybody who is. In journalism, curiosity is the gravest crime. Yesterday, for example, a former Air Force officer who worked for years in
I forgot about this.
came forward as a whistleblower to reveal that the U.S. government has physical evidence of crashed non-human-made aircraft, as well
Oh my god.
Let him finish here. 1 second.
As well as the bodies of the pilots who flew those aircraft. The Pentagon
So we started at maybe the media's lying to you about Kakorovka Dam. We went to Zelensky is part of the Jewish cabal running the world. We then moved on to maybe 9/11 and the grassy knoll was fake. And now he is legitimately arguing that the US government has bodies of aliens.
What is this fucking like Roswell shit? Like oh my god. Is he like is he gonna argue like like that one faked like alien autopsy was real actually? Like,
No,
that...
so what he's doing is the same thing that this group of pundits have done for years. Some former intelligence officer comes out and says, actually, there are aliens and the government's hiding it from you. And the reason they do it is they get a fat, they make $100,000 that month. And it's way better than whatever, like, it's the same reason. Actually, so later this stream, I was hoping to talk about Yeonmi Park. The same reason that intelligence officials lie and say, hey, there's fucking aliens and we're hiding them, is the same reason that Yeonmi Park lies, because it's good money. A sensationalist story about how North Korea is like forcing people to pull the trains through the subway, that sells better than like very mundane realities of North Korea is destitute and life sucks and you're worried that the cops will arrest you. And like, that story doesn't sell, but sensationalism does. And so like, it's that simple. One of the things that fucking sucks to me is once you realize like the profit motive is everywhere and really corrupts the media, it really helps to make clear that like a lot of times it's not like intentional disinformation. It's not a conspiracy of the global elites. It's just people doing dumb things for profit. That's it.
Good brand synergy there, bringing it back to the profit motive and capitalism.
That's true. I mean, unironically, this is why I support a huge amount of nonprofit funded media. Ideally, I would want a world where profit is no longer part of media whatsoever. But in the meantime, it's why I support things like democracy vouchers and media vouchers, that every individual should get something like a $50 yearly voucher to send to the journalist of their choice. And that will lead to a lot of morons getting a lot of money, but it will also lead to a lot of real journalists getting a lot of real money and not having to do it for clickbait reasons. So that's a much larger argument than this, but for-profit media is part of the reason that Tucker exists, and he shouldn't. His show in a video game.
I'm trying to trace the video in my head and like how we got from like Ukraine blowing up like a bridge or whatever to like
because it's all conspiracies. Like, there is no path, because it's just what if what the media says is fake? What if what the establishment says is fake? That's the thread. That's it. The camo backpack says, how do you feel about something like the BBC? So like, I have plenty of qualms with NPR. I have plenty of qualms with PBS, plenty of qualms with the BBC, but their quality of content is way better than the average like cable news show. The average cable news show is basically Fox and Friends for 12 hours a day.
Do you know how the BBC like assesses to make sure that they're maintaining like neutrality?
I don't actually.
This might have been a Tom Scott joke that I'm taking seriously, but like they see how many complaints they get from both the liberals and conservatives, and if they're about even, then they say that they've done their job well.
I couldn't actually hear what you said. I'm sorry.
They track the complaints from like liberals and conservatives, and if they're about even, then they figure they've done their job well.
That's funny, but also a really bad metric. I don't know what a better metric would be, but that's not a good one. Especially like
you off.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 3 minutes left. I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So
power through.
Just as a summary of where we are in the video, we started with the media is lying about the we started with the media is lying about the Kakhovka Dam. We have moved to Zelensky is a Jewish person. We have then moved to, hey, what if 9/11 was fake and RFK was killed by the CIA? And then we've moved to, what if aliens are real and the U.S. government has their bodies? That's where we are right now.
Spent decades studying these otherworldly remains in order to build more technologically advanced weapons systems.
Wow.
Okay. That's what the former intel officer revealed, and it was clear he was telling the truth.
How is it clear?
In other words, UFOs are actually real.
So one of the things, again, there's no argument in this video. It's just, hey, here's a thing that could be true. Here's what a guy said. I'm not gonna show you the evidence. There's not gonna be a study. Moving on. What if this insane conspiracy that would totally change our view of the world? Like, hey, what if alien life existed, it landed on Earth, and the government has been hiding it in a conspiracy to build better tech for decades? That's like an insane fucking claim. We spend 30 seconds on it because some intelligence officer said it was true and move on and accept it to be true. That's like Tucker's world. That's the level of credence we're applying.
Is it like concerning to you at all that like Elon Musk, owner of SpaceX, is currently touting this? Like,
Elon Musk is the best proof that there is no global conspiracy. The rich are so fucking dumb, they couldn't manage it. Like, I'm serious. If there's a global conspiracy, the most it is a bunch of liberals in a group chat and a bunch of conservatives in a group chat. Anything more than that, and the rich cannot manage it. Like, they're too dumb. We're too dumb. Humans are too dumb to do this.
In other words, UFOs are actually real, and apparently so is extraterrestrial life. Now we know. In a normal country, this news would qualify as a bombshell, the story of the millennium. But in our country, it doesn't.
Millennium Falcon, you might
The
say.
whistleblower's account ran on a technology website called The Debrief, which you've probably never heard of. The Washington Post had that story, but decided not to run it.
I cannot imagine why the Washington Post did not run a story claiming that the U.S. government had been doing surgery on alien bodies for decades to build better weapons.
Because do you remember so I don't know if he's talking about like the same like whistleblower story or whatever, but the people who broke the story 7 years or 4 years ago or whatever, they broke that the story of that one video of an object flying and there's a government video, and that was reported on in the Washington Post.
Yeah.
And it turned out that it was just bullshit and being used to peddle some weird
No, so
space,
to speak to this, a few years ago, a bunch of U.S. Air Force files which showed unidentified fast objects, basically, were released. And they were covered in stuff like the Washington Post and the New York Times. And people claim this as hey, this is proof that UFOs are real. And then reanalysis of each of the videos showed that in each case, they were basically a shiny object. I'm not even really exaggerating here. It's that people don't realize how hard it is to track things and how little visual clarity you have when you're moving at Mach 7. That's it. So it's very easy to see something shining and seeming to move very fast, and it's like a UFO, and it's fucking not. I think that actually, what's his name? Potholer 57 or whatever his name is, did a video explaining this.
54. Get it right. Get your lore right.
I don't know what the lore is. Sorry. Repeat that.
It's Potholer 54.
Oh, 54. My bad. Potholer 54. Lithex
know
asks,
your forefathers.
Lithex asks, why do they all turn orange? If they didn't tan, they would be as white as I am. So I think they've made the right choice. Alien Chocolate says that the reason they turn orange is because he's trying to appear superficially like a 4chaner. I choose to believe it's because he's eating so much Trump ass that you are what you eat. Moving on. Haha, put him.
The New York Times, meanwhile, just pretended it never happened. On the front page of the New York Times website this morning, there were 5 stories about Ukraine, as well as 4 stories apiece about Donald Trump, trans people, and climate change, the usual lineup.
Given that he spent the first fifth of this video talking about the Kakorovka Dam, this seems like a really weak... this shit always sucks. They're the media is biased, and then the evidence for it is so fucking weak. There is a lot of evidence of media bias. There's actually studies on this, that media has a pro-corporate bias. If media is... if a news station has a paid advertisement contract, it is less likely to report on malfeasance, on corporate misbehavior from that corporation. There is real bias. It's just... liberal papers cover liberal things. Conservative papers cover conservative things. This is not like some plot. There's
nothing at all about how an alien species is flying hypersonic aircraft over our cities. Not one word. So if you're wondering...
Hey, Roxy, as an astronomer, do you have any thoughts on what it would be like if aliens were routinely flying supersonic aircraft over our cities?
There'd be a lot of blown out eardrums and windows.
Yeah, sorry, they've achieved supersonic flight with no audio booms.
They've managed to oh god, I don't even know if this is even be theoretically possible, but they've managed to compress the wake of the air behind them so that it's there's no sonic boom or whatever.
So, an Entropy fan, just speaking about, so when I was talking earlier about the camera footage that was released, I think one was a shiny object, and they were saying that one of the pieces of footage, which was released, and the reason that people were like, oh my god, this is proof of a UFO, is because in the audio, the pilots are freaking out. They're so excited. They're like, oh my god, I can't believe it, oh my god. And the reason they're so excited is they've managed to lock onto an incredibly fucking tiny object. And that's the reason I was talking about it. In a fighter pilot, you're not playing a video game. You don't have infinite fucking precision. You are not rendering things out to 14 million miles. You are a human with some shitty cameras that are going at Mach 7, and it's really fucking hard to see things. And so they're like, holy fucking shit, I managed to lock onto a bird, a seagull or something. And so they're freaking the fuck out. And you can literally do the math on how fast the bird is moving, and it's I want to say it's 30 miles an hour or something. So it's just... people love to get like one layer in so they can sate all of their conspiracy theories. But it's like Tucker, for example, is not presenting any arguments here. He's not even getting one layer in. He's 0 layers in. He's just gesturing at conspiracy theories.
Wondering why our country seems so dysfunctional, this is a big part of the reason. Nobody knows what's happening. A small group of people control access to all relevant information, and the
we started with Zelensky is a Jew. We have proceeded to a small group of people control access to all information. Is the small group of people like Richard Murdoch and the New York Times board, who are completely separate people who fucking despise each other?
rest of us don't know. We're allowed to yap all we want about racism, but go ahead and talk about something that really matters and see what happens. If you keep
something that really matters, like the alien bodies that the government is keeping from us. Like, this is almost beyond parody. Like, you can talk about racism as if that matters. I'm busy talking about alien bodies over here. Get with the program.
Up, they'll make you be quiet. Trust us. That's how they maintain control. When Western tourists first started traveling in large numbers to the Soviet Union in the early 1970s, they found that many Russians had a completely warped understanding of the United States. They thought that Americans lived in grinding poverty, in a state of perpetual race war, and were desperate to flee to the freedom and prosperity of the Eastern Bloc.
So there is some truth to this. Like, Soviet citizens were fairly misinformed by the official state press. But, as Tucker will note, they had access to a lot of American radio, and there was an immense number of underground Russian publications. And especially under Gorbachev, those were basically all legalized. And there's a word for it, but there's a specific attitude that Soviet citizens took towards Soviet media, which is that you assume that often a lot of the things they're saying are true. You know, they lie sometimes, but mostly the things they aren't lying. When you read like TASS, for example, in the Soviets, they're mostly not lying. They're just massaging which stories they report on and which facts they report on. It's the exact same things that conservative outlets do nowadays, just amped up even more because they have more control over information. So I guess like one of the things that's like if you can see this, how can you not apply it to yourself? You're presenting the most important things in our country as like an alien news story, as if the most important facts of the matter are some insane ramblings of some paid off intelligence agent. Like, you are the misinformation. You are the reason Americans are so misinformed. You are the Soviet press.
They thought this because that's what they had been told. They had no way to know otherwise.
Oh, and when he said that Soviets thought that Americans were poor, there was actually a very famous example of this being false. If you Google the kitchen debate, Nixon and I think it was Khrushchev. So it was around, I want to say the 60s or 70s. There was the kitchen debate, and the American president and the Soviet premier both like did a conversation and a walkthrough of a Soviet kitchen and American kitchen. And the Soviets were actually a little bit mad about this because the American kitchen was too fancy. It was something that would have been unaffordable to a lot of Soviet citizens. And so they weren't like, basically what they had to argue is that most Americans couldn't afford this kitchen, which was probably mostly true to some degree. But the Soviet kitchen would also have been unaffordable and unavailable to most Soviet citizens. So it's just the idea that like Soviets had absolutely no idea is also false. I'm not trying to do too much tanky apologism here, but like information always gets out. Even in North Korea, people get foreign information. It's what you can do about it.
The few Russians who understood what was really going on in the rest of the world had learned about it from listening to shortwave radio broadcasts, sometimes under the covers so the neighbors wouldn't hear. 50 years later, it is bewildering to consider the ironies here. We're the ones who live in ignorance now. The US government has managed to classify more than 1 billion so-called public documents. So at this point, we can't possibly know what our leaders are doing. We're not allowed to know.
So this is a real problem. Overclassification is like a growing and real problem. And in particular, the US government has been really bad with FOIA, Freedom of Information Act requests for releasing a lot of those documents, which are often like mundane, like meetings, mundane emails or whatever. But Tucker Carlson, you'll note, does not say, wow, they've classified all these things. Let's talk about FOIA reform. Let's talk about repealing the Patriot Act. Let's talk about opening up the intelligence state. He's just bringing it up to make you distrust the government, because that's his point, right? He's not actually here to dismantle the US state. He's not here to like try and destroy US imperialism and like critique the way that the US has like he's not offering some nuanced critique of American involvement in Ukraine. He just wants you to distrust Jewish people and distrust the global elite and distrust experts, which he will always paint as like what the liberals are controlled by. Oh, and because of my partial defense, because I was like, yeah, the Soviet Union was really fucking bad, but maybe not quite exactly as bad as this. We've got sucked on Lenin and sucked on Mao. Sucked on ultra left, that's right.
Definition, that is not a democracy. Yet it's fine with the media. Secrecy is a powerful tool of control. Stop asking how we got so rich. Here's another story about racism. Go eat each other. That's the program.
So notice, stop asking how we got so rich. Who's we in that question that he's asking? Play it again.
Leaders are doing. We're not allowed to know. Who live in ignorance now. The US government has managed to classify more than 1 billion so-called public documents. So at this point, we can't possibly know what our leaders are doing. We're not allowed to know. By definition, that is not a democracy. Yet it's fine with the media. Secrecy is a powerful tool of control. Stop asking how we got so rich. Here's another story about racism. Go eat each other. That's the program. That's how most of us now live here in the United States. Manipulated by lies, silenced by taboos.
Yeah, we just can't talk about the rich people, the financiers, the shifty-eyed, sweaty. How can he make it more explicit, man?
It is
He
unhealthy
himself
and it's
wildly rich.
Oh, he I think is fairly wealthy from his own family, and then he married into immense wealth. It's like I want to say it's like a food preparation fortune. That his wife, I don't know if it's his ex-wife or whatever, but his wife is like multi-millionaire. So this is I believe he also has like an Ivy League education, and he tries and portray himself as like a man of the people. He's literally filming from his shed with a bunch of tools neatly aligned up on the wall. If you actually use your tools, your shed does not look like this.
Humanizing, and we're tired of it. As of today, we've come to Twitter, which we hope will be the shortwave radio under the blankets. We're told there are no gatekeepers here. If that turns out to be false, we'll leave. But in the meantime, we are grateful to be here. We'll be back with much more very soon.
He's gonna go to Rumble if Twitter falls.
I don't fucking know what his plan is, but we've got the faux. So the thing I love about this is I can't tell if this set is real and we're seeing like the exterior or if this is green screened on, but I love that for the initial shots, it looks like he's in a shed or something, right? Then you pull back and you realize it's actually a spacious, well-lit studio that he's constructed specifically to make it seem like he's a man of the people filming from his shed. And then, one more second, his logo is him fishing, as if this is just a thing that he does. And he's not even fishing with a pole, he's fishing with a stick, a straight-up stick. This is a man who is worth more money than you, viewer, will ever earn in your lifetime. Like, he is the elite. I love fishing! Tucker, my man! I hate this shit. This is like, Tucker is fairly good at the fascist rhetoric game, at like threading that needle. And I think that a lot of people who aren't as left-leaning, who aren't as suspicious as Tucker, will not get it. They will watch this and they'll be like, yeah, there really is a group of people who's controlling all the information, who's keeping it from us. They're hiding all these conspiracies like 9/11 and the aliens and the Kakorvka Dam. And you don't need to believe every one of those conspiracies for all of them to start balling together. Because if you start questioning one, it's easy to start questioning all of them. The term that I sometimes have used is crank magnetism. One insane worldview attracts a lot of other insane worldviews. It's like Q, says Somniostatic, and he's right. When you start believing that there's a deep state that has like screwed Trump over the election results, it's really easy to start adding on things to that like they're also controlling the media, they're also controlling the finances. I'm a sucker for Tucker, a real American. And then earlier, Pink Wug was posting in chat that I can't believe Tucker is saying no war but class war. He's so close, guys, so close. There's a lot.
When he says class war, he means race war against Jews.
Oh, that's Pink Wug is joking. It's really frustrating to see progressives who get pulled in by this like fake populist rhetoric. It's a bit like when Trump is like talking about how workers are so screwed over, or when Pence was talking about wages not going down. They don't care. They're only gesturing at that to pull you in. If they cared, they would talk about policies that would actually make your life better, and they never fucking do. When has Tucker gone on his show and promoted a specific union strike, promoted like a specific organization that helps workers gain power? He's the soft-handed millionaire fake version of that ex-Wrench reviewer that Merrick covered, Wrangler Star. I mean,
Yeah,
Wrangler
I think
Star
that.
is actually fucking insane. So,
Oh yeah, I know. It's like I think he needs to be reported like it's like the FBI like unironically. Like he was like showing people how to make like tire spikes and like other things that are I don't think are like legal to show people how to do. He's insane.
I mean, look, I love a prepper as long as he stays prepping. Just stay over there. Do not interact with me until you are normal. In fact, don't vote. Don't engage in politics. It's all a sham. Nothing you do matters. Just stay over there until you start reading CNN. Until you start becoming a Maddow fan. Until the God, did you see where he called his wife? Where he was talking about how his wife is like a trad con wife.
Oh yeah,
Oh
and
my
she was
God,
like,
don't.
well,
She was like,
well,
I don't know what trad
but-"
con means, but I made you beef. And it's just beef with nothing else. It's just a plate with a steak on it, and that's it. Because the man is a child and can't eat his veggies. He can make tire puncturing devices, but he can't eat broccoli.
Oh my god, it's like a. What is wrong with conservatives? Like, why is this the demagogue?
Hey, Saint Soul. Yeah, I am alive. I mean, I think you can ask the same sort of question for Jordan Peterson. I think the honest answer is like, it's because this is, when you talk to conservatives, when you follow their pages, this is their demagogue because this is how they think. It's actually not more complicated than that. It is so easy to promote conspiracies in conservative spaces. Actually, you know, a great example of this is, I think a year back, there was a black woman who said that, I would think it was something like, she said that she had been canceled by the liberal mob and had been fired from her job and used it to raise like $1,000 to buy an iPad or something along those lines. Because you can literally say anything to conservatives and they'll buy it. And she did the whole, she was like, and I've left the plantation and these libs ain't capturing me anymore. She played all into it and conservatives ate it up. They don't do any fact checking. They don't care.
They just gave her money.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the other things I encourage y'all to do is subscribe to, like, I don't want to say subscribe. Every so often, watch, like, you know, and a good example of this would be Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit is like an insane, theocratic, conservative, reactionary podcast, I guess I should call it. And watch one of their streams, maybe just an hour, maybe half an hour, maybe 15 minutes, and watch the super chats. Watch how much money these fuckers make, because they will make easily $1,000 an hour. Easily. It is wild. Like, neither Mayor nor I make $1,000 like a month. Okay, it's really fucking easy to grift on the right. It's really fucking easy.
You don't make $1,000 a month, like
Well, in terms of total income, yeah. I mean, I have a job, but in terms of like streaming income, I don't make $1,000 a month.
Okay. I was like, ignore me.
Little Body says, "Oh my God, Fresh and Fit is crazy misogynist." Yeah, they're like, I almost struggle to think of people more misogynistic than them. Like, maybe you could get to Nick Fuentes, who wants like young women to marry so they can have more children. Verbatim Nick Fuentes quote is like, I can pull up the verbatim Nick Fuentes quote, but he literally wants people to start having children at 14. Hitler was more misogynistic, says Sam Barry. Okay.
Are you saying that Hitler wasn't misogynistic? Oh my god.
Saint Soul says Fresh and Fit easily makes $10,000 a month. Yeah, the money they make is wild. I know that I did some numbers a while ago that based on the deal that Steven Crowder was going to get, he would have made something like, I think it was like 6 times as much money per subscriber as ContraPoints made. Like, it's
That's insane.
Yeah, and it's like, there are grifters on the left, but the reason why grifters always go right is because it's really easy to pander. all you do is just sprinkle in some anti-vax conspiracy shit, talk about how the woke mob is canceling you and how you can't say what you want to think anymore. All that shit's easy. You don't have to do any research for any of that. And you make a lot fucking more money. So
also, literal billionaires will come in to like bankroll you and like be like, hey, just say like X, Y, Z, and we'll give you like, I don't know, like 10,000 a month or whatever.
Someone asked, Econo Boy asked what kind of pillow that is on the bed. Here, I'll grab it real quick.
The fucking the back support pillow.
Yeah, so Mayor actually got me this as a gift. One sec.
I know.
Like, they can't hear you, so don't say anything too crazy on the screen. Sorry,
Okay.
I can't hear you.
So, anyways, here are all my grievances
Actually,
against.
so I like this pillow.
SDL.
Outfit reveal. I have the worst fit of anyone on the left, so low bar. So it's just this shaped pillow. It has a little triangle. You can see it back there that goes down here. Can't see it like down here. And then this, if you just lean against it, is really nice back support if you want to sit in bed. So I hate working in bed. I never use that pillow, but if I ever am like sitting in bed with Mare or whatever, would use that. Pants reveal.
Aiden, did you know that I used that pillow before you did?
That you used that pillow before I did? Did you help
Yeah.
unpack it or something?
Yeah, because like
That's
'cause
funny.
you were
When
in
you're
like,
staying
Maryland
over?
or whatever when I came. Yeah, you were in Maryland or whatever, and like we used it. It's a nice
Legs
pillow.
confirmed.
This isn't the metaverse. You have legs.
Those shorts are so bad, I'm not wearing shorts. Anarcho Perp says, if your Twitter enemies were smart, they would send problematic screenshots to the Department of Federal Agencies. Hello, FBI. Did you know that Agent so-called SDL has had some very problematic beliefs? You know, they would just give me a promotion for that.
Just sending like some random CIA like outreach program like the Vice article like.
They would send me a hire request. That's actually that would get me hired by the government. That would get me a nice public job. Yeah, sorry y'all. That this whole leftist grift isn't working out. Sorry, I got to go to the CIA. They got dental.
One of my favorite facts is how aggressively right-leaning intelligence agencies are. So it meant a lot when they started going after Trump, because like they're like on his side, like ostensibly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think so I recently, the other day, here, let me pull it up. The other day I put together a thread on infiltration.
Of course you did.
I mean, I'm just using my family history of successful infiltration and my deep ties to the federal government to tell y'all how to do it. So I put together this thread, and the thing that I wanted to point to isn't in this thread, but I'll pull it up real quick. COINTELPRO.
Are you gonna leak your CIA badge number to us?
Yeah, number 69420. Got him. So the other day I put together this thread. I put together this thread the other day, talking about how it's really frustrating when I will be like, hey, what org are you in? What achievement of theirs are you proud of? And people will be like, wow, that's exactly what a Fed would say. Because I mean, I go through the history of this, but like basically every major socialist organization in US history was infiltrated by the Feds. Your organization, if it's actually meaningful, probably has a few federal informants in it. A federal informant doesn't necessarily mean like a detective sent from Langley. It doesn't mean like a guy from Quantico. It often means just that an FBI agent talks to a guy and they said, hey, guy, I'll pay you like $500 a month or whatever if you report on what happens in the organization. And that's really easy to do. And they did it over and over again. So in 1956, 1 in 10 CPUSA members were federal informants. In the 1960s, I estimate that about 300 of the SWP, which is the Trotskyist organization in the US, that about 1 in 8 members were FBI informants, including a member of their leadership committee. I didn't include it in this thread, but the CPUSA was so thoroughly, infiltrated that the FBI routinely got better information on the Soviet Union than the CIA did, because the Soviet Union would send details over to the CPUSA, and then the FBI would just copy them over to the CIA.
It's really funny.
Haven't you spoken at length that organizing is key to any success? Yeah, no, you have to organize, and you have to assume that once you're organized, there will be informants there. And so the argument that I give in this thread is like, hey, the type of organization, like basically there's 2 types of organizations you can build. One is where you just fully commit. You're like, hey, we got to go underground. We got to hide from the law. We got to have very little contact with the outside world. We got to be as secretive as possible. And that's the only way we can keep the feds out. And I want to be clear, that doesn't work. That's what the Weathermen Underground did, and they failed in 6 years. Like, you can do it. You can do a little bit of violence, but they will catch you. And you will not achieve your political goals. So that's one type out. The other type of organization, in my opinion, that works is broadly. So big long thread. I argue that the type of organization that's most resistant to the type of Fed infiltration is one which, so what if you're an informant? So what if you've infiltrated? We're doing work that's above board, we're democratic, and we're volunteers. So what are you going to arrest us for, cop? What illegal activity are you going to get us to do? Like, basically, the way I put this is, DSA is a democratic big tent with few expulsions. That means that we disagree all the time, and some DSA members will hate this thread, but this forces us to focus from internal fights to fights for union election wins. And through the thread, one of the things that I highlight is, over and over again, what the feds want you to do is spend all your time expelling each other and like castigating each other and doing struggle sessions, because then you're not actually doing labor organizing. The feds, especially under Hoover, were terrified of progressive movements in the country. They were terrified of socialist movements. There's a quote from Hoover that the Black Panther Party's mutual aid program was like the greatest threat to the country, something along those lines. Because they really, really, really hate actually effective organizing. So they want you to spend all your time doing like dumb little internal infighting. They want you to do all your things about expulsion. Any examples of socialist organizations falling apart due to infighting? You'll be happy to know you'll be happy to know that one of the projects I've been spending the long exile from streaming on is a list of socialist organizations in the United States. I'm going to scroll it in a little bit so you can see the size of the scroll bar. And we're going to go.
Sometimes I remember how you got your beginning as like a rat wiki editor, and this is one of those moments where like I see your roots shining through.
Basically, there is no socialist organization in this country, except maybe the DSA, that didn't have a major split. Every Trotskyist org, every communist org had a split. The communists had like 6 splits. The SWP, that's the main Trotskyist one, had like 8 splits. The Maoist orgs were basically all splits themselves, and they all split twice over. Like, there are so many organizations here. The word split appears 86 times in my attempt to plot the genealogy of socialist organizations. So, are there any examples? Yes. Basically all of them. Yeah, the SRA is right near the top. It was founded in 2018. It's one of the youngest ones. And nominally, the SRA has a really high membership, but in terms of actual SRA activism, they do very little on-the-ground activism. They mostly do online mutual aid organizations, for better and for worse. Like, I'm not trying to shit on that too much. It's just they are different than some of the other, like some socialist organizations, like the SWP, still have real on-the-ground presences. And DSA definitely does, but the SRA does not. It does not do a lot of real-world activism. Best healthcare model, single payer, single provider. It's called the Samashko system, and if I can't get that, it's the beverage model.
I was literally just typing beverage model in the chats. I fucking love the beverage model. So
I wanted to talk about how the FBI is right wing, and so I've got this thread. But one of the things in reading through for this, there's this great book from Gentry. If you just Google Gentry Hoover, it's this really excellent book on basically how Hoover's whole career was a very rapid rise within the FBI, and then wherever he had power, he used it to destroy constitutional rights and fuck over leftist groups especially. But there was a period after the Civil Rights Act where the FBI was really aggressively trying to go after the KKK. But the reason they were going after the KKK was because they saw them as terrorists. They weren't going against them as like some principled anti-racists. They were just mad that they were a little too violent. And they weren't even too mad about that. So here's an example, an anecdote, but a very telling one. There was a fight on May 14th. One squad leader from the KKK stood out in the memory of horrified victims and witnesses. This squad leader savagely attacked a black man who was waiting at the bus station for his fiancée to arrive. Then he restrained that man while other KKK members pummeled him. This same guy also beat a newspaper photographer unconscious and ran after a second newsman who'd photographed the incident. After he switched from a lead-weighted baseball bat, he switched to a blackjack. And he missed his aim when he tried to cold cock a reporter that he had just slammed against a wall. So he's trying to kill people, right? Finally, the violent leader had his throat slit in a street fight with some local black men. 8 stitches were required. For his medical expenses, he was paid. He received $50 from the FBI and a bonus of $125. The FBI said, "Oh, you're our informant in the KKK, and you got a medical incident because you were fucking beating up people. You were going on a fucking like rants. I'm sorry, not a rant. You were going like you were literally like pacing around a bus station, beating up newspaper reporters and beating up black people. And you got your throat cut, and we're going to pay for that." This is the FBI of the 1970s. They have always been one of the the FBI is conservative is the way I'll put it. Okay, people like to shit on like rainbow capitalism and the FBI celebrating pride and whatnot, and I am so fucking glad. I'm so fucking glad they've been forced to do that. It's been a long time coming that they aren't quite so fucking deranged and fucking insane. I would much rather have them at least forced to do fake woke progressive nonsense than be the fucking monsters they were before. So just, yeah. That's one of the reasons Roxy was saying it was nice to see that they turned on Trump. Like, it's the bare minimum. Somniostatic says, how directly analogous, though, are the people in charge between then and now? It has been about 2 generations of leadership, and there has been a move left. And that's one of the things I've been trying to highlight is, like, they have moved left. But in my thread, one of the things I highlight is that the same tactics they're using of infiltration haven't fucking stopped. In 2020, the FBI paid Mickey Windecker to infiltrate the pro-BLM movement in Denver. He gained a leadership role and encouraged activists to become violent, specifically to plan a bombing or assassination so that they could be arrested. They did the same thing. Go ahead.
Not entrapments.
It's close to entrapment. They don't tell you, like, they're not. So entrapment is when illegal entrapment is when the government encourages you too strongly that you wouldn't have done the crime on your own. But it's not entrapment for the government to say something like, hey, you want to do a bombing, and then you really enthusiastically participate and you push it ahead yourself. That's the simple summary I'd put. I don't know that might not be like the exact legalese, but the basic idea is if you wouldn't have done the crime without the government's involvement, it's not entrapment. But the government gets real close to skirting that line, as close as they legally can. Another example, in 2020, a Colorado Springs police sent cop April Rogers clad in pink hair. So just to make sure that their story stuck, they put a woman, just to make it a little better, they dyed her hair pink, and they told her to act as if she was a sex worker, to spy on the Black Lives Matter movement in Colorado Springs. For a year, they didn't suspect her whatsoever. She took down their names and encouraged them, the BLM movement, to buy illegal guns with 2 witnesses so that they could be arrested. And nobody did. Which is good. A lot of times these infiltrations fail. But they have not fucking stopped. Like, the leadership has changed. They're not quite as evil, not quite as racist, not quite as fucked up. But the tactics are very, very similar. And a lot of them are directed to the left. Okay, I need to take a bathroom break. You want to talk to stream for a minute, Mr. Roxy?
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll entertain chat. So, how are we doing? How are we doing? SDL chat, I see there's 43 of you watching. That's fucking awesome. I don't think Aiden wants to do the shilling. So if you want to support the stream, you can go to sockdonleft.org/live and get a subscription. I don't know how much that costs, but it all goes to Aiden, which is pretty cool. It's 95% goes to SCL instead of the 50% on Twitch. Fuck Twitch, am I right? One person left. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Anyways, if you have any questions or anything, or like, we're vibing here. I've been monitoring SL Discord for a year. My back is fucking red. Saint Soul, I used to be a mod for the STL Discord, and then STL had to remove me because I was never active because it's a fucking nightmare. Yeah, Tyrannox, you should consider subscribing or donating if you can. If you like this content and you want to support socialism in the U.S., then you should consider subscribing. Yes, Anarcho the debates did happen. They were at the very beginning of the stream. You can go back and watch them if you want. They went pretty good, even though I think Aiden had the wrong position. He argued it pretty well. Commie femboys, let me tell you, there is something about wanting to smash capitalism and wanting to smash gender roles that just goes so nicely together. So communist femboys are an amazing thing, let me tell you. I might be a lesbian, but I can appreciate a good communist femboy. All right, STL Discord is a rotting corpse. True, Somniostatic, it totally is. That shirt is looking fire. That shirt is looking fire. Let me tell you a story about that shirt that STL was wearing. He had to be convinced to wear it for like 6 months before he finally did. Like one of the first times that I met him, he had that shirt like hanging up like on like a coat hanger, and we had to like bully him into wearing it so that he would actually put it on and then convince him that it looks good. Because he is a gremlin. He is a fucking gremlin. But that gremlin can look good if other people around him force him to. So I take full credit for this. Ron the Swiss pants. That's very funny. I don't use Doge. I'm not gonna fucking do any moral bullshit. I don't fucking care about ethics. What's Gloomy up to these days? I don't know what Gloomy's up to these days. You know how men are with patterns. Men love their patterns. Let me tell you. Although you know who likes patterns more than men? Autistic women, who are God's finest creation, if I do say so myself. Oh God, I hope no one is listening in on this and hearing me talk. Oh God, I chased away 6 people. Fuck. Oh God.
The return to streaming fit. What have you been telling chat?
I told them that you had to be convinced to wear that shirt, and we had to convince you that it looked good.
Look, I love t-shirts. This shirt, like, it doesn't have the full range of movement. It's I hate these fancy shirts.
What full range of movement do you need?
I need like there's like seams, and the seams aren't stretchy.
What do you mean? You're not fucking like Spider-Man, like.
Yeah, but what if I want to move my arm in like a weird way because I'm sleepy or something? Because I'm in bed and I'm like, oh, I need to go to sleep.
Then change out of the shirt.
Yeah, but it's restricting my movement all the time. I'm thinking about all the things I can't do with it right now. There's so many things, there's so many positions I could not be in because of this shirt.
Do you not value your mental health? Do you not understand the importance of small ritualistic tasks like this to delineate like parts of your life?
SDL sleeps in a collared shirt. I actually sleep naked. I can't stand being restrained at all when I'm sleeping.
You need full range of motion.
I do. I gotta be a free man. I need to be unconstrained from all of society's taboos, all of the range of motion restrictions on these seams. Okay, I need to be free. I need out.
So I don't like sleeping naked because it makes me feel like a freak. But recently it's just gotten so hot in my room in Arizona because my room has like no insulation. So I've had to like sleep naked like the past like 2 months, and I hate it.
Sorry.
I literally have like a mini fan like pointing like directly at my back as I sleep because it's just so hot in my room.
A narco perp asked a question. They ask whether an underground group like Jane's Revenge would count as a socialist organization for my list. So it's a hard question because I wanted to. The thing I'm chiefly interested in trying to put together this list is like what types of socialist organizations worked and what didn't. And there's a lot of tiny groups. So Jane's Revenge might have. The way I put it is this. I was interested first in groups which try and be a mass organization. I think I even wrote this on the page. First, an organization which have mass membership, or we're trying to build one. And so that means that you're trying to look at organizations which are trying to building up like hundreds or thousands or millions of members. I said that, I'm trying to exclude organizations purely focused like publishing groups, because there's so many socialist publishing groups. If I extended like the list to that, I would never be able to fucking end. And I am getting close to, I think there's only like 40 more to add. So I am getting there. But I wanted to also include a second type of organization. So there's this term, propaganda of the deed. So I wanted to include organizations which were trying to inspire a revolution or other mass movement, mass organization, mass behavior, by doing something and inspiring people to do the same. You might have heard this when it comes to like right-wing, like reactionary violence, that they say they want to inspire a race war. Well, some socialist organizations wanted to inspire a class war, essentially. They wanted to inspire people to realize that capitalism is fucking them over and to join a socialist org and to join the revolution and to overthrow the United States. And in my opinion, that's not going to fucking work. The US government is too organized, too, like the bourgeois hate you way too fucking much. They're too organized, too centralized. And organizations that have tried have failed. Please let your FBI handlers know that I'm not a member of Jane's Revenge. Okay, I'll move your file from the Jane's Revenge to the miscellaneous leftist folder. Would the BLM organization count? So BLM is not explicitly socialist. And this is a hard one because there's a lot of organizations which have socialists and some socialist leadership. And so generally the rule that I took was, if an org feels like it's like at least 50-50 SOCDEM socialist, I should include them just for the purpose of history. Like there's orgs that I put on here, like Justice Democrats, which is like, that's Cenk Uygur, who's not a socialist, and what's his face? Kyle Kalinske, who is like maybe like beefy social democracy. But I put it in because it's important to understanding what the modern like progressive movement looks like. And way down here in the 1890s, during the first People's Party, the real one, not the fucking scam that Jimmy Dore is doing nowadays and the people associated with him. Like there's a whole bunch of sort of progressive-ish organizations that I want to include because you can't understand the history of the progressive left in this country, socialist left, progressive left, whatever. You can't understand it until you realize how interweaved they are. Like a fact that a lot of you may not know is that the ACLU started as an organization named the National Federation for Constitutional Liberties, whose job was to defend the IWW members and the communists during the Second Red Scare. The ACLU started defending like labor radicals and political radicals. And so like you can't understand why the ACLU is still today one of the most progressive organizations without knowing where it came from, in my opinion. Econoboy asks, is the Democratic Party on the list? It's the most socialist organization in US history. Also, the KKK was started by Democrats. The Confederate flag actually appears on this list because one of the I think it's the Young Patriots organization, one of the movements that one of the organizations that was inspired by the Black Panther Party but was aimed at white Southerners, used this as their flag, at least for a little while. My understanding is they changed it eventually. So we already kind of have
White Southerner Association. That's an
No, they were called the Young Patriot Organization, and they were strongly anti-racist. They were like a Black Panther type organization.
I have questions about why they chose that flag.
So a lot of people are aware that there were two waves of great black migration from the South to the North, right? But the white people of the South also did the exact same thing at roughly the same times. They migrated up to work in the war industries. And actually, funnily enough, that's one of the reasons that the whole country moved conservative more than you'd have expected it to, because white voters from the South were really fucking racist and really fucking conservative, and they imported their politics to the rest of the country. And so... Go ahead.
The South's biggest export is racism.
For certain decades, yeah.
Also, why does your stream chat censor the word God?
It's just the default list, I think, from White Nervosa. YouTube might not like the word God. I'm not sure.
Like when it appears in like on the video, it's like the word God gets censored.
Yeah, it does. Okay, someone is interrogating my sleep tactics. The camo backpack says, you claim that you need to feel free, and yet you probably use a blanket. Not only do I use a blanket, I use a weighted blanket. I want to have full freedom of movement, and it also be very hard to move because the blanket is very heavy. It's like 20, 25 pounds or something. So I'm stuck under there. The contradiction of being a leftist.
Are you sure that it's like the no clothes thing isn't like a tactile sensation thing because you're just really 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 autistic?
It might be. Dogepod is critiquing my choice to exclude revolutionary organizations from the list. I'm not actually, so the thing, I'm not excluding revolutionary organizations if the revolutionary organization hopes to use propaganda of the deed. So the idea is that some socialist organizations want to do something so radical, a bombing, whatever, and they want to inspire others to follow in the same path. And their goal there is still a mass organization. But there are some organizations which are just militant and have no goals beyond doing their specific terrorism. And those don't seem to be actually aiming, in my opinion, for a socialist revolution, because their organization literally cannot possibly, and often their goals aren't to do a socialist revolution. They look more like the Environmental Liberation Front, or is it the Earth Liberation Front, where they're just sort of doing eco-terrorism. You could argue it's justified eco-terrorism, but they're just doing eco-terrorism. They're not hoping to inspire a mass movement. That's different. It's a different type of organization. How do you read so widely and take obsessive notes? Autism. The honest answer is Notepad. I think that the two honest answers are, one, I get very mad at people online, and that's an intense motivating factor. So you've sent something wrong online. I wrote this whole thread about how what FBI infiltration looks like because someone called me a Fed. The easiest way to get motivated is simply to choose things to get mad about that encourage you to be productive. I guess the second answer is I think just being firmly committed to realizing that you aren't going to remember your bookmarks. And let's see, can I easily pull this up? Yeah, I can. So one of the big things that I really try and do, if this helps at all, is a certain type of format. So for example, take this study. So for each thing, I try and give the author name, which is an easy way to reference it when you're talking to other people, a short description, because I promise you, you will not remember a study past a year, past 6 months, past 3 months. You will not remember what a study says, but it will instantly bring it all back if you just write a 2-sentence description. I promise to God, this thing, originally it started with a German psychologist who, every time he read a study, he would make a series of claims that the study made, and he would write them down on a note card. It's the exact same idea here. Writing it down locks it in your mind, and then when you come back and you reread this, you're re-accessing that memory. Then I put a whole bunch of links to easily access it, so that nobody ever can complain that the study is paywalled. And then I put specific quotes from the study, specific pictures. That's the simple answer. I think 99% of it comes down to note taking. It's dedication and note taking. Dogepod says, I can do it. Take the autism update patch. Do you include ANCOM orgs or just communist ones? One of the problems is that a lot of ANCOM orgs don't do a good job of publicizing themselves, so it's hard to find them, especially historically. The US also doesn't have a great history of anarchist organizing after like the 1930s until fairly recently, like the 1990s. So there's just this long period, at least to my understanding. I don't know, but outside of like the IWW, which died in the 30s, there's just very little anarchist or anarchist-leaning organizations. Yeah, so this is basically annotated bibliography. Like in my mind, the key is annotating bibliography. That's my day job. I work IT actually, funnily enough. Okay, I'm just rambling about research methods. This is honestly helpful advice for my summer sociology research class. One of the things that I've learned is, one of the things that I started doing in college as well is when you're in a class, you think you're going to remember it forever. At least that's the way it feels to me. But I realize that that's wrong. I realize I'm completely, totally wrong. I have to write it down and put it in one central database. And so people ask, like, SDL, why do you put it all in this one huge document? Because if I separate it across multiple documents and I can't search for it in this one, I will never find it. I literally need to be able to like Control F and find it. That's it. It's that simple. Like, Saint Saul says that is absolutely not the case, that you will remember everything forever. And I can prove it to you with 30,000 of debt and a bachelor's degree. Whenever in class you come across a study, it's one of the things that I do. I'll put the study into my fact sheet because I honestly think it's good for learning. As just Communist Capybara says, you're right. David Graeber talks about how the dominance of the USSR reduced anarchist activity until the debt justice movement in the 1990s. That's my understanding. If you read the early history of the IWW and actually the Socialist Party, the American Socialist Party had a strong anarchist contingent that was repeatedly, I shouldn't say anarchist, strong like propaganda of the deed / direct action / politics can't be useful. That had anarchist sort of leanings, but was never like ideologically formally anarchist in the way that modern were. And they mostly got purged from the Socialist Party, and they joined the IWW. IWW mentioned, yeah. So actually, one of the things in doing all this. So okay. Since we've gotten onto one of my special interests, all of you will be happy to know that I can ramble about this for quite some time. One of the things that I've been working on in my long time away has been trying to get membership data for... Here, let me pull up the blog post. So I wrote this blog post which summarizes it if you all ever want to read it, called "The DSA is the largest socialist org in 109 years." One of the things that I've been wanting to do, I've been like getting into some of the intra-DSA disputes. And the reason that I care about this history is partly because it relates to what people want to do with socialist parties in the modern America. There's a decent chunk of people in DSA who think that its current method, which roughly looks like running DSA-endorsed candidates on the Democratic ballot line. So that means people like AOC, right? She's running in the Democratic Party, but she's DSA endorsed, and then they win, but we still exert nominally some influence, some ability to try and change policy by her victory, both because she is like a progressive, she is a socialist, and because we have a line of contact to her. And you can see an example, in my opinion, of that being successful in New York City. I think I show it here. In New York City, which is DSA's largest and most electorally successful chapter, despite Hochul, who's a centrist governor, in May 2023, DSA elected its members helped win legislation that empowers the New York Power Authority to build public-owned renewable energy, which was previously called the Build Public Renewables Act. This is, in short, the largest Green New Deal type program in the country to build public power on public dime for public purposes, and we're going to own it at the end. And it's interesting. Just speaking of how far maybe left economics has moved, this is the type of stuff that would be called community wealth building. We're not just asking a contractor to build a solar panel because we want green energy. We're saying, hey, we're going to pay for it, we're going to own it, and that's going to build wealth of New York City in the long run. Because solar panels make a shit ton of money. They're really efficient nowadays. So I think this strategy is fairly successful, but some people think that the strategy is not working because of stuff like the railroad strike. So, for example, AOC and a bunch of other socialist members voted to break the strike in Congress for rail workers, and they argue that the only way that we can do better is if we leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is pulling us too much to the right, that we need a independent socialist workers' party. And one of the arguments that I try to make is that the long history in the United States is of these organizations failing. Part of the reason that I put together all this history of socialist organizations is to argue that the successful organizations in U.S. history have largely been ones which did not attempt this. There are a few examples. So the Socialist Party ran its own candidates. The Communist Party ran its own candidates. They were the two successful examples. But you'll note, they stopped being successful in the 60s. COINTELPRO fucking worked. It really destroyed organizations. And we don't get any major socialist organizations until like 2010 or so. And then in 2016, after Trump wins, DSA shoots up. I cannot believe that you convinced the Black Panther Party to share membership numbers. So all of this is taken from like biographical, all this is taken from like histories. This isn't like me getting data. This is like me culling it from histories of the parties and whatnot. So the reason I mention all this is that whenever we talk about these organizations, like people love to talk up the Black Panther Party and say that it had real revolutionary potential, that like it had a real chance to change American society. I think it's important to remember like its actual size. It was 2,000 people at its peak, and it fell apart pretty quickly. It didn't have the staying power. Part of that's because it was intensely targeted by the U.S. government, but part of it also was due to internal structure. It couldn't handle mass membership. It was too puritanical, too expulsion focused, and so it purged its way to ultimately 0 members. You have a lot of facts in this sheet, but are there specific narratives that weave the fact together? So that's why I'm trying to write blog posts. So for example, I wrote this blog post called DSA is the largest US socialist org, and it talks about why DSA is large. It's trying to weave that narrative. So basically, unless I write a blog post, there is no narrative being woven together. Hydork says DSA has a peak more because of Bernie than Trump. So I actually talk about this. That when you look at the specific timeline, you'd think that it was Bernie. But I think that what Bernie did is set the stage. But I used to think it was Bernie, right? This is a belief that's, one, totally rational, totally makes sense, but the timeline doesn't work for it. Sanders entered the primary in this line, and then the general election happened here. Sanders fell out around this second dot. This is the increase that you get after Sanders. Maybe this, right? We're talking, this goes from maybe like 6,000 to 7,000 members. Not very many. The increase after Trump is monumental. That's when you go from 9,000 to 40,000 in 2 years, right? And after AOC wins, you go from 40,000 to 80,000. So I think the membership, I think it's pretty clear that DSA's fortunes have a lot to do with Trump being really fucking scary and pulling people leftward, and AOC's victory showing that socialists can win. My blog post on Peterson dog whistling is very good. I'd love if a bitter presence posted it. I mean, I do want eventually, I think it would be nice to just to read out the blog post or something. Send a link? Okay. It'd be nice to read out the blog posts. Just for my sanity, and actually because the Substack audio doesn't update if you make edits to articles. So... The Black Panther Party only had 2K members nationally at its peak. That's shocking considering how much we learned about them in history. I think one of the things to remember is that 2,000 people is a lot more than you think, is the way I'd put it. You probably know less than 300 people. Just personally, you probably know less than 300 people. And you could not get all of them to do political action. Imagine if you could get all of your friends to do one political action. That would be a lot of fucking people, and that's 300. 2,000 is basically 10 times that. It's way more than you think, and BPP had a huge cultural impact. The Panthers inspired like a dozen organizations around the country, right? So if we wanted to talk about their extended membership, it could be maybe 3,000-4,000 people. With like the Young Patriots organization that I talked about earlier. Culture matters, and these had a big impact on culture, but they didn't fundamentally build like a lasting socialist movement, right? So the argument that I guess I'm collecting these data, and I have an argument in mind, and I'm trying to see if the data lines up with it. I'm trying to be self-critical to some degree, and I think the data is fairly compelling. That like there's a few examples in early U.S. history before the modern party system of these third socialist parties doing okay, but there aren't any since the Civil Rights Act. Not one. Not a single successful socialist party. The largest socialist party nowadays that runs its own candidates has 1,000 members. Like, it's a really hard world for socialist third parties. SDS is a student group, didn't run its own candidates. The Green Party is barely socialist. And do you want to know how many electeds they currently have? I've been updating this list to make sure it's accurate. They currently hold 0 seats in any state legislature. They used to hold a total of 8. And of these, only 1 was elected as a Green. 7 of 8 were defects from the Democratic Party. So the Green Party has won, to my counting, either 1 or 2 state house election. Ever. They started in 1996. They are older than me, and they've won twice in the state house. At the local level, they currently have 3 mayors. Who was elected as a Green? It was, I think, John Etter. So the Green Party has a really low efficiency, is the way I'd put it. The Green Party nationally makes about, I think, $300,000 a year, and its state parties make a lot of money, decent chunk, like $200,000 when they run candidates. And for what, right? For what? To give you a comparison, DSA, which runs in the Democratic Party, right? That's basically the only switch you do. Instead of running independently, you run in the Democratic Party. They currently have more people in the state legislature. They currently have, like current elected state senators, more than the Green Party ever elected. And I think that logic is just, like, it's very, very hard for me to look at these numbers and not conclude, like, we can't do a socialist third party. We're just going to fail like all the other ones did. We're going to go back to irrelevancy. If we do win, we're going to win like 10 seats and have no real power. At least with this, even if these candidates are only half as good as we'd like, we're electing 10, 20, 100 times more of them. Do call-ins or I vote for Trump. It is actually getting pretty late. Roxy, are you still here?
I am still here, yes.
I feel bad for keeping you on for so long. Go ahead.
I'm here of my own volition. Like, if you...
Okay, well then I don't feel bad. Fuck you. Sorry. Not fuck you, but I don't know. It's just, to give you an idea, for all of this, DSA national budget is around $6 million. So DSA currently has around 300 electeds. It has 5 federal. It has about, I think, like 200 at the local and state level. And all of that costs about $6 million nationally. And I estimate, I don't think there's any numbers, but I think local chapters probably bring in an additional $3 to $6 million, just based on my experience in Austin. So you're spending maybe $12 million to get 1% of state legislatures and 1% of the federal government to be socialists. For, again, another comparison, Socialist Alternative spends, so numbers. DSA, call it 6 million, right? 6 million. And this is what you get. Socialist Alternative. They are probably the most prominent example that people point to as an alternative to DSA, as like a true socialist alternative, right? That like DSA is just fake neo-lib sellouts, and we want to go to the real socialist party, the socialist alternative. Here's what their election results look like. They have run, I think, 8, 10? And of those, one candidate has won, Kashwama Sawant. Back when Bernie lost the primary, she was one of the highest elected socialists in the US government. One of the highest. She won her city council race, and that's it. They've never won any other seat. She, Kashwama Sawant, even lost her race to be a state representative. They cannot replicate this model. And do you want to know how much all of this costs? $600,000 a year. She joined the DSA in 2021. The reason she joined the DSA in 2021 is that this was a recall election. A recall election that she lost by what percent of the vote, if you can read that off? Recall got 49.6% of the vote. She joined the DSA because she needed as much support as possible. It's really hard to run as a third party candidate. I'm not trying to demean Kashwama Sawant. Like, she does a lot of great work. The amount of effort she has to put in to contest this election is way, way higher. And what's the payoff? The things that she fights for are mostly the same things that the DSA fights for. If she's a better candidate, if she's twice a better candidate, she's putting in 20 times the work, right? It's about efficiency, for lack of a better word, right? There's only so many socialists. We only have so much money. McCarthy may be dead, but his legacy really did live on. Yeah, it's... And to be clear, part of this is also just first past the post. Like, the recall election is not a first past the post problem, but it's really hard for third parties to get elected, period, because of the first past the post party system. So I think it's an inescapable conclusion, in my opinion, with all the data I've collected, all the lists I've looked at, all the elections I've looked at, all the budgets I've looked at, that, like, if you're a socialist in America and you want your dollar to be spent most efficiently, you gotta do it in DSA. It's that simple. And that makes me a lib to some degree, because it it makes me think that, like, yeah, you gotta vote Dem. You gotta vote for, like, the most progressive option. You've got to work in the system, because otherwise you fucking lose really, really bad. Alex says, Bernie gave people reacting against Trump somewhere to go. Yeah, I think that Bernie name-dropping socialism, name-dropping democratic socialism, really helped kickstart the movement. If Trump had just been elected, people wouldn't have had a name for what they wanted, a name for the alternative. He gave that name. He outlined the idea. And Bernie Sanders is actually, I think, a lifetime DSA member, though he did it back in, like, the 80s or something, before it counts. So... there's like some, as my understanding, there's like some accounting thing, but he technically, I think, is a DSA member, but he's not officially, and he doesn't officially work with them. The first Salty says, "What's up, SDL? It's me, plant/gay Ben Shapiro from your Discord." That is an incomprehensible sentence. Kit the Crab says, "Vote Democrat and then bully the Democrats into doing shit." So there is some ability when Democrats are elected to shift them to the left, but there mostly isn't. We don't have strong enough labor. We don't have strong enough tenant organizing. We don't have enough money. We don't have the lobbying apparatus to really move Democrats very much. If we move them, it's like one step at most. Basically, if you want a name for the strategy that DSA, in my opinion, is actually pursuing, it's the inside-outside model. And this is a very short page, but I can, if you are interested in reading more about this, send me a DM on Twitter or Discord, because there are like multi-chapter theses written about this strategy. The inside-outside model, reading from Wikipedia, of political reform is the organizing method being used by the Progressive Democrats of America in its efforts to change the Democratic Party. Okay, doesn't actually tell you what it is. The idea is you're trying to do two goals. One is work within the Democratic Party. You primary Democrats, and you replace conservative Democrats with progressive Democrats. That's somewhat like what the Tea Party does, for example. The second thing you want to do is build something exterior to the Democrats that allows you to continue building that power. You don't want to just win elections, because you can't guarantee, like, what makes you better able at winning elections than the centrists? You need some leverage, and that leverage looks like unions. It looks like tenant organizing. It looks like all the things that socialists want to do to build external power outside of elections. isn't that dual power? In a broad sense, it's dual power. Lenin's definite idea of dual power is not applicable per se, because that's more of like a military, like direct second government. The idea of dual power is literally like a power that could step in and start governing at after the revolution. But the anarchists sort of appropriated the term dual power, I think in the 90s. And that idea of dual power, which is more like sort of prefigurative politics, is just the idea that you're building power structures outside of elections, outside of the mainstream power, and they help you build the future you want to see. So you can see that down here. Red Charlotte says, Bernie Sanders is actually an opportunist, taking credit for the rise in class consciousness caused by the falling rate of profit. Thank you for channeling the actual communist boy of me from 4 years ago.
Return to your roots.
Return to my roots. Oh, actually, so I wanted to do, okay, one last thing, and then I'll do call-ins. So if you want to do a call-in, go to my Discord. I don't know that I actually set up the command yet for the website, but Discord.
Can you read mod me in your Discord so I can handle it?
Nope. It's not too hard to do it, and also you're super inactive. Thank you, though.
I can be more active if it's for stream modding purposes.
True. I missed the day. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just haggling you for not remodding me.
Well, cope and seethe. So one last question, and I want to talk briefly about this blog, and then I clearly don't have time, and I'm getting too tired to do anything more than one last call-in. So all the other things we talked about wanting to do are going to wait till tomorrow. But I am going to be trying to do streaming maybe bi-daily or daily over the summer. I'm going to try. We're going to see how long. My voice is already getting tired, so we're going to give it a try. Good college try.
That's an amazing goal, and you should do that.
Thank you for the positivity, Miss Roxy.
I won't haggle you until you do it regularly.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about this blog post because I put way too much effort into it for what actually came out. And Narcosoy says, I only got here, but it's cool to see you streaming. Thank you. I know a lot of people have been asking for it, so I hope that they actually enjoy it. So I titled this one, Nobody Wants to Read Theory, Why Socialism Must Be Fun, and I quoted AOC here, who's going to join your book club if it sucks? And basically the blog post is an argument that most people don't read theory. Like the vast majority of people do not read theory, and they won't read theory, and we've never been able to get workers to read theory. And that's not, I'm sure, particularly surprising to you as a watcher of a stream. The argument that I give, in short, so an example of this, before I get too deep in. Steal Your Red Bull says communists should be reading and listening to people like Lenin and Kwame Ture, not BreadTube, Hinkle, or Dor and the Young Turks. There's a meme from, I think this is Communist Memes, which says, get your ass off YouTube and read some theory. And it has BreadTube fans, all of their garbage, and smart people who are telling you to turn that shit off. So this is a fairly common view that there's like light content on BreadTube and it's garbage. It's worthless. It doesn't provide any actual intellectual content. And if you really want to be a real leftist, you gotta read theory. And I agree to some degree. I think that if you really, really want to understand leftism, you do have to get to the point where you're reading books, where you're reading like, hey, what does the alternative actually look like? How do I outline the world I want to see? What is like the theory behind why that world is justified? Whether you're reading economic theory or like socialist theory, which is a sort of broader political category. I think that you can't just hear people say it. You have to do the work yourself. Tiernax says, I've asked for it and now it's here. Can you believe it? The streaming? You were asking for the streaming? So the argument that I give is like, there's truth to this. There is value from reading, right? If all the information you get is from streaming, you will be less informed than if you do the reading yourself. This is just a pedagogical thing. This has nothing to do with ideology. You will not remember as much from this stream as if all of this was like a PDF and you'd read it and taken notes on it. It's that simple. That's not to say that streaming is worthless. You, viewer, are probably watching this as you're doing something else. There's a decent chance that probably 50% of you are watching this in the background as you're doing some other thing, maybe playing a video game, maybe like eating lunch or whatever. That's fine. This is infotainment, right? The argument that I give is that there's a lot of needs that people have, and one of them is to be entertained. But you can also inform people while you entertain them. This is the idea, the good version, so to speak, of infotainment. An example of this that I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with is like Jon Stewart's Daily Show or John Oliver, right? It's entertaining, but it also has a message. It wants you to learn something. That's sort of like infotainment at its best. So the argument that I'm giving, in short, is that not me, says Tyrannax. I focus on my work like a good boy. I would never be listening to a stream while I'm working. Saint Saul says there's a real method to learning theory. That's you're basically arguing it's a faster way, is to read commentaries on the theory. I agree and disagree. I think that one of the fastest ways to get a general summary of theory is to read, say, like 2 summaries of it. Ideally, you want to try and find it from people who have different ideological backgrounds, but that's sort of hard to figure out. But if you can read, like, I don't know, a Leninist and a Demsox takes on Marx, on like a chapter of Marx, and you can read that in a paragraph, that's really nice. You can get very different perspectives. Hydork says, I'm naked and eating popcorn watching you. Well, I'm glad someone has given me their full attention. In a slightly horrifying way. So the argument that I'd give is that, like, to really understand theory, you do actually have to read it. Because a lot of times when people summarize theory, they either make it seem weaker or stronger, like more or less coherent than it actually is. A lot of theory is garbage, right? A lot of people are really bad at writing and expressing their ideas. And I'm sure this is true of me too, right? I'm sure a lot of what I write is garbage. But unless you actually read it and analyze it on its own, it's very easy to get sort of like manipulated. If you want an example of this that's in video essay format, I'll link it to y'all because I love it. Jangles Science Lad put together a really excellent video called In Defense of Debate. And it uses he shows that it's very easy to lie if you aren't paying attention. And most people aren't paying attention to investigating the sources in any essay, whether it's a video essay, whatever. So unless you really get down into the weeds, it's hard to really understand it. I agree with that. But most people aren't going to engage on that level. The vast majority of leftists are not going to read theory. And the vast majority of people who are like working towards leftist goals are not going to read theory. It's just a fact. And so that's the second thing I wanted to get about. I'll link the video and then I'll talk about that. Oh yeah, one last quote. Someone said, stop learning via streamers unless they are literally reading theory word for word or are speaking about its practical application IRL. Audiobooks exist, so you don't even have to read yourself or listen to YouTube uploads. This is like a view that people have. And I tend to think that, like, if you want to get super deep into something, you do have to actually do the work. You do actually have to read. But most people do not need to. I mean, I would like if the world were arranged where they could and do need to. But most people will not and do not need to do that. It's way more level of engagement than you actually need to get for someone who's like just trying to get involved in like organizing workers, right? You don't need to read all of Lenin. You don't need to read all of Das Kapital to be an effective organizer. That's just the fact of it. Theory is useful, but not necessary is the way I'd put it. Okay, so that's summarized. I make a section, and this is the thing that took forever because I was doing like archival research for this. Did earlier socialist movements manage to get workers to read theory? No. Everyone reads for pleasure. That's not the fault of modernity, or TikTok, or neoliberal late-stage capitalism, or leaded gasoline. Most people, including most politically active unionized workers, have always preferred light reading over dense theory. You're a communist? Name 3 books by Marx. I feel like it's setting up for a very funny capital 1, 2, and 3 answer. So I go through a bunch of these examples from Berlin, which was one of the strongest socialist organizations in the world at the time. Sorry, not Berlin, but Germany. Germany had one of the strongest socialist parties in the world at the time. Marx was praising it, Engels was praising it. And they're writing about their workers, and they're really pissed. They say, so they set up these workers' libraries where in your workshop, there would be a place where you could check out books that they got from the SPD, the Socialist Party of Germany. And they're writing about the books that people actually checked out. We cannot help but notice that scientific works in particular are read less, and that interest in novels...
I love you.
That interest in novels and short stories predominates. There's another example from another city, Krefeld. Although we have the elite of Krefeld's social democratic voters in front of us, each reader reads only one political or national economic publication a year. And I should be clear, when they say read, they mean check out. They're saying that there's this city, which was very left-leaning, that had a lot of really strong union activity. And all across it, across all of their union libraries, those voters only, on average, picked out one theory book a year. And knowing how humans are, easily half of them didn't read it, right? So don't give yourself too much of a hard time, I guess, because this has always been the case. And then the last one was SDP union libraries all over Leipzig. So Hainish found that 68% of books borrowed were light fiction from these workers' libraries. So you have people who are actively involved in a socialist union, like an explicitly socialist union. And 68% of the books they're checking out are fiction. Only 6% were national economy, which roughly means theory. So this is, Germany, one of the strongest socialist parties in the world, could not get their workers to read theory. Okay. What about the Soviet Union? Maybe they could do it, given that they had an authoritarian state that tracked, so much of the shit that you did. Could they get workers to read theory? Especially because they could also say, remove the bad kind of books. Were Russian workers free from capitalist propaganda, avid readers of theory? No. In 1925, among books checked out from a large metalworker union's library, 5,000 of 7,000, 73% exactly, were belles lettres, i.e. light fiction. In 1927, this is, I think, the organization in charge of promoting good reading, Lav Polit Prosvet surveyed young workers across 23 cities. So they really tried to figure out what workers were reading, and found that 70 to 80% of their reading was fiction, 20 to 30% was scholarly. Of those scholarly books, social sciences were roughly 32% for 8% overall. So I know I'm doing a bunch of dumb math, and I can see the viewers are leaving, so I get it. Basically, it's hard to get workers to read more than 8% of their reading to be theory. It's hard to get people to read more than one theory book a year. And we've never done better. This is not a modern left problem. This is not a bread tube problem. This is a forever problem. This is what humans are like. People do not like reading theory. Communist Capybara is talking about how anarchist counterculture in Spain would use pamphlets and would read the pamphlets to illiterate anarchists. Yeah, so this is actually a tradition called readers. Back before people were literate, unions would demand there was a guy, and he would read from some text real loud while they were working, so they could listen and do something fun while they were working. This is the equivalent of listening to music while you work before record players existed. And unions, when companies would try and fire the guy, the reader, because all he was doing was sitting there and reading a fucking book, he's not actually doing any work, they would get really, really, really pissed. Because work fucking sucks, and if there's nothing fun to do, it's a proto podcast. If you can't listen to your Joe Rogan on the work floor, you're gonna fucking strike. So there's a long tradition of people both really valuing reading and hearing it, and also it having to be something that's fun. Is there an actionable takeaway, or is this just a quash theory elitism? There is an actual takeaway. The takeaway is, when possible, people should read theory, right? And I'm not trying to say this as you should read Marx or whatever. There's plenty of theory, economic theory, post-Keynesian economic theory, plenty of modern theory as well, that you can read to inform yourself. Theory, broadly speaking, should just be trying to inform yourself as a socialist, to be equipped with the facts, to be equipped with a worldview that is true and correct and that can help fight for the world you want to see. And so you should do that to some degree, as much as you can. But it's hard to do that. That's difficult work. The actionable take is infotainment, right? The actionable take is, what if you can give people a type of entertainment that is also going to educate them? So an obvious example of this is video essays. If any of you have watched a Knowing Better video essay, it has a lot of fun bits sprinkled throughout. Yes, it's him explaining something, but he's explaining in a way that draws you in. Knowing Better is a progressive, not a socialist. Then you have someone unlearning economics. Unlearning economic stuff is very much like the height of infotainment. He's like, hey, here's all these studies, here's these claims, here's a theory about how the world works, here's contrasting ideas of truth. And I'm going to dress it all up with some Simpson clips. It's this sort of, John Oliver is another great example. It's this merging of comedy, humor, special interests with giving you concrete information about how you can make the world better. And so the argument that I give essentially is like, hey, you know, oh, I have a quote from Michael Moore, but I'll skip that. One of the stats that I wanted to cite.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
So I took the top 3 socialist content creators on Earth, as far as I can tell, right? So these are, at least English language, top 3 socialist content creators on Earth. It's Hassan, Vosh, and Novara Media. In total, I didn't actually do the totals in this article, but just to give you an idea of the numbers, Hassan in 2022 got 14,000 hours watched. 14 million hours watched. 14 million hours of human lives were spent staring at Hassan, right? Vosh had 8.2 million hours watched, and Novara Media had 2.7 million hours watched. These are like immense amounts of human time, right? I then tried to find the 3 largest theory-type channels. So that means stuff like audiobooks, that means stuff like a lecturer, and the 3 largest were David Harvey, who did a reading series of Karl Marx's Capital, Audible Anarchist, who's like an anarchist who reads audiobooks, and Socialism for All, who does the same for like Lenin. Someone says, I subbed Hassan for his political views. Yeah, that and the bod. David Harvey's reading series had 33,000 hours watched. Just to give you an idea again, Hassan had 14 million, David Harvey's had 33,000. That's the largest that I could find. Audible Anarchist had 15,000. Socialism for All is so small that it wasn't even tracked in the system that I was using, but based on the stats before, it probably has about like 10,000. 10,000 hours watched. If you do the comparison, the 3 largest leftist infotainment channels had 320 times more hours watched than the 3 largest theory channels. People do not read theory, like overwhelmingly. They never have, and they probably never will. It's our job to try and make, like, if, you know, some of you in the audience are like political content creators, but also just, you know, a lot of people here are like posters on Twitter. What is the point of making a funny meme? What is the point of making like a good post? Well, some of it's just having fun, right? Some of it's just doing fun shit on Twitter. Some of it's being a troll. But some of it too is trying to craft your content in a way that simultaneously gives people a really solid talking point, a really solid understanding why, you know, socialism, progressivism, whatever is true, and also tying it together in a way that's fun, that people won't fucking tune out from. Which I say to my 36 viewers, so. Sam Berry says, I'm a poster. Serving in the army, sir. Thank you for your service. Theory and funny voices. Actually, there was once, I listened to a full audiobook of Kropotkin, and it really actually helped that they got the audiobook compiled from like 20 people, one person doing each chapter, and the difference between voices actually did really help, so. Left Finance Bro is an aspiring tweeter. I feel like theory needs to be transformed or translated for the common person to understand. So I will say, when people say theory, if they're a vanguardist, they often mean Marx, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, whatever. And those suck, right? They're literally just too dated. It's not necessarily that they're wrong. I disagree with a lot of things in the text, right? I disagree strongly with Lenin on his theory of change, on his theory of political power. But the problem isn't so much that they're wrong, it's that they're just old, right? They're just written in a style that's hard to read. Unironically, you will see this. If you read modern socialist books, and there's plenty of them, it is very, very different. Reading an article in like Catalyst magazine, if you sub to Jacobin, that's like their theory journal. Catalyst magazine reads so differently than like Lenin. It is so much easier. Can you define vanguardist? I try to say vanguardist instead of Marxist-Leninist because I don't want to tie it to those individuals. Like, it's the general idea of socialist revolutionaries who think that there need to be a small mass party that is led by a small vanguard, small leadership group which is able to successfully bring across the rest of the country with them. That unless you have like a tightly organized and highly educated and highly agitated and highly politically motivated group of people, they will not be able to lead that mass party. And vanguardism, to express in that way, isn't particularly controversial. Every party is led by like a small group of highly educated, highly motivated people. Vanguardism also usually pairs that with certain models of organization, which lets that group have a lot of control over the party. Most vanguardist groups are set up to have democratic centralism, which in theory means something like there's robust internal democratic debate, but once we decide something externally, we don't talk about those debates, right? We talk about the debates with ourselves, but we present a united front to outsiders. In reality, it means a whole lot of expulsions. If you recall, this is the list of socialist organizations in the United States. 99% of these are vanguardists, okay? They're constantly splitting. They do not do a lot of internal democracy and dissent. The organizational model cannot handle a Big Ten. Kit the Crab says, I'm going to start a podcast where I read theory in funny voices and make some notes in case you're lazy. I will say, so I very strongly, again, disagree with Socialism for All, who's a vanguardist, I would argue. One of the things that they do to make their theory less interminable is that every time they finish with a chapter, they add some commentary, which relates it back to the modern day. And that makes it like 80% better. I swear to God. Just going in raw for a Karl Marx Capital session, okay, just going in raw and trying to read the whole thing through is so interminable. But if something like, say, David Harvey's reading series, where he's like relating this back to current events, that is so much better. It is so much better to be like, hey, actually this is relevant to the real world. I'm not just 14 chapters into the worst thing I've ever read. Wow, a society where hyper-individualism has come to the fore sparked more vanguardists. Let's see if I can pull this up real quick. I don't think I can play this whole thing, but...
Phil Bailey belonged to every radical party that ever came to be, till he finally decided to start his own party so he wouldn't disagree. He got himself an office with a sign outside the door with Marxist League in letters red, and to everyone who came around, these were the words he said.
Let me put it to you like this. Marx, literally Marx, wrote about how much dissent and how much sectarianism there was in the American socialist movement. There's a quote from him where he's like, it's really nice to look at the socialist movement from afar because you don't realize how much of the internal fighting there is. This is literally a 150-year problem. It's real bad. US socialist movements are like uniquely bad at this. It's one of the reasons that I support TSA, because its structure makes it way harder to do these expulsions. It intentionally, like, because it's so hard to expel people, it forces your fighting, instead of fighting each other, to look outwards. Like, unironically, just that alone has solved so much. If infighting is bad, why is Donkey on Twitter fun? Well, so I mean, I do plenty of infighting on Twitter, right? I'm not going to say I'm like this like perfect left unity type, because I don't think there's an obligation. I don't think there's an obligation to like agree with all leftists. I think it's totally fine to disagree. The argument that I would give is that the distinction that comes in is when those disagreements get in the way of real work, right? And one of the things that we see over and over with the left is that our model of cancel culture, our model of working together, is not a cooperative one focused on goals. It's focused on making people feel good. And I need to write actually a blog post about that one, because I wanted to talk about how there's a really great blog post from this anti-racist activist, Anne Marie Brown, where she talks about what the goal of cancel culture should be. And I think it relates really nicely to the ideas of guilt and shame, that guilting people, hey, you're doing something wrong, you need to stop. That's extremely productive, because it highlights a problem and it highlights a solution. We're going to use social pressure to stop someone from doing something bad. And when it's stopped, we'll take away the social pressure, might even give them some praise because we've made the world better. But there's shame, I'll call it like shame culture, where we never stop. And that's inefficient. You're not attacking someone who's doing a bad thing. You're not stopping a bad thing. You're just attacking. And so I think of all of these things in terms of like efficiency. There's only so many hours we have. We're all dying. You have 80,000 hours of work in your life, and you have 80,000 hours of leisure, right? How many hours of those are we going to waste? As few as we can. Here's hoping. Okay. I am going to try and do 45 minutes of call-ins and then be really tired and be done with this stream. So let me link the Discord, and it's probably going to be first come, first serve. So if you want to talk with me, I'll try and get you in for like 5 to 7 minutes or so I can get in 9 people or so. And if there aren't that many people that show up, then you get to stay longer. I know one thing I wanted to start working towards was I wanted to do as a patron, or like I wanted to do something that if you subbed on my website or you subbed on Patreon, I wanted to do every weekend, like every maybe Sunday, try and do some sort of office hours thing where I would just do like a 3-hour call in and people could just talk about whatever. Because that would make y'all give me that would make y'all give me money so you could just talk to me. That would be great. Because then I could pay for shit. That would be wonderful. This one. Okay. Here is the Discord link. If you don't see it in YouTube chat, that's because it's in the site chat. So better hop on over to site chat. Hey, Evan Brown. Hey, King. Good to see you streaming again. Thank you. I appreciate that. Parasocial influence. Shaking my damn head. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's to some degree parasocial. Okay. There were so many things I wanted to get to that I did not. And I'm sorry for kicking you out, Roxy. There was like a grinding noise in the background. Okay, I know Perp had a question for me, so I was going to bring them up first. Hello, Perp. You're on the air?
Oh, hey, awesome. Yeah, so I have been hoping you would stream again for a while, because my Twitter reply guy is not working. I want to talk about electoral strategy and like voting for the Democrats, basically, because you're like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I think your strategy is basically like that you propose is vote for the most progressive candidates possible. So like even if the like Dem Socs that you vote for, DSA candidates, if they lose, vote for whatever Dems win anyway, right?
Yeah, in short, my argument has been vote socialist, vote progressive, vote liberal, vote centrist, in that order.
Okay. So I guess like full disclosure, like I don't believe in like
it's totally okay to disagree.
Like, okay, yeah, no, I only say that because like where I'm coming from in this argument isn't my actual view necessarily, because like to me it's like I don't care so much, or like that's just not my focus. But I'm like what makes more sense to me, if I were to take an electoral approach, is like strategically withholding your vote sometimes. Like the idea that being like, if you have a something like the DSA where it's like you form a cohesive block of voters, like making your vote be conditional on some sort of concession, being like, we're not going to vote for a given Democrat if they're not going to at least meet us halfway with this one thing. What do you think about that?
Sure. So I think that it's a completely fine tactic. It's just one that we have a really hard time of doing because DSA is strong not because it has huge numbers of voters, but because it's really, really good at organizing. We're really good at like getting out voters, but I don't think we'd be very effective, for example, at like telling voters not to vote for the Democrat. Especially in the political climate that we live in, where Republicans are like very, very reactionary. It's very hard to get people with really strong partisan loyalties to not vote. So sorry, that's like the reason why I oppose it. To give you actually an example of why I think it's a valid strategy, there are plenty of community-based voting organizations, more or less. In the book Politics is for Power, which is written by like a left liberal, he highlights this example of a Russian immigrant who runs like a voting seminar, sort of, and basically tells all of the residents of his block of 8,000 people how to vote. And that means that his streets get plowed, his streets get paved, his sidewalks don't have cracks, because he can vote as a block. But that, in short, the argument that I'm trying to give is you have to be able to vote as a block. If you don't have the block, withholding your vote just means you're fucking over your candidates because you don't have the organization necessary to actually enforce the threat. You essentially need to be able to say, vote for us, give us what we want, and we'll vote for you. But if you can't enforce that, they won't give you what you want. So that's it's totally valid. I don't think we can do it right yet. Maybe in 10 years.
Do you think that sentiment can be fostered as sort of a cultural kind of thing without making it that formal? Can I give you an example of what I mean by that?
Sure.
Okay, I forget the Republican candidate's name, but like John Ossoff, right? He had in 2020 the election that went to a runoff where he actually had a lower percent in the initial election against the Republican, but because the Libertarian Party split the vote, they made it go to a runoff. Basically, nobody got whatever the threshold. I think it's like 50%. And so in the runoff election, John Ossoff won. Now, obviously, part of that is because of the get out the vote efforts. I'm sure DGG would love to take credit for that. But I think
sure,
part of it also is the Republicans clearly needed to court the libertarian vote more, otherwise they would have won outright in the first round, right? So there's something, I don't know that there's a concerted libertarian bloc effort to withhold votes if they don't get concessions like that. I think it is just a matter of principles within that particular political culture. See what I'm saying?
Sorry, you couldn't hear me.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sorry. No, so libertarians are both a good and a bad example because they routinely vote for a third party that does nothing but throw their votes away. So let me put people talk about doing tactical voting like what you're talking about, but then they point to stuff like the Green Party, which just does it every election. If you want to do tactical voting, you have to do it in a way where you demand a specific concession, something concrete, and then you either get it or you don't, and you are very noisy about that. And that's not what we actually see. And so you're asking, can we foster this as a culture? Yes, but it first requires us to have the mass movements to be able to control that culture, right? To be able to build that culture. The argument that the way I've put this before is the route to a workers' party, which I do think is the long-term goal. We do need a Labor Party in the United States, runs through working within the Democrats. Unless you work within leftist voters and get them to have that sort of culture, unless you get them to join socialist organizations, you will never be able to do the things like this, right? This is a strategy that's valid, and it's one that we can't do right now.
Okay, so you're saying get the DSA membership first and then you implement that.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Do you think the DSA is going to get there?
That's an impossible question. So the answer that I'll give is that DSA membership growth has really slowed. It started stagnating after Trump left. I think that when Trump left, it took away the threat of the far right, and the sort of the feel that the Democrats weren't doing enough to stop it because they won, right? It stopped. So that was one of the big things bringing people in, and you can see it in the numbers that the month Trump leaves is the month when membership starts to plateau. And so I don't know what the future looks like for DSA. I know that Socialist Majority Caucus, which is one of the caucuses that I tend to like more, it helped spearhead this recruitment drive. So a lot of what DSA's recruitment was really inactive. They would just get random signups from Twitter. Someone would see a DSA post and just join up. And now they've started actively, we have started actively recruiting people from unions. We've started actively recruiting people who were past DSA members to get re-involved. So treating it more as a serious membership and not as basically something which just really blew up way more than we expected, I guess is the way I'd put it. That's the first. Sorry, that's not that's not enough of an answer, but the answer I would give, the reason to be hopeful is that you are probably currently living in one of the most successful socialist moments in U.S. history. So even if we don't get there, even if we never get the ability to say exercise block voting power, we're doing way fucking better than we have in a long fucking time. So I don't know. That's my pro DSA propaganda.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So super quick, there was one question I asked in the chat that you didn't get time to answer. Would you count, so like when it comes to socialist orgs, I think like what counts when it comes to like anarchists is really like vague.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
so yeah. I live in North Carolina, and what we have here is in a town called Asheville, there's this bookstore called Firestorm Co-op. They're really awesome, and they do like mutual aid outreach like regularly, like several times a week. They do something, and one of the really cool things is like sending books to prisons, for example. But and like food drives and stuff like that. Does that count as a socialist org?
Well, so the two tests are, in my view, first is it socialist, and so anarchist, yeah. As an aside, I briefly worked for the American Humanist Association. They're like atheists, though nominally they're humanists, but they're atheists who are super progressive is the basic way to put it. And they actually did the same thing. They would send books to prisons. And so it's a really nice thing to do, because there's a lot of people in prison who don't just want to read like the conservative and often like very religious dreck that's in there for the inmates.
Yeah.
But great on them is all I'm trying to say. But the second thing is like, is it an organization which aims at mass membership? And that one's really hard for anarchists, because at least at least the vanguardists will say shit. They're like, yeah, we're building the true workers' party at like, and their current membership is like 50 people. Okay, but at least they're saying it. But for anarchists, where they're like, we're just doing things to benefit our community, it's hard to know whether that's like, hey, we're building prefigurative politics that helps transform the world for a future. And maybe that's the org that I'd want to include. Or maybe they're essentially, and I'm not trying to say this with any demeaning, they're like a charity organization with a specific leftist bent. And it's really hard to know where it falls, if that makes any sense.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I
don't want to take too much time.
No, I think there's only one more person in line, so you can take as much as you want, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, yeah, I won't try to rush along.
And if y'all do want to get in line to hurry them along, do get in line. Go ahead.
Yeah, come on, people. I want to tell you about my experience with the DSA, because I don't know if I count as a member. I haven't been to a meeting in a couple months, and I don't pay dues, but I have been to some DSA meetings. And it's been a bit of a frustrating experience, to be honest. I mostly joined to just meet other socialists, honestly. Not with the intent of getting anything done. But I've noticed like the sort of bureaucratic stalling is like really bad. So my favorite story about that is there's like the eco-socialist working group.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of chapters have this.
Basically everyone does, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so a problem where I live is like public transportation is not great. And there's a lot of bus stops, but not a lot of like it's like a bus stop is often just like a sign in like the middle of like a bunch of grass, like on the side of the road where there's no sidewalk. And so bus use is pretty low because of that. Like that's the logic of that our chapter's been operating on, which I think is all solid. So somebody actually like mixed and poured the concrete, right, and built a bench, and painted it with like DSA logos and stuff. And
that's really cute.
To my mind, yeah, it's awesome. Like that's the hard part, right? Like that's the work. It got stalled. Again, I haven't been to a meeting, so I don't know how far this got, but like it was stalled for months because we couldn't decide how to approach like putting the bench in, being like, do we ask for permission from the city first and potentially get shut down? Or do we deliberately get in trouble and publicize it so that like people, the DSA name gets out? Like, what's the cost benefit of that? And a lot, people are throwing it out in terms of like money straight up,
Yeah.
No, so I'm like,
go ahead.
Yo, can we just put the fucking bench like at the bus stop, please? Like we did the hard part already.
Yeah, so I know one of the easiest critiques of DSA, and this is a problem with like democratic mass orgs, is because it's a big tent, decisions tend to be really slow. And that's both good and bad. It tends to mean that unpopular decisions are unlikely to get through, and they tend to sort of sit around for a while. It also means it's very hard to sort of like just do things. So I think that's a totally fair criticism. Some DSA members like to call this bureaucratic centralism. That instead of doing like the old democratic centralism, where we just expel all the members that we hate, instead everything just ends up being meetings. And I think that's a fair criticism.
That's what you get if you don't purge people, basically.
Yeah, I mean, like it basically is. If you can't have everyone be a loyal follower of the guy who tells you what to do, then unfortunately it means a lot of meetings. So I think that's both like a good and a bad thing. I think that I guess the way I'd put it is, I think that one strength of DSA structure is that you tend to volunteer for the work that you're interested in. And so I don't know how large that chapter is. You said Asherville?
Oh no, so that's where the bookstore is. No, it's Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina.
Oh yeah, so that fairly big city, right?
It's decently big, yeah. The chapter is, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't actually, that might just come down to my bet is that it's because there wasn't an obvious consensus about like whether they wanted to do the controversial and probably getting in trouble thing. I don't know if DSA's legal status has anything to do with that. I don't know if that's a concern there. So I'm not trying to defend. I don't know anything at all about the circumstances, but my bet is that type of decision, when you're considering possibly getting in trouble, is just like unless everyone's on board, it's hard just to push ahead. So I don't know. I know that's not much of a statement.
Yeah, I mean, again, like an anarchist kind of ethic is like you just do the good thing and just for the sake of just so it gets done. And like I kind of was like, what if we hadn't like he didn't put the fucking like name and logo of the DSA on it? It would probably be a lot easier to just fucking put it down.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that part of the problem comes in because a lot of DSA people come from an organizer perspective, and so they tend to have a like medium term like orientation where they aren't just focused on this fight. They want to think about winning a lot of the next fights. And so they're really worried, is my bet, that if they do this fight poorly, if they like get in trouble, then it'll really fuck them up in the future. It was my bet on what happened. And so that's both good and bad, because like I think, some degree of caution is warranted. It also means that sometimes you hold up things in meetings for way too long and people don't get the stuff they need. It's like it's all the positives and downsides of democratic bureaucracy, I guess is the way I think of it.
That's fair. That's a fine defense of them. I can. Yeah.
And in particular, I guess, like, I think that one of the things that my understanding is that a lot of anarchist mutual aid groups are fairly good about actually doing the mutual aid. One of the arguments for DSA's type structure is that it scales better at like the medium size when you actually have to do things like run electoral campaigns or lobby your electeds. So it's like that the bureaucracy you're building up, this like intermediary structure, is not actually good for getting down in the dirt and doing the like actual in-person actions, but it is good for maintaining those for like 5 years and then maybe being able to see policy change. I guess that would be the argument I'd give, that like you're paying off short term actually get it done efficiency, but you're winning the ability to have an org that's a little bit longer lasted and has goals that it's fighting for a very long time. Like New York DSA, that Green New Deal thing that they were fighting for took a year. So that would be, I guess, the argument I'd give. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not a satisfactory answer. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I mean, that's fine. Like, yeah, I think it makes sense. Like, it doesn't convince me that that the DSA is as effective as it needs to be, but like that was gonna happen anyway. But like, I understand what you're saying. Like, I think the goals are broader in scope, and so like it is almost like these little things add up to just the growth of the org itself and the ability to make longer term.
Maybe, and I mean, sometimes DSA just also is stupid. Like, people are stupid, orgs are stupid. It could be just a bad decision. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hey, like I said, I haven't. The next time if I do go to a meeting again, which I probably will at some point, I'll let you know how that went.
I will say, so the spiel I'll give to everyone, if you're a lonely shut-in, going to DSA is a bit like going to Lefty Church, and I'm saying that in the least Petersonian, like this is a dogma type way possible. You go there, you hear a bunch of speeches. You hear a bunch of speeches about how great things are and all the work you're doing and how you're making the world a better place. That makes you real happy. and then at the end you sing a song. Okay, it's all the fun parts of church. So
Oh yeah. No, I mean that's why I got involved. Straight up, like that's the main reason. It's like I know I don't believe in in like the tendency, but like at least these are other leftists I could talk to.
Yeah, no, I unironically, that's a part of the reason, like part of the benefit of having, basically every DSA meeting ends with singing the International, is my understanding. I don't know if yours does.
No, but that's a good idea.
Basically everyone I've heard from sings like International or something at the end. Actually, you know what? Maybe I've just been overgeneralizing from like the 2 or 3 people I've been hearing from, but it's a really good tradition that Austin does. They end every meeting with a big song, and it's really nice. It's like, so one of the things that you ever heard of the Shakers or like the Quakers?
Yeah.
So one of the reasons they were called that is like they got so into the sermon they would literally quake and literally shake. There's studies on this that like when you get really into singing together as a group, it like literally elevates your mindset a little bit. There's a reason that it's stuck around as a cultural tradition. We seem to be hardwired to like enjoy it. So that sounds sort of insane, but like when you go to church, there's a reason that it's enjoyable to do it all as one.
Oh, for sure. Long-standing like socialist tradition of all tendencies. You know, Wobblies definitely historically have had their songs as well. Yeah.
Okay. I will kick you out. I'll try to get the other person, and then
I think we're wrapping up. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate
thank you so much, and thank you for doing your work at the local level.
Absolutely. Right on. All right, have a good one.
Hello, Sam.
Oh my god, this is happening. Sorry.
It's all good. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who's been apologizing all this time. I've been poorly defending the DSA.
Oh man, sorry, I had to mute the stream for a second. Hearing myself is... I hate it.
Oh, everyone does. Don't worry.
Okay. First of all, I'll talk about your comments about the dam.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you said?
The the dam. I'm just gonna say
the Kolchak dam or whatever.
The big dam, the big boy dam.
The big boy dam that exploded in Ukraine.
Yeah. You stated that there was... I agree that there's no real hardcore evidence, but there is a ton of circumstantial evidence against the Russians. Like, for example, them raising the water level to the maximal capacity.
To speak to that, for those who aren't aware, the water level in the dam was constant for like months and months and months. And then right before the dam was exploded, it was intentionally raised so that it would be the highest amount of water when it exploded. And you know who controlled the dam? The Russians. Sorry, just...
Yeah. No, nonsense. I'm glad you did that. It's my fault for not...
No, go ahead, please.
Being as intelligent.
It's not Don't apologize. I'd love to hear more.
There was also a lot of Russians bragging that they blew up the dam.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think I tried to refer, like, some soldiers said they did it, but it's also just like soldiers sometimes just be saying things.
That's true, and you know what? I agree with that. Sorry, I'm a little abbreviated right now.
Do not worry.
Pretty late. Another thing is that there were some damages to the dam. I'm not going to deny that, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence and like... I'm sorry, I'm high right now, man.
It's totally fine, dog. I'm windier than the stream anyway, so take your time.
Awesome, thank you. Like, for example, and Putin and several high commands in the military said they're going to blow up the dam. Hell, the Ukrainians did at one point do a test to see if they could explode a slight part of the Novakova dam to see if they could flood the Russian defenses along it. But this happened before they liberated.
Yeah, okay, tanky.
I'm not liberated. Sorry, I meant the Ukrainians liberated. Excuse me. Liberated Crimea, and I believe they I can't remember what exactly they did. I believe they sent some sort of missile at one of the dam gates to see if they could just blow it up slightly to flood those particular defenses. And there was previous structural damages, and let's be honest here, it would not shock me at all if the Russians were just gave so little care to the dam, it just broke open and spilled. And perhaps they did that on purpose, and who knows? But I just want to say there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and I don't perhaps agree that it could be either one. It's definitely leaning towards the Russians, but
Sure. So
there is.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there. No, go ahead. It wasn't them.
Well, no, so what you're saying is it's not 50-50, and I totally agree. I'm just not sure. So I haven't done enough of the reading to know like where on the gray spectrum, the gray truth spectrum it falls. You know, there nothing in life is certain. No fact you know is 100% certain, and this is definitely one of them. I mentioned that after the dam broke, Russians started shelling some of the evacuation points. If it was like an unexpected disaster, you'd expect them to see it more as like, you know, like this is something the Ukrainians did and there's people that need to be evacuated. But instead they saw it as a military operation. Now, is that just because the Russians are so incompetent at managing their military that they didn't coordinate like, hey, please don't like, you know, are they so incompetent that they saw a dam breaking and the military just kept on shooting anyway? Or is that because it was all part of some big plan? And so like, I'm intentionally saying I don't know, and also that I don't necessarily care. Because,
that's true.
Because unless there's like hard proof, it's really hard to say like, hey, this is one side that did it and this is a war crime against them. And so in particular, I was mostly trying to respond to Tucker Carlson, who presented like one piece of evidence and then just moved hard forward that the Ukrainians did it and that it's like proof that Zelensky is the evil Jew.
Oh man, I know how you feel. My parents recently, both of them, started watching. I forgot the big one that's overtaking Fox News right now. I forgot what it's
Newsmax.
Called. Newsmax. They've been watching Newsmax like crazy. I hear it every night downstairs. It's sad, but it's true.
Yeah, no, it really sucks. Go ahead.
But weird things about knowing a ton of conservatives is that inevitably you are going to see some little brights of hope of like progressivism. Like for example, my mother is like a hardcore environmentalist. She believes in the environment. She loves the Adirondack Commission, which is the thing that runs the Adirondacks where I live. She loves environmental regulation, but she just gets some misinformation and facts wrong that she gets at OEN because of those exact tactics that Tucker Carlson does, in which they give a tiny bit of evidence and move hard forward. Like that means that justifies the entire claim.
Yeah, no, I think that, I mean, one of the things, so I spent a lot of time debating like random fascists on Discord, and the way that Tucker Carlson talks is the exact same. You'll get like a snippet of evidence, and then they'll just keep talking and talking and talking. And if you try and refute the specific evidence, they'll just pivot to something else. Because it was never really about proving that specific point. They don't really care about the specific point. They're trying to present this like overall worldview where you doubt a lot of like the left, like the institutions they want to frame as leftist. They want you to doubt the expert, doubt the doctors, doubt like the mainstream media or whatever. And they want you to only trust them. And then they'll sort of just conflate things like, hey, there's immigrants coming into their country. Hey, there's crime happening. But then they very rarely talk about solutions. Like Fox News is not bringing up studies talking about how hiring more cops solves crime. They spend they spend a lot of time being like, hey, here's a problem. Hey, here's a problem. Hey, here's a problem. And in my view, it's because they want you scared, but they don't want you informed. They don't want you thinking about policy and like concrete alternatives, because they don't want to have to present those. They just want you scared and angry, and that makes people conservative. There's studies on that scared, angry, uninformed people become more conservative. When you make people scared, they become more conservative.
Absolutely.
So it really sucks. I'm sorry that they're watching that. I guess it's time to drop them like a John Oliver link or something. I don't think they would, but
that's fair. Another thing is that I possibly the only Republican or at least conservative that likes gun regulation. My grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
who he believes in gun regulation mostly because his experiences from Vietnam.
Mhm.
He told me a story once that he saw actual Vietnamese children with AK-47s at the
Mhm.
size of like them
Mhm.
shooting at American soldiers. It's good. That's honestly probably one of the main things that made me do research about gun regulations to see if they actually work is
Mhm.
because of those exact stories actually.
Well, I'm hoping the gun regulation that he's hoping for is not aimed at Vietnamese children carrying AK-47s, but a more.
Oh no, he was a trucker. Don't worry.
Okay.
He was a trucker delivering Agent Orange.
Oh no!
Yeah.
We went in a positive direction, the very negative one.
Yeah, he was like,
this is something that you'll see over and over again. That actual voters, there's a line that like most. We talk about centrists as if like on the political compass, there's someone whose view on everything is literally centrist, right? But actual centrists, when we poll them, centrists are an eclectic mix, meaning that they'll have like 3 far right views, 4 far left views, a bunch of authoritarian, and a bunch of libertarian views. They're a grab bag. And I think that that's one of the things that the fascist propaganda is really effective at doing is you might not agree with them on everything. What they do is they keep throwing something out and throwing something out and throwing something out, and eventually it sticks because they did hit something you agree with. They hit your like one reactionary view, and they're going to pull you in with that. And I think you see this over and over again. That like with Elon Musk, for example, his kid was trans, I believe, and he got super radicalized by that because he was super mad about that, and it pulled from that issue to another issue to another issue to another issue. So now he's replying to people talking about like how the Jews run the world.
oh God.
Yeah. So like, it's a real problem. And I guess I'm sorry to hear that, but I guess like. I don't actually know many like centrist news shows that would be good to recommend, but I know that some people have done stuff like that. They'll literally just be like, "Hey, I watched this John Oliver clip because John Oliver isn't socialist. He's just a liberal, which makes it a little easier to not just cast off as some dumb lefty." They'll link like a John Oliver clip. They'll be like, "Hey, I thought this to your parents. You're like, hey, this John Oliver clip was really nice, and it's talking about like bail reform or something." So you can change people's minds just by giving them information. Like unironically, if you send them clips, it can change their minds. It's
all right. I'll definitely take your word for it.
I will say one recommendation would be, do you know Bo of the Fifth Column?
Bo, I don't think so. He sounds similar though. Bo.
I sent their name to you. If you watch Merrick's streams, she mentions him and plays his videos a lot.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, I think there's one more. Sorry, go ahead.
Just one more thing before I don't want to take too much of the time because I want the other person to have a turn too. I see you there. Hello. God bless drugs. Actually, another thing. What is your opinion? Weirdly, you do post stuff positive about drugs, but you also a while back you were. I don't think you were defending prohibition necessarily, but against alcohol. But I just want to get your whole view on what level, how should drugs be handled in this country? Like,
sure. So I think the answer looks a lot like Portugal or the Netherlands model, which is a pairing of public health and harm reduction. So in Portugal, I'll point to this one because I know a little bit more about it. In Portugal, between 2001 and 2008, drug use was just like basically straight up not the purview of the. It was totally decriminalized. You could still get, say, like a civil charge. You might get like written up, but it wouldn't be on your record. It wouldn't be something to hurt against you. You wouldn't go to jail. You wouldn't go to prison. The only thing that could happen is when you were in that process of getting written up, you might be brought before a council, I think, of doctors. I don't know what they specifically called it, but it was a group of doctors, and they would decide whether you were having problem drug use. And if yes, they would send you to a mandatory rehabilitation clinic. So the basic pairing was, instead of treating this as a crime problem, we're going to treat this as a public health problem. And we're going to recognize that sometimes some people get so deep into the drug problem, they need to be forced out of it. And it's that model in particular seems to have been very effective. it still maintains some coercion, which I know maybe anarchists might not like, but that method does seem to have been effective both at decriminalizing it for like 99% of drug users, and then for the few users whose use it's fucking the life up of, it does seem to have prevented them from sort of staying stuck there. There was actually a small step back in 2008. It was sort of drug use was sort of semi recriminalized, but in a very, very small way. And so the system is mostly still that way today. And the Netherlands system is pretty similar. That it's a combination of most use is basically legal, but problematic drug use is like results in a mandatory rehabilitation. So I don't know, stuff like that seems like.
Honestly, that sounds perfect. Actually, my parents are another thing is that my parents love marijuana. Because honestly, presenting this model could legit turn them a little bit more progressive. So thank you.
Sure.
And
go ahead.
One last thing. I sent you on Twitter, but you didn't. It was because you're in the middle of the stream. You're in the middle of the stream. So I saw I figure what the name of it. A resolution for the DSA to change the bylaws for some of the bylaws for the international community thing. Sorry, to allow them to work with Ukrainian leftist organizations like Solidarity and other such.
I haven't seen that yet. I've been trying to track all the resolutions that are actually going to convention, and we're past the period where amendments can be like entered into the docket that's going to be seen as convention. There's only amendments to bills, so I definitely haven't seen that yet. It must be a new amendment, so I can't speak to it. I will say, so like one of the benefits of DSA is that, and it's also a downside, is that because it is very volunteer driven, people self-select into the things that interest them. And so that means that the people who self-select into being really, really, really interested in foreign politics tend towards the tanky or vanguard side. That's not necessarily a bad thing per se, because it means that, that's the work they're really interested in, and they're not working on other things like electoral campaigns, where I'm of the view they would be far more harmful. And so I tend to think, like, in other words, I have a lot of qualms with international committee, but I'm also sort of glad that the people who are interested in it self-select over there rather than being forced to work in those, say, electoral campaigns that both they wouldn't be interested in and might actively be opposed to. So I that's not a specific answer to what you're talking about, but I would prefer an international committee that's more like a that is one step less pro-Russia.
Agreed. No worries. I just want to bring your knowledge so you can.
Sure, I'll check it out
later. Thank you. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you.
It's been great.
Thank you so much for coming on. I hope you enjoyed the stream and have a great evening.
Thank you. I'll come try to get on next time.
All right. Nick, hello?
Hello.
You're going to ask me about post-Keynesian economics, and I'm going to tell you I don't know.
Not actually what I'm going to do. So I've been looking more into socialism recently, because I think a lot of my main critiques of it were kind of unfounded.
Okay.
And then I wrote an article by Micah Irfan against market socialism.
And then you found they were founded.
Not really, actually. I don't know. So he had two critiques that I want to run by you. One is that that the lower the lower paid workers are going to reduce the income of the higher paid earners, which is probably true. There's studies that back that up. And so
they'd force income compression, right?
Homogenous. Yeah. So labor income is much more homogenous, and that's going to increase the value of lower paid workers, which is going to make them unprofitable to employ. But when I looked at other countries with a relatively low worker to CEO pay gap ratio, the unemployment rate was unaffected. So
yeah, and an interesting thing actually is that have you seen the argument that the minimum wage can be pro productivity?
No.
So the argument goes like this: when you force the minimum wage upwards, it means that workers are now more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
This means that some firms, which are very unproductive, cannot hire as many workers. They have to let some go. So there is some disemployment, the argument goes. But you know who is making a lot of money? Very productive firms. And now the labor market just got a few extra workers, which they can scoop up. One of the things that they observed in Germany is that when the first federal minimum wage was imposed there, workers moved from low productivity, low profit firms to high productivity, high profit firms. So one possibility for the reason why there's small effects of income compression on growth is that it's actually shifting workers from shitty firms to good firms in a very simplistic model. And you can think of stuff like income compression as like a minimum and a maximum wage. You're not just compressing it from the bottom, you're doing it also from the top, which has the same benefit, actually. It's that now very productive workers aren't as expensive. And so now more firms can afford to hire them. So goes the argument. And that also means that very productive firms get extra profits because they're using their very productive workers more productively than are less productive firms. So they get extra profits, which means they can hire more workers. So the argument goes that it's not so simple as like incomes are compressed so people don't work as hard or whatever. There's complicated dynamics, I guess is the way I'd put it. And I can send you an article about that because it relates to Sweden's sectoral bargaining plans, like its solidarity wage plans. Yeah.
Yeah,
If you're interested.
great.
Sure.
And then his other criticism was that like a social
Hello?
wealth fund model of like state investment would lead to central planning. I don't really see how that would work, but
I totally. Have you ever read the Matt Bruenig piece on Paul Ryan's accidental government owns everything plan?
no.
So back in 2012, when Paul Ryan wanted to privatize Social Security, his proposal was that instead all the money paid in Social Security, rather than being basically immediately paid out to recipients, should go into a wealth fund. And Matt Bruenig did the calculations, and within, I think, 30 years, that meant that the US government would have owned 100% of stocks on the market, something along the, it would sorry, not stocks, it would have owned 100% of bonds. And so there is like some truth that like an infinitely growing wealth fund could mean that eventually like the government owns everything. And if that's what central planning means, then sure. But I think central planning is way more than like ownership. It looks like how you decide how things are produced. So the typical model of central planning is that you are balancing inputs and outputs in concrete material terms. Like you were saying, I want this many cars, and so I'm going to produce this many tires. I'm going to produce this many wheels, and so on. And that's not the market socialist model. The market socialist model prefers something like indicative planning, which says, yeah, I want more cars, so I'm going to subsidize cars. And so it's much less involved. It is a form of planning. It's just not the typical form of central planning.
Okay.
Is the way I'd put it. So I don't know what his argument is. Presumably it's a little more involved than social wealth funds equal central planning, but
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just like against anything that seems like it all like left. Not really, but like he's probably behind stuff. But I once was talking to him about like Cuba's healthcare model, and how they're able to have like a very good healthcare system because they spend a lot in public health. And it's like you kind of just missed that off of it being Cuba.
Sure. I mean, I don't know enough about Cuba's, and I know that a lot of people from the neoliberal side of things will dismiss Cuba's statistics as like inflated or faked, and I can't speak to that because their system isn't democratic enough to offer transparency.
Yeah.
I know that the infant mortality one in particular is a little bit inflated because of high rates of abortion in the Cuban system, which lowers rates of children dying like immediately after birth. But I think that overall, like when international investigators look into the system, it seems to be fairly effective. And I know that like it's effective enough, it's well funded enough that it's developed, I think, a prototype cancer vaccine back in like 2016. So yeah, it seems to be producing some concrete results at least. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess the answer I'd point to is like, look at like Norway. They have a social wealth fund. They do not have central planning.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia has a social wealth fund. They also don't have central planning.
And for the wage compression thing, I think the Nordic countries offer like a good argument there because like if you look at the S&P 500 companies here, like the CEO worker pitch gap is like 400 to 1, right? But then if you look at the Nordics, it's like 11 to 1 or 10 to 1.
Yeah, and there is also like from a Keynes, just a pure Keynesian perspective, there is also a shift when you compress incomes. That means you tend to compress incomes down, and that tends to increase consumption. So there is some shifting maybe from saving to consumption, but if you think that the limiting factor is consumption and not amount of investment, or you think that the government can make up for that extra investment, then you might be able to grow the economy by income compression. It's the same sort of argument that you get for the minimum wage, right? You raise the minimum wage, so workers get paid more. Well, they are still fairly poor if you're working minimum wage, so you've got to spend basically all of that on more goods and services. So there's secondary effects that are not so simple as like CEO not get paid $1 million mean not work hard.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. All right, last one, and then I'm gonna head off. What's up, my favorite Australian? Damn, things are so upside down over there. They can't even speak. Hello, Antizer. They might have walked away from the computer or something. MSDXR was talking about the drug program in Portugal, and they say education is key as well. For example, that's why pill testing at festivals works, because people tend to be turned off when they have people test their pills and inform them of what the drugs actually do to them. Yeah, I mean, there are benefits as well that, like, one of the things that's clear is that problem drug use often comes from people who are in very bad situations and are just seeking an easy out. So if you take people out of bad situations, like you give them housing, for example, you give them a basic income, it's a lot easier for them to think about drugs not as an escape, but as like a hedonistic consumption. The same way that you might consume video games. You get yourself totally involved in something like you would, plenty of people get high on marijuana and play a video game just to sort of escape it all a little bit. But they're not escaping it in the sense of like desperately trying to escape brutal poverty, desperately trying to escape living in like a tent camp. They're trying to escape like mundanity of life. That's very different. That leads to very different types of behavior. Little Body says minimum wage, minimum effort. Antizer's typing. Universal basic drugs. One of the things that I've argued for is that the term third spaces refers to, like, if you've watched Vosh, you probably know it from the Not Just Bikes videos where they talk about spaces where people can meet up. One of the things that I've long argued is that, we need more third spaces, and publicly funded third spaces could offer places for people to do, like, essentially, bars are not well designed for the type of socializing that I, as an autistic nerd, need. They're too noisy and they're too focused on the actual drinking. I need like somewhere where I can get a small amount of that intoxicant and then go to a quiet room with my friends. And that doesn't work well with third spaces. It only works well for like homes. And so I've long argued that, like, I think that in a less profit focused public sector type amenity system, you could have more third spaces that are more focused on trying to foster human experiences and less on just trying to get you to buy as much of the drug as possible. That's not to say, pubs clearly serve their purpose, bars clearly serve their purpose. People go to them all the time, but Little Body says all drugs should be legal and over the counter. Have you ever read Fully Automated Luxury Communism? I didn't know that was a book. I knew that was a term. I didn't know someone had published it. Research streams when? Well, I was going to start trying to do those on the weekend. I was gonna just do office hours, basically. Oh, so Antizer sent their question because their Bluetooth is not working because they're walking to work. Because they're a true pro, unlike all of y'all who are watching your stream apparently naked and eating popcorn. Antizer says, welcome back to streaming. What do you think about the future of the left in the West? That is a really hard question. It seems like the far right rose from like 2015 to 2018, and the left rose in response from like 2018 to 21, and it's not clear where things are going right now. I know that in the United States, the DSA stopped growing, and a lot of socialist orgs that that share public membership started shrinking. The Green Party shrunk, the IWW shrunk, DSA shrunk, and the orgs that don't provide public information never tell you when they're shrinking. And the fact that none of these orgs have told how large they are is a sign that they're probably shrinking. So there is a worrying sign that maybe between 2021 and 2022, there's been a slight reversal. I think that maybe comes because COVID was a really bad economic shock, and that might have shifted people to the left, and that's faded away. Now politics is more back to normal. So that's like very short term. I think in the long term, in the 50-year view, I'm pretty hopeful. As college education has increased, so in America, for example, 0.5% of the population, an additional 1 in 200 people, get a college degree every year. And that has transformed politics. It's made it possible to win politics. Like in 20 years, it will be possible to win an election in America purely based on winning the vote of educated, college-educated, bachelor degree having people. Where can you see the viewer count? I think in YouTube it will show you it. I think we're at 35. It's not as great as I'd like it to be, but it's actually, I was really worried that the first stream back would be really, really embarrassing. And not only are there 35 people, but the chat has been active the entire time. There's been someone posting every minute or so. So sorry, just on the future of the left, the argument goes basically that the demographic shift of education has really, really changed politics towards progressive values and away from religious values. And the history of the reason why the left did not succeed comes down a lot to people refusing to embrace economic leftism because they wanted the conservative values of rightist parties. Over and over again, we see that conservatives choose the rightist parties because they want their religious values, because they want their racism, like unironically in America. And all of that's really, really, really changed. The people in America are plenty racist today. But, to give you an idea, back in 1960, something like 90% of Americans opposed interracial marriage. Now, 90% support it. We live in a different world, and the long-term trend is partly due to education. And I think so that there is sort of a mechanistic fact that if that continues, things will hopefully get better. I think a lot of these leftist values are still very religious. I think that the fundamental leftist values, in my view, are trying to do liberal values better. I think that leftism at its best looks like it's trying to maximize liberty, meaning real human flourishing, the ability to do as you please, to pursue your goals. It means equality, meaning the ability for everyone to participate in that liberty. Meaning that no matter your background, your class, whatever, you should have the chance to have a flourishing human life. And it means fraternity or solidarity. It means a sense of brotherhood and that we are all one world, one humanity. And I think those values are tending to slowly grow in society. And I think also they tend to be fairly common liberal values, just the left is doing them better. What is, Antazer asks, and this will be the last question, and I'll start wrapping up stream. They ask, quote, what do you think is the direction of your online work going forward? I've been trying to do a lot of blog posts. I have really enjoyed writing them. I hate it because I'm like super perfectionist, and I feel like everything I write is wrong and could be better, and I could have done more research, and I could have phrased things better, more succinctly, or maybe I should have made them longer. So it's really, I find the process of writing really hard, and I'm very slow at it. But I also find that when I do make an article, I'm really happy with being able to be like, hey, here's a claim that I believe, and I can just send it to you, and it's fully encapsulated my thoughts on it, and I send it over, and like, that's it, that's done. It's a lot like when I have the fact sheet and I have like a study and I can just send it over as a little capsule. I really enjoy the blog posts, in part just because they feel self-contained. For like, it's a weird way of thinking about it, but it's like, if I want to say DSA is the largest socialist organization, I don't just need to point to like some DSA tweet or whatever. I can be like, hey, I've done the work on this. I can show you the graphs. I can show you the membership data. So I actually really enjoy it. I think it fairly fits nicely in with like doing a bunch of research. That's sort of like the front end, and then when that's done, it gets made into this nice little product, a nice little blog post, fairly short. It's got some fancy graphs. It's nice. I actually really enjoy that. So I'm going to try and keep that up and see if maybe I can convert those to video essays as well. Because the blog posts are usually well structured to basically just be read out and put the images up on screen, have my dumb, stupid face talking in between, and there you go. Little video essay. They're basically scripts already. So How long does the average blog post take to make? Twitter threads almost very rarely take very long because I usually they're just reposting research I've already done. Blog posts can take like a day to a week, to a month. I think that one that I did on, and the other thing is that I'm very bad at completing blog posts. For the like 10 blog posts that I've completed, I have like 40 that are like between 25 and 99% complete. I am really bad at sticking at a topic and completing it. So I want to blame the autism on that. I might actually have ADHD. I don't know. I worry about that sometimes. I'll need to see. But I have a very hard time finishing projects. So. Okay, I'm going to read random chat comments and then close down the stream. Thank you all so much for checking in. There's a lot of people who subscribed through the stream, which I didn't think as they were coming in. So Left Finance Bro, thank you so much. Terranax, thank you so much. MSDXR, thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else is in chat who's subscribed. I will, for the next stream, hopefully, have the integration set up. Where it'll pop up on stream like it does for Vosh's. But I couldn't set that up today because White Nervoso was busy. So just couldn't do it. That was very fun. I'll definitely be back. I feel like I worry. So like Merrick's streams when I listen are like so nice to listen to because she's like telling a story and great voice and she's just telling a story and it's very expressive and it's very fun. And I worry that like all I'm doing really is being like, actually, and then like trying to like argue these things and I'm just like rambling all over the place. I don't know. I worry about it. I'm worried that I'm not actually very good at this whole thing. So it is very nice to hear about it. Gonna check in with Twitch Toss. Yeah, I'll see whether dual streaming is a good idea. I'm sure every streamer feels like that. Sure, I'm sure some of that is just, just inherent biases. Probably move that mirror behind you. You can see your screen. Well, all you're seeing right now is yourself. That's you. I also need to figure out a better light that doesn't make me look like a fucking like sperm goblin. Like what is it, like Mayo Monkey or whatever? I look so goddamn white, and I am fucking white, but it's not a great look. Also, like being cast half into shadow, not great. Chalk demon. Potato chip is my new favorite white slur. I feel like that one only works for the Irish though. Yeah, so I guess in terms of like where things are going forward, I wanted to try and do streams. I definitely have a lot of content. Like I definitely have a lot of like segments that I want to do today. I just have like a text document with links that I want to try and look at. I want to also try and do that like weekly thing that anyone who's subbed on the channel, they get access to a channel to like talk to me on the weekends. And I want to try and do every Saturday or Sunday, just like sort of a research stream. I would sit down, I would actually read studies because I have a bad habit of sitting down and having 14 million links that I've never read, but actually getting through the studies and just letting people, as they come in and talk to me, maybe with some time limit because I could go on forever on these things. But Elmeister says, hey, can't watch now, just wanted to say hyped for all the streams. Oh, thank you. A lot of people have been very nice in chat, so I really appreciate that. I will say, so the viewer numbers have maybe not as high as I would have wanted, but we always want more. But I will say it's been really, really nice to have a very active chat. There's like 10 people chatting at any given time, and all of you are like making either very funny troll comments, or you are like offering a nuanced critique of my positions, which is basically all I could ask for. That's basically all I do, so. Okay, gonna read through the last comments and then finish up. WA12 says, how do you feel about Destiny after he blocked you? I don't really hold grudges like that. I don't really care about blocking and stuff like that. I think that if you do, it tends to be you're focusing in on really minor social interactions. I still think I was right that Sneeko is platforming basically neo-Nazi ideas, and that's the type of stuff that does merit like losing. That's the type of stuff that I'm willing to say merits deplatforming. It's extreme enough and it's dangerous enough that it's not like, hey, this is an idea that needs to be debated or whatever, because Nico also wasn't debating. He wasn't like an intelligent neo-Nazi who's simply debating the merits of his positions. No, he's just like one of the dumbest people alive who's just spouting out shit about how the Holocaust isn't real and maybe black people are less intelligent. So like this isn't serious. This isn't worth. This is not like intellectual discussion being censored by the left or whatever. It's just shitty propaganda by a moron who doesn't deserve the platform regardless. So I definitely don't think I was wrong about that. How do I feel about Destiny about that? I mean, I think Destiny has definitely moved right towards maybe like a centrist position, and I don't like that. I wish that he stayed more like center left. He'll probably see this and like not like the labels. I don't strive to prescribe too much meaning to any of these labels, but definitely compared to like what he was in 2020, 2021, he's definitely moved right. And I wish he hadn't, because I think that a lot of the positions that he holds more neatly align with those of the left. I don't know that he would be a socialist, but definitely like a soc dem of some kind. And I worry that he essentially got negatively polarized by very dumb lefties being very mean for very little reason because he was to their right. And that sucks. So, what's your stream time so I can tell my employers then they aren't allowed to steal my surplus value? I was going to try and do it in the evenings, because that should be when I'm free during the year as well. Pinkwug, thoughts on constantly linking topics back to the radical liberal framework you described to have a consistent overarching narrative, kind of like how people do with Marxism and narratives. I mean, so I would argue that this is actually a Marxist framework too. That like, this is an argument plenty of Marxists have made, that Marx in particular, his ideology was specifically born out of being like, hey, I like these French revolutionary ideals. I like liberté, égalité, fraternité, right? I love that. But liberalism is not delivering it. So first I would just say these are Marxist values too. Underneath, a lot of Marxists will tell you that Marxism is anti-morality. It's just pure science, and that's bullshit. Jerry Cohen talks about this a lot. That underneath Marxism is a radical commitment to egalitarianism. It's a radical commitment to human flourishing, to prosperity. And you can't, those are grounded in the French revolutionary values. In terms of how this makes an overarching narrative, I think it's really important. I think that part of the reason that some lefties get really trapped in like, I think that when people are driven by hate or grudges or whatever, it makes it very easy to focus on online drama. And I tend not to even participate in online drama. I do not care why people are blocking each other. I do not care about bridges being burned. Like it's all sort of irrelevant. But if you have like a positive vision of the future, grounded in positive morality, like a positive vision of that you want humans to be free, you want them to all have access to human flourishing, and you have a specific vision on how you achieve that. That really helps. That really helps make you realize that a lot of this shit just doesn't fucking matter, in my opinion. I'm on, Anarchosoy says, are you West Coast? I am in the Central Time Zone. Tyrannax says, scientific Marxism is a fucking cope for all time. Yeah, I tend to agree. Cohen has this quote which goes something like, Marxists used to spend all of their time defending this carapace of fact, this shell of fact, that the revolution was coming. Capitalism was going to collapse. It was inevitable. The working class was going to grow so big, and you capitalists were going to get it. So went the scientific Marxist argument. And it didn't fucking happen, right? The carapace of fact crumbled. Every decade, it got harder and harder to maintain it. And it crumbled. And so when the carapace of fact was gone, Marxists hadn't been spending time arguing for their morals. They hadn't been spending time arguing for egalitarianism. And so they were stuck. They were naked. And so Cohen says, his project is to argue for those morals, that egalitarianism and radical commitment to human flourishing, human prosperity is necessary. And I think it's compelling. I think in the modern age, you cannot say that it's so obvious that capitalism is going to inevitably collapse. People will say that Marx was clearly correct, and they'll come up with these complicated reasons, but it is not so clear as it was in like 1890 that capitalism was making things work worse and worse and worse. Okay, I'm going to read 2 more comments, and I gotta get out, because I could keep doing this all day. And next time, instead of y'all typing in chat, you can just call in and say these things to me. It doesn't have to be a question, you can just talk to me. Tyrannax says the humanist critique of Marxism and how it often ends up shedding those values as a state project is very compelling. Actually, this is something that I thought a really interesting thing that people don't think about is that because Marxism was so focused on not talking about morality and not talking about specific policies. Marx, for example, has that famous quote that we are not writing recipes for the future. We're not writing cookbooks for the future. Because Marxism was so focused on the fact it was so focused on proving the inevitability of socialism. It was so focused on proving that at the macro level, socialism was coming, that it didn't spend the time necessary tinkering with policy ideas. It didn't spend the necessary time saying like, hey, this is the moral goal we're looking for, and hey, this is the policy we're going to do to try and make that happen. Because Marx so strongly rejected the utopian socialism, which was essentially nothing but a focus on tinkering with policies to build the perfect society, that it ended up being that when socialists got in power, they didn't have like a consistent program. One of the things that there's an interesting comparison that I saw drawn up once, that neoliberals around the world had a consistent policy program. They wanted to strengthen markets. They wanted to privatize state enterprises. They had like, you can go down every country that gets run by a neoliberal, you'll see the same like 20 policies put in place. But socialists didn't. It was an eclectic mix, right? And that's telling because they didn't come up with a program of how to do socialism. And that meant they hadn't done the time of thinking like, hey, maybe this will work. Hey, maybe this won't. Let's talk that through. And now with hindsight, it's easier to be like, hey, those projects had a lot of failures. But I think part of the reason is because they didn't plan for actually getting power. They planned for proving that their power was coming, but not on what they would do with it. Pinkwug says, why do socialism when it will do itself? Big brain time. I mean, I'm being a little bit too uncharitable to like Marxist writers, but not very. It's really, really hard to find concrete socialist plans in pre-1917 socialist writer works. They are spending 90% of the time talking about how capitalism is going to collapse. All right, I think that's a good point to end it. My DMs are open if any of you all have any suggestions for how to make this less deranged last time. It has been 7 hours, 6 hours, 55 minutes of the first stream that I've done in like 2 years. My voice is starting to go hoarse and it's going to hurt tomorrow. And I hope you all enjoyed it. I'm going to try and actually put out some segments tomorrow. I feel like today I probably can pseudo clip like the Destiny and IRI debate into like a clip. I can probably do a bunch of that, but I literally have a document with like the segments I want to do. I am trying to do the work for this. And instead of doing that, I just talked with y'all and Roxy for way too fucking long. So, thank y'all so much for tuning in. And I actually don't know how to use the site to like rate other people or even see if other people are online. Let's see if Vosh is online. And let's see if any people are Twitch online. And if any of y'all have any recommendations, type them in chat in the next like 10 seconds. Let's see if anyone.
Let her pick exactly what she wants and say.
Okay, Vosh is doing actual Jake. Do we have any recommendations? It's in live redirect, Riverboat Jack. Yeah, I was gonna do Riverboat Jack. SDL Book Club, yep, on the weekends, that's the idea. Alright, we got multiple Riverboat Jacks, so let's see if I can figure out how the fuck I do this. Admin. Host. Which. Alright. This is the first time I've done this, so if y'all get fucked up, cope and fucking seethe. This is the stream I was gonna send y'all over to. I'm gonna post it in chat, and it might be the last time you'll see it, so bye-bye.